I just finished the college entrance examination. I finally ended this big test of life. I feel like I'm completely drained. In order to relax, I spent $1 and won a chance to go to a summer camp in the Bear Country. But who could have imagined that when I stepped on the plane, a group of soldiers forced me onto the aircraft, and the destination was actually a battlefield? Holy shit, this has to be a mistake. I consoled myself, praying that this was just a prank. However, when the missiles exploded next to me, I realized that all this was real and not a joke at all. At this moment, a strange voice sounded in my mind. Lord of War system activated. Suddenly, I was able to predict the trajectory of bullets and even start counterattacking the enemy. What the hell was this? As I killed more and more enemies, I was awarded the rank of general while wearing the Russian military uniform and finally received an audience with the emperor. The emperor asked me, "You performed very well. Which regiment are you from?" I was sitting in front of the computer when I suddenly saw a pop-up advertisement. $1 for a chance to attend a summer camp in the Bear Country. Is this true? I couldn't help but exclaim. My name is Zhang Yan. I just finished the college entrance examination and am planning to find a place to travel and relax. As a neighbor of Daxia, the Bear Country not only has a deep friendship with us, but also has a rich history. It is absolutely appropriate to travel there. Without hesitation, I immediately paid $1 with my mobile phone. Soon after, the computer screen showed that I had successfully qualified for the summer camp in the Bear Country and prompted me to go to Syracuse Airport on June 20th. A week later, I boarded a plane to the country of bears. I thought I was the only lucky winner of the $1 lottery, but I didn't expect that the plane was full of lucky people like me. At this moment, the tour guide's voice rang out in the cabin. In order to commemorate the first visa-free period between Xia and Mao, Mao's official invitation to the citizens of Xia will be extended to travel. All expenses during the trip will be borne by Mao's country. Upon hearing this, cheers immediately broke out in the cabin. However, the tour guide continued. However, we have a small request. Please take more videos and upload them to the internet. After the plane entered the airspace of the Bear Country, the flight attendant distributed a set of camouflage combat uniforms and backpacks to each passenger, explaining that this was to allow us to better experience the real summer camp atmosphere. Next, we will take a military aircraft to the military camp. All this made me very excited. Images of throwing grenades and driving tanks appeared in my mind, as if I was about to become a real soldier. The plane had just landed, and I couldn't wait to rush out of the cabin and change into combat clothes. When I proudly put on my helmet, a bearded soldier suddenly grabbed me and dragged me towards the north boarding gate, urging me, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Along the way, he handed me a pistol, an assault rifle, and a few grenades. I was amazed at how realistic the summer camp was and hurried to catch up with him, already deciding that this would be an unforgettable experience. When we boarded the military plane and heard the order, "Everyone in place, ready to take off," my heart beat faster, and I was completely immersed in the tense and exciting atmosphere. However, during the flight, I gradually discovered that the other people on the plane looked different from the previous passengers. Except for a few Asian faces, most of them were soldiers from the Bear Country. I tried to talk to them, but got only indifference in response. Just as I was confused, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded. Red lights flashed in the cabin, flames appeared everywhere, and the soldiers were in chaos. It turned out that the nose of the plane was attacked by a missile and the pilot was dead. The bearded officer ordered us to put on parachutes and parachute. It was then that I realized that this might not just be a summer camp, but a real battlefield. Was so scared that my legs went weak when I saw the soldiers jumping out of the plane one after another. I knelt on the ground with my hands folded in prayer, hoping that I would be safe and sound. But the bearded officer impatiently pushed me towards the cabin door, and then I was kicked out of the cabin and disappeared into the sky in an instant. The blue sky and white clouds flew past my eyes quickly. I felt like I was falling like a stone. I was completely stunned. At this moment, I finally realized that this was not a military plane going to a summer camp, but a flight directly to the battlefield. Panic swept over me instantly. As I watched the ground getting closer and closer, I tried my best to pull the ring of the parachute bag like in the movies. But the problem was that I had never received any parachuting training and had no idea how to operate it. The wind blew mercilessly on my face like a knife, and it seemed as if my skin was about to be torn apart. I closed my eyes in despair, thinking, "Is this my end? This way of dying is too miserable." At this moment, a cool feeling suddenly came from the top of my head, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Ding, the current environment is detected as a battlefield. The King of War system is at your service. Would you like to use the God of War experience card? Time limit, 2 hours. A mechanical voice sounded in my mind. What? I was stunned, but I didn't have time to think about it. I was less than 100 meters from the ground, and I shouted in desperation, "Use it! Use anything to save my life." As soon as I finished speaking, a huge amount of knowledge instantly flooded into my mind, and I almost involuntarily pulled the pull ring on the parachute bag. With a loud bang, the parachute bag opened smoothly. I quickly adjusted my posture and completed an almost perfect landing. Then I rolled over and stood firmly on the ground. Bang bang, 2 gunshots, and the bullets grazed my chest and head. I subconsciously dodged to the side and raised my gun to shoot without any thought. After 2 gunshots, the enemies in front of them fell down, and the bullets accurately pierced their heads. Oh my God, what's going on? I was shocked myself. It seemed that all this had become my instinctive reaction. Next, I began to act according to the information that emerged in my mind, quickly recovering the parachute and collecting the surrounding supplies. Bulletproof vests, magazines, individual rations, and even medical kits and water were all packed into the backpack. Isn't this too real? I looked at the bloody corpse in front of me, and I didn't feel a bit of fear. Instead, I felt that all this seemed natural. I continued forward and came to a ruined building where I found 2 bodies, one of which turned out to be Detri, whom I met on the plane. Detri? Why are you here? I looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect that he was still alive. Detri was so excited that he seemed to have met a relative. He rushed over and hugged me, mumbling nonstop. I roughly understood what he meant. It turned out that this was his first time going to the battlefield. He was excited and scared. He thought he was dead, but he didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. But Detri's next words left me dumbfounded. "We are surrounded. It is better to kill each other than to be captured." I thought to myself, this guy is really good at surprising himself. He actually suggested suicide. Just as I was about to refute, my cell phone suddenly rang. It was my dad calling. "Hey, Yin Yin, are you there yet? How's it over there? Is it cold?" I heard my dad's voice. I didn't know how to respond for a moment, so I could only pretend to be relaxed and said, "It's okay, just a little noisy. There are fireworks outside." Before I could finish my words, a grenade suddenly flew in, and the huge explosion made my ears buzz. I quickly pulled Detri to hide aside. "Son, what's that noise? Are you okay?" Dad's voice was full of worry. "It's okay. There are firecrackers being set off outside," I said as I looked around vigilantly. After the dust settled, several figures suddenly rushed in from the door. Without having time to think, I raised my hand and fired a few shots, and the enemy fell to the ground. The dad on the other end of the phone was startled, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. "This is an NPC? Are you playing real-life CS?" Chapter 3. Zhang Yin never thought that he would spend this day on the battlefield, and his father could not have foreseen that his son, who usually lived a peaceful and happy life in Daxia, would now be caught in a hail of bullets. Zhang Yin wanted to tell his father that he had boarded the wrong plane and ended up in the battlefield, but he couldn't say the words. He was afraid that his father would worry, so he had to hang up the phone in a hurry and start looking for his comrade Detri. However, when Zhang Yin found Detri in the ruins, this once well-trained soldier was huddled in a corner praying, obviously frightened out of his wits. "Our whereabouts have been exposed. We have to change place. Follow me," Zhang Yin said without hesitation. He quickly packed up the supplies around him and ran with the still dazed Detri. The 2 men wandered through the battlefield and finally hid in a dense forest. Detri was close to collapse at this moment, holding his head and crying, "We will die. We are finished." Zhang Yin couldn't bear to watch it any longer and slapped him hard. "Are you a soldier or am I a soldier? How dare you go to the battlefield with such courage? I'm just a tourist who got on the wrong plane. I'm better than you." Detri was stunned by the beating, and he was even more surprised to hear that Zhang Yin was a tourist who had mistakenly entered the battlefield. Zhang Yin told Detri all about his experience, and Detri was amazed. Sure enough, you Daxiao people all master immortal arts. A tourist can kill people all over the battlefield. Zhang Yin ignored Detri's exclamation and skillfully controlled the looted drone to conduct enemy reconnaissance. When the drone flew into the enemy's sky, he calmly avoided the enemy's shooting. This action made Detri stunned. "Can your Daxia magic control drones?" Zhang Yin discovered the location of the enemy's armored vehicles during reconnaissance and quickly formulated a plan to lure the enemy. He wrote a program to control multiple drones to launch a suicide attack on the enemy, creating chaos, and then led Detri to make a feint attack to the east. In a close combat, Zhang Yin calmly attacked and killed the enemy with 2 shots, and although Detri was nervous, he eventually succeeded in killing the enemy. This battle made him begin to be convinced of Zhang Yin. As the battle became more intense, Zhang Yin found a machine gun position. He rushed over decisively, and in front of Detri's shocked eyes, he raised his machine gun and fired fiercely, almost hitting every target. The enemy's counterattack was ineffective against Zhang Yin. The bullets seemed to have been foreseen and could not hit Zhang Yin at all. Retreat! Amid the explosion of the drone, Zhang Yin pulled the injured Detri towards the enemy armored vehicle and quickly started the vehicle. During the retreat, Zhang Yin opened the lid on the roof of the car and accurately shot the enemy behind him. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! The number of bullets dodged has reached 500, and you have obtained the title. It's useless to hit your father. You can predict the landing point of bullets and shells, and then dodge them. Chapter 4. It took Zhang Yin and Detri an hour to finally shake off the pursuers. With the last bullet, Zhang Yin accurately shot the enemy soldier who was chasing the car in the head. At the same time, a familiar system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding! The number of enemy headshots has reached 100, and I have obtained the title. National Team Forward, shooting accuracy 100%, no bullets hit the target, and every shot hits the head. The armored vehicle sped across the scorched earth of the battlefield. Zhang Yin sat in the co-pilot's seat, studying the system panel. Various tasks are displayed on the panel. Accumulating kills or using specific weapons can earn you different titles, which grant you skills. However, Zhang Yin can only wear 10 titles at the same time. After Zhang Yin briefly understood the rules of the system, he suddenly felt weak. Apparently, the experience card given by the system had expired. Without the support of the system, Zhang Yin felt that his previous proficiency and indifference towards life and death had disappeared without a trace. Thinking of the bloody scene before, Zhang Yin couldn't help but lean over the window and vomit, feeling extremely panicked. "Where are we going now?" Zhang Yin asked, barely suppressing his inner fear. Detri replied, "Go to Area B. That's our meeting point." Zhang Yin exhaled and panted. "Send me back to the country of Mao Xiong." Detri slammed on the brakes. "Are you crazy? We are now in the center of the battlefield, and the way back has long been blocked. And if we go back like this, we will be regarded as deserters and shot directly." Zhang Yan's heart sank as he realized that he was no longer in control and could not escape this nightmare. At this moment, the phone rang. There were 2 calls, one from the hotel and the other from his father. After thinking for a moment, he decided to call his father first. "Son, weren't you playing live CS? Why did the hotel say you were missing?" On the other end of the phone, the father's voice was full of anxiety. "I didn't go missing," Zhang Yin replied with a wry smile. "I just got on the wrong plane and then went to the battlefield." Dad asked suspiciously, "Battlefield? Which battlefield?" "I was at the place where the war was reported in the news recently," Zhang Yin replied. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then my father said in shock, "Is it Ukraine? Oh my God! How could this happen? Did you kill someone?" Zhang Yin said helplessly, "We have lost contact with the main force and are now rushing to the assembly point." Dad said anxiously, "No, I have to go to the embassy. I can't let you stay in that place any longer. You must follow the soldiers and stay where you find a safe place." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yin contacted the hotel again. They were shocked to hear that he had gone to the battlefield and promised to negotiate with the military immediately. However, the moment he hung up the phone, Zhang Yin suddenly had a bad feeling. "Damn, it's a missile. Could it have been attracted by the phone call?" Detri exclaimed and was about to remind Zhang Yin to jump out of the car, but Zhang Yin jumped onto the roof first, raised his gun, and aimed. Bang, bang, after 2 shots, the missile exploded in the air 100 meters away. Detri was so shocked that he was speechless. "Man, you are better than us soldiers. There is really no need to go back." Returning to his seat, Zhang Yin felt more and more the cruelty of the battlefield, and that life and death could come at any time. Zhang Yin took out his phone, took a photo with Detri, and posted it on his moments as a souvenir. A unique experience for 18-year-olds, summer mercenary for the Bears. Contact me if you're interested. Zhang Yan's circle of friends quickly attracted a lot of likes and replies, and his friends all thought he was joking, except for the police and the embassy staff. When Zhang Yan's father Zhang Li handed them the photo, they were all shocked. This is indeed the latest combat equipment of the Mao Bear country. Zhang Yin is not lying. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the police and the embassy acted quickly and contacted the military and the hotel. Soon, the military called Andre, the commander of Point B. Andre was shocked when he heard the situation. What? A tourist from Dacia accidentally boarded our military plane? Andre hurriedly asked the soldiers. Has anyone seen a Dacia man named Zhang Yin? One soldier recalled, Sir, it seems like you kicked him off the plane. Andre's heart sank, thinking of the young man who seemed particularly panicked when he jumped out of the plane. He realized that he had made a big mistake. Damn summer camp. Is he really speaking Russian? When the news of Zhang Yan's life and death was passed back to Daxia, Zhongli couldn't believe it. How could his son, who had just called him, be dead? Zhongli called Zhang Yan again, but this time Zhang Yan had to turn off his phone because the call again attracted missiles and pursuers, and he was very nervous. Chapter 5. Zhang Yan's loss of contact caused both Daxia and the Russian bear to fall into extreme anxiety. Tourists mistakenly entered the battlefield due to military error. This is not only a major incident, but may also affect the diplomatic relations between the two countries with disastrous consequences. Although both sides tried their best to suppress the news, the matter was soon exposed on the internet, and the news about Daxia tourists mistakenly entering the battlefield spread rapidly. In the news, the mistakes and stupidity of the Mao Bear country's military were magnified, and some even speculated whether Daxia was secretly sending people to join the war. These speculations also caused heated discussions in China, and some traders deliberately forwarded the news, causing the discussion to heat up quickly. Tourists mistakenly entered the battlefield? What a joke! How could the Russian military make such a low-level mistake? It looks like we sent troops. It would be better if the war ends sooner and the world can have peace. Daxiao is mighty, let's beat those pretty lackeys. As the discussion was in full swing, a comment became a hot search. I think I know who this tourist who accidentally entered the battlefield is. He is my classmate, Zhang Yin. This comment described in detail that Zhang Yin had won the summer camp in the Bear Country. But a few hours ago, he posted a photo with soldiers from the Bear Country. At first, netizens thought he was just trying to attract attention, until someone claiming to be a summer camp fellow confirmed his identity, and then everyone realized that Zhang Yin had indeed mistakenly entered the battlefield. The incident quickly gained popularity on the internet, forcing the authorities to issue a statement and exerting tremendous pressure on the embassy of the Bear Country. The embassy then put pressure on the Russian officials, who then passed on the pressure layer by layer, and eventually Andre's military phone was almost blown up. Faced with his superior's questioning, Andre could only answer helplessly, Sir, the military plane was attacked mid-flight, and all the soldiers parachuted to escape. He was among them, and I'm afraid he has already died. Such an answer only led to a more violent rebuke. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. If you can't find him, you can wait for the trial by the military court. Andre was bitter and wanted to shoot himself. After all, this farce was caused by his impatience. If Zhang Yin really died, he could only pay with his own life. But Andre did not have time to commit suicide. A bigger problem was approaching. The location of the meeting point was exposed, and the enemy began to besiege it frantically. He could only lead his subordinates to fight to the death. At the same time, Zhang Yin and Detri also arrived near the meeting point. In the mountains and forests, artillery fire continued, and the forest fire was already burning fiercely, as if it was going to devour everything. Detri began to back off. Let's go back. Zhang Yin frowned. Where to go? Didn't you say that if we go back rashly, we'll be considered deserters? Detri thought of a solution quickly. Then we can join other troops, or we can shoot each other and meet in heaven to avoid the suffering of this war. Get lost! Zhang Yin slapped Detri to wake him up and continued to direct. Drive. Go check ahead. Relying on the camouflage of the enemy's armored vehicles, Zhang Yin and his team successfully blended into the enemy's ranks. As they walked slowly along the way, Zhang Yin discovered that the enemy was using flamethrowers, causing the forest fire to spread rapidly. Seeing the enemy soldiers approaching the armored vehicle, Detri nervously locked the car door. Zhang Yin was shaking all over, his heart filled with fear. He was not afraid of being discovered, but because after losing the military god experience card, the constant fear of killing tortured him. Zhang Yin knew that only after killing 1,000 enemy soldiers could he be awarded the title of Cold Heart and free himself from the shackles of emotion. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Open the car door." The car door opened, and enemy soldiers got on one after another, but they didn't know that hell was waiting for them. Meanwhile, Andre, deep in the woods, was in dire straits, with the fire approaching and his men suffering heavy casualties. Just then, there was a roar in the air. It was the enemy's fighter planes preparing to bomb. It's over. We're going to be blown to ashes, a scout shouted in despair. The soldiers looked pale and contacted their families to say goodbye. Andre also wanted to call his daughter, but was interrupted by a call from his superior. Andre, have you found Zhang Yin? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Andre was furious. I'm being bombed by the enemy right now. I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, he was stopped by the noise outside. The shells fell, but they destroyed the enemy's positions, followed by intensive gunfire and wailing. In the distance, an armored vehicle broke through the sea of fire. Zhang Yin, holding the vehicle-mounted machine gun, accurately killed the enemy. Andre's eyes widened. Oh my God, I saw him. The officer on the other end of the line was puzzled. Who? Zhang Yin. He's like a god, Andre said in shock. Chapter 6. On the mountain path, the armored vehicle moved forward rapidly, and the roar of the vehicle-mounted machine gun was accompanied by Zhang Yan's grim face. Zhang Yin suppressed his inner fear, and under the influence of surging adrenaline, he was like a killer on the battlefield, and each shot accurately took the life of the enemy. As Detri drove, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Brother, you are amazing. How do you describe this operation in Daxia language, using their fighter planes to attack their people? Zhang Yin responded calmly, borrowing a knife to kill someone. Detri laughed loudly. Killing with a borrowed knife? What a good trick. Now those pretty lackeys know they've hit a wall? Ha ha ha. Amidst loud laughter, the armored vehicle arrived at the foot of the mountain and collided head-on with Andre, who had broken out. When Andre saw that Zhang Yin was still alive, he was so excited that he almost cried and rushed forward to hug him. However, Zhang Yin refused, then squatted down and vomited violently. Obviously, despite his ruthlessness in the battle, he still could not overcome the fear and discomfort in his heart. However, this wave of battles allowed him to accumulate more than 400 kills, bringing him one step closer to the title of Cold Heart. Through Detri's narration, Andre learned about everything that had happened along the way, from Zhang Yin leading Detri to break through, to luring the enemy into the car, and calling for fire support through their walkie-talkies. Andre couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was really a tourist. He was ridiculously strong. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Zhang Yan's intuition suddenly alerted him, and he felt something was approaching quickly. It's a missile, Zhang Yan shouted. It must have been attracted by the cell phone. A cruise missile whizzed in, and the soldiers fled in panic. Only Zhang Yin rushed to the armored vehicle, quickly climbed onto the roof, picked up the machine gun, aimed at the sky, and fired several shots. Boom! The missile was intercepted in midair, and the aftermath of the explosion shocked everyone. Detri said calmly, Stay calm. He has fired many missiles along the way. This is normal operation. Andre was completely shocked and couldn't believe that this was the same Zhang Yin who was thought to be an ordinary tourist. This was the second time that Zhang Yin saved him. Soon, the superior called again, ordering Andre to immediately take Zhang Yin to the nearest garrison base and hand him over to the main force for protection. Andre couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Is he protecting you? Or are you protecting him? After simply cleaning up the battlefield, Andre led his troops on their journey in a low-key manner. Along the way, Andre and his men encountered many battles and even fought with the enemy for several days in order to escape the enemy's encirclement. During this period, Zhang Yan's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. In every battle, he rushed to the front, was more courageous than Andre, and even took command at the critical moment, which made Andre unable to deal with him. During a casual chat, Andre couldn't help asking, Have you ever been a soldier in Daxia? Zhang Yin shook his head. No. What about your shooting skills? Andre asked doubtfully. Zhang Yin scratched his head and said casually, I practice with toy guns. This sentence made Andre instantly doubt his life. How could a toy gun be compared with a real gun? This was simply deceiving the gods and ghosts. When Andre and his men finally broke out of the enemy's encirclement, Zhang Yin was dissatisfied with the walking speed. By chance, he set his sights on a nearby enemy transport team. Andre was surprised and said, You don't want to rob a few cars? That would expose our whereabouts. While Zhang Yin was using a telescope to scout, he said calmly, Why not just wipe them out completely? Total annihilation. Andre almost bit his tongue. The number of soldiers in this transport team was several times theirs. How could it be easy to completely annihilate them? Zhang Yin knew that this task was indeed difficult, but he had already killed 800 enemy soldiers. If he killed 200 more, he would be awarded the title of Cold Heart and get rid of his fear. The transport team in front of him happened to have more than 200 people, which was a perfect opportunity. Andre wanted to stop Zhang Yin from making trouble. Let's just walk. We are not far from the military camp. We can get there in a few days. But Zhang Yin obviously didn't take his words to heart, which made Andre a little annoyed. You do it if you want. I won't let the soldiers work for you. Zhang Yin smiled and said, Don't worry, I don't need you. I can do it myself. After that, he began to dismantle and assemble the dozens of drones he had looted in recent days. As night fell, dozens of drones suddenly rose from the silent mountains and flew towards the transport team's camp. Zhang Yin checked his magazines and was ready to show his skills after the drone bombing. Andre asked worriedly, Are you really going? Zhang Yin raised his eyebrows and smiled. We in Daxia have a saying, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. You don't need to ask again. With that, Zhang Yin picked up the gun and quietly walked down the mountain along the path. Andre felt uneasy, but he finally gathered his soldiers and decided to follow Zhang Yin. In the transport team's camp, trucks and military vehicles carrying important supplies were scattered everywhere and carefully camouflaged. Most people had fallen asleep, and only a few sentries were patrolling in a drowsy manner. Suddenly, a sentry heard a buzzing sound in his ear. Did you hear anything? Another sentry said unfazed. It's just a mosquito. Don't scare yourself. Here, this mosquito repellent spray is very useful. My girlfriend and I use it when we go camping. It works well. Why are you bringing this up at this time? The sentry cursed and laughed as he took the spray. However, the next second, a rapid buzzing sound approached rapidly, and then a loud bang suddenly erupted in the military camp, and flames shot into the sky. The flames from the explosion ignited the spray, and the two sentinels were instantly engulfed by the flames and turned into firemen. Chapter 7. Inside the camp, with an explosion, the fire spread quickly, and most of the enemy troops died quietly in their sleep without any pain. The surviving remnants of the army fell into deep fear, with screams and gunshots intertwined, and the entire camp instantly turned into a living hell. Enemy attack. We are under enemy attack. My arms. My legs. Oh God, help me. As the eastern sky gradually turned red, Andre, who had just finished fighting, looked at Zhang Yin and sighed. You are such a lunatic. At this moment, Zhang Yin heard a system prompt. Ding, the number of enemy troops killed has exceeded 1,000, and I have obtained the title. Cold-hearted, I don't care about life and death. I will fight if I don't agree. I am not cold-hearted. This is my talent. Zhang Yin was in a good mood after obtaining the new title. He was too lazy to talk much with Andre. He called on the soldiers to collect the remaining cars and supplies of the transport team, and then drove towards the camp. With the cover of the transport team's identity, Zhang Yin and his team avoided many inspections along the way. After half a day's journey, they finally successfully entered the garrison area. However, the expected support troops did not appear, and all that came into view was a pile of broken walls and the enemy troops who had just defeated their opponents. Andre frowned. Damn it, did the battle on the front line fail? How did these bastards get here? In desperation, everyone had to take a detour, and after a night of travel, they finally reached their destination. Due to the recent defeat, the atmosphere in the camp was extremely depressing, but Zhang Yan's arrival brought them exciting news. Great, you're still alive! After seeing Zhang Yan, the garrison commander Anthony hugged him warmly, took him into the tent, made him a cup of hot tea, and asked about his condition with concern. The incident of tourists mistakenly entering the battlefield has attracted global attention, and Zhang Yan's safe return is undoubtedly a gratifying thing. I reported the news that you were alive yesterday. The higher-ups are negotiating with the other side. After the ceasefire, they will send someone to take you home, said Anthony. Go home. Hearing this word, the stone in Zhang Yan's heart finally fell to the ground, but it was followed by a trace of regret. Ordinary people may never have the opportunity to go to the battlefield in their lifetime, but he was just traveling, but he experienced such a magnificent adventure and even awakened his system ability. This made Zhang Yan unwilling and felt it was a pity to go back like this. However, the battlefield is changing rapidly and danger is everywhere. To be on the safe side, it is safest to go home. If you still feel reluctant to leave, going back to join the army is also a good choice. Given Zhang Yan's current age, it is a good time to join the army. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yan nodded and agreed. Afterwards, Zhang Yan was placed in the best tent, enjoyed the best treatment, and returned to a temporary comfortable life. During this time, he did not forget to charge his phone and posted a message on WeChat Moments. The mercenary experience card has expired, and the accumulated points are over 1,000. I just want to ask, who else? 18-year-old Zhang Yin is at an age where he likes to show off. He feels that a few words are not enough to describe his shocking experience, and adds, I have decided to join the army when I return. It would be a pity if I don't serve the country as a soldier if I kill people on the battlefield. Zhang Yan's long-awaited voice immediately attracted enthusiastic responses from the public, and the comment section was quickly flooded with comments. Brother Yin, it's great that you're still alive. Zhang Yin, you're a celebrity now. You are the first tourist in the 21st century to accidentally enter a battlefield. How enviable. 1,000 points? You killed 1,000 people? Holy shit, that's awesome. Go ahead and brag. Last time we had a picnic, I asked you to kill a chicken and you vomited like crazy. Do you dare to do it? Anyway, it's good to be alive. Brother Yin, come back and let's drink together and listen to your legendary stories. Although everyone knew that Zhang Yin was the tourist who accidentally entered the battlefield, they were still skeptical about the claim that he killed 1,000 people. After all, the fact that he dared to shoot was impressive. At this time, Zhang Yin was enjoying the sumptuous meal while chatting with relatives and friends. During the period, he also answered a call from his father and met the Daxia diplomat who was responsible for bringing him back to China. Student Zhang Yin, we have arrived at the capital of the Russian Bear country. Diplomats are negotiating with the other side. After the ceasefire, you can go home immediately. These words moved Zhang Yin almost to tears. With the strong motherland at his back, he felt at ease. However, in the other tent, Andre did not leave. After thinking for a moment, he took the initiative to find Anthony and asked a question. Sir, do you really want him to go back? Anthony glanced at him and said unhappily, What nonsense are you talking about? The tourist who mistakenly entered the battlefield has brought great international pressure to our country. If we don't let him go back, do we have to take him with us to continue fighting? Or do you feel that you will be punished and want to do it once and for all? Andre hurriedly shook his head. Sir, that's not what I meant. Anthony comforted him. Don't worry, I have already reported your contribution in seizing the enemy's transport team. Resources are in short supply at the front, and your raid has greatly eased the pressure on supplies. As long as you protect Zhang Yan's safety, it won't be a problem for you to be promoted to the next level. Andre scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Sir, in fact, the credit is not all mine. The person who led the raid on the transport team was Zhang Yin. Who? Anthony's jaw dropped in shock, and he almost spit out the water he had just drunk. Andre ignored Anthony's shock and said to himself, it was Zhang Yin. The raid on the transport team was entirely his idea. When we arrived, he had almost wiped out 90% of the enemy troops. We just took advantage of his efforts. And if it weren't for his command along the way, we probably wouldn't have been able to break through. Andre told Anthony everything he had experienced along the way, leaving him dumbfounded. Is this Zhang Yin really a tourist? How could he be so amazing? Chapter 8. That night, Anthony went in and out of his tent several times, always asking him questions about whether he had ever been a soldier. Although Zhang Yin repeatedly stated that he had never been a soldier, Anthony still refused to give up. It was not until late at night that Zhang Yin finally fell asleep peacefully. However, the next morning, Zhang Yin was awakened from his sleep and was forcibly taken onto a military truck with a puzzled look on his face. From the conversation between the soldiers on both sides, Zhang Yin learned that at dawn, the enemy launched a general attack on several garrisons around the camp, and they had to evacuate quickly. With the shaking of the earth and the sound of artillery fire in the distance, Zhang Yin gradually woke up. At this time, a soldier comforted him and said, Don't be nervous, comrade from Daxia. Follow us. We will protect you. Another soldier next to him sighed, Daxia, a country with a long history. After the war, I must go traveling. Zhang Yin talked to the soldiers in a friendly manner, which somewhat eased his nervousness. Although he felt a little uneasy, he remained calm on the surface. However, Detri, who was traveling with us, obviously disagreed. He muttered, Are we protecting him, or is he protecting us? It's really unnecessary. Fortunately, there were no accidents along the way, and soon the troops arrived at a mountain military base. This base was built in the last century, and although it had been abandoned long ago, it still retained many functions, enough to be a hiding place. As an important person, Zhang Yin was taken directly to the most heavily guarded command room and stayed with Anthony. In the command room, everyone was busy, but Zhang Yin seemed to be a little free. He sat at a table nearby, drinking tea and enjoying a hearty breakfast. However, Zhang Yin just tasted it, and the remaining knowledge of the military god experience card in his subconscious made him realize that there seemed to be something wrong with this breakfast. Although he couldn't tell the specific reason, Zhang Yin put down his knife and fork and stopped eating. Soon, people in the command room ran to the toilet one after another and did not return for a long time. Finally, even Anthony had to put down his command headset, clutching his stomach and rushing to the toilet. In an instant, Zhang Yin was the only one left in the huge command room. This strange situation made Zhang Yin wonder if it was related to breakfast. At this time, a noisy sound came from the headset. "Sir, we've fallen into a trap, and our troops have suffered heavy casualties. What should we do?" Reporting to the commander, A3 area requests fire coverage. Repeat, requesting fire coverage. Report to the commander, the B4 area has been lost. We will retreat to the C4 area. Anthony's long absence had a great impact on the battlefield situation. If no command was given, all participating troops would be completely annihilated, including Zhang Yin, and no one would be spared. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! The time for clocking in the command room has reached 3 hours, and you have obtained temporary commander experience card. Following this prompt, Zhang Yin stared at the electronic sand table in front of him, as if he had opened up a god's perspective. Without hesitation, Zhang Yin picked up the headset and said, "All troops, this is the commander. Report your situation." I repeat, "All troops, this is the commander. Report your situation." The unfamiliar voice surprised the non-commissioned officers on the other end of the line, but Zhang Yan's calm and decisive command quickly restored order. At this time, a familiar voice came from the headset. "Zhang Yan?" The person who spoke was Andre. He was sent out on a mission early this morning and had no time to greet Zhang Yan, but he recognized Zhang Yan's voice. "There's no time to chat now. Report your situation, Team Andre," Zhang Yan said seriously. Andre was silent for a moment, then responded, "We have lost contact with the main force and are attacking the enemy's artillery position with Squad C. We have suffered 30% casualties." Zhang Yan decisively ordered, "Give up the attack, retreat to the F5 area, and assist the D and F teams in defending the perimeter of the base." Then, Zhang Yan quickly contacted other teams and directed them to make tactical adjustments, quickly stabilizing the situation. In the toilet, Anthony was extremely anxious. His abdominal pain prevented him from leaving. The war on the front line was in crisis because of his absence. In desperation, he found a bucket, and after solving the problem, he hurried back to the command room. When Anthony pushed the door open, a foul smell hit him in the face. He saw Zhang Yin standing in front of the electronic sand table, directing the battle. In the command room, the situation of his own position was completely reversed, and the already precarious situation was stabilized. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Anthony was dumbfounded by the scene before him. He did not expect that during his absence, Zhang Yin actually saved the entire battle situation. How did they do that? Anthony couldn't believe his eyes. This young tourist had turned the situation on the battlefield in an incredible way. Chapter 9. After Zhang Yin briefly glanced at Anthony's exaggerated appearance, he immediately returned to the command state and continued to issue instructions through the headset. "The enemy has been restrained by our teams and is evacuating. Please call B, C, D. Team Z, F, and G will immediately launch a counterattack after taking a short rest." Zhang Yin continued to arrange. "Polar Bear Commando, I need to know your current location. Please rush to the north within 15 minutes to conduct a feint attack. The Southern Light Commando takes the opportunity to sneak into the enemy's rear from the south to encircle and suppress it. Repeat." Anthony looked on dumbfounded. Zhang Yan's command was precise and decisive, and this series of arrangements was a classic pincer offensive. Anthony couldn't help but wonder, isn't Zhang Yan just an ordinary tourist? How could he know this? Is he really a military genius? Following Zhang Yan's command, the teams on the electronic sandbox began to act according to the orders and achieve remarkable results. Seeing all this, Anthony could no longer remain calm. This battle should have been an absolutely unfavorable situation in everyone's opinion, but under Zhang Yan's command, the situation was miraculously reversed. Anthony stepped forward and asked incredulously, "You gave all these instructions?" Zhang Yan just glanced at him, covered his nose, and said, "If you have nothing to do, you can help me call for fire support. I tried just now, but they need your secret key. Without fire support, this battle will be much more difficult." Anthony heard the dissatisfaction in Zhang Yan's words. He realized that Zhang Yan had commanded a perfect counterattack with only infantry combat without any fire support. This was enough to prove that Zhang Yan's military qualities and command talent were extremely outstanding. At this moment, Anthony was no longer just considering letting Zhang Yan stay on the front line. For the sake of the Bear Country, he had to keep such a talent on the front line. With Zhang Yan's joining, victory in the war might come faster than expected. Over the next half-day, victories on the battlefield continued to come. The last report came from the other end of the headset. "Sir, we successfully decapitated the enemy commander. We won." Zhang Yan finally took off his headset with a sense of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The time limit of the commander experience card had just reached its end. The long period of high-intensity command made him feel physically and mentally exhausted. He slumped down in the chair, and it took him a long time to recover. Anthony was so excited at the moment that he gave Zhang Yan a big bear hug, almost suffocating him. "Zhang Yan, you are such a talent. This is definitely the most wonderful command I have ever seen." Zhang Yan smiled bitterly and responded, "Ahem, ahem, sir, I want to go to rest." Seeing that Zhang Yan was exhausted, Anthony stopped disturbing him and quickly arranged for someone to help him to rest. Before leaving, Zhang Yan took a photo of the command room and posted it on his moments. "While having breakfast, I commanded a battle and achieved complete success. Am I really a genius?" Soon after this circle of friends was posted, it attracted many replies. "You're already leading a battle? Brother Yin, you've made it big. This summer camp is so worth it. You can shoot guns and command battles. Where did you sign up, Brother Yin? I want to go too." "You keep bragging, Brother Yin. I don't even dare to drink with you. What if you get drunk and say that the Emperor personally awarded you a medal? I saw on the news that the Russians were negotiating early this morning. There's no ceasefire yet, so why are they still fighting? Brother Yin, be careful. You must protect your life and don't become a victim of Western politics." Although Zhang Yan's circle of friends is full of bragging, most people actually don't believe that he really commanded any battle. In the eyes of his friends, it was already a great achievement for an 18-year-old prospective college student to be able to touch a gun. But as for commanding a battle, that was simply a fantasy. However, soon, an international news item began to appear in the news, and many people began to get uneasy. Hashtag breaking news. A unit of the Bear Country completed an incredible battle. Hashtag urgent report. This morning, the two Maos launched a general attack on a military base of the Mao Bear Country, but it ended in failure. Hashtag the KGB announced a case of buying laxatives, which almost became the fuse of the failure of the battle. Hashtag due to Zhang Yan's accidental entry into the battlefield, the country has paid special attention to the battlefield situation between the Mao Bear and the Air Mao in recent days. Therefore, once this news was released, it immediately caused an uproar. The news pointed out that Mao launched a general attack on a military base of the Bear Country this morning, and even bribed the chef to give him laxatives to delay the command. However, the army of the Bear Country not only withstood the offensive in the end, but also won a great victory under the wise command of the commander. This battle was called an impossible battle by many military experts. Seeing this news, Zhang Yan's friends couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Zhang Yan had just finished showing off in his circle of friends when the news broke out, which made them begin to doubt whether he was really the commander of this battle or whether he was really a genius. However, no matter how his friends sent messages, made voice messages, or made video calls, there was no response from Zhang Yan because he had already fallen into a deep sleep. At the same time, on the other side, Anthony also received calls one after another, all from officers of the same rank or superiors. They all expressed their appreciation for Anthony's command ability and were ready to award him the Medal of Honor. A superior directly stated that Anthony would be awarded a medal remotely to commend his outstanding command ability. Anthony felt a little uneasy about this. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Sir, I am not the commander of this battle." "Oh, who is that? Could it be that kid Andre?" Not bad. He finally found a chance to redeem himself. Andre was well known in the army, so his excellent command was expected. However, Anthony's next words surprised the officer. "It's not Andre, it's Zhang Yan." "Who?" the superior asked. "Zhang Yan, the tourist from Daxia, is simply a genius. We must keep him in the Bear Country." Anthony replied immediately. Chapter 10. There was silence on the other end of the phone, as if one could sense the shock and suspicion coming from the boss through the phone. It would have been unbelievable to anyone that an ordinary tourist had mistakenly entered a battlefield and led a battle that was impossible to win. Is this true? After a long time, the heavy breathing of the superior was heard from the other end of the phone. It's absolutely true. Anthony quickly reported the situation in detail. He described the collective paralysis in the command room caused by the laxative breakfast, and Zhang Yin was the only one left in the command room. In that isolated and helpless situation, he took the initiative to pick up the headset and successfully save the battle situation that was almost doomed to fail. I understand. After a moment of silence, the officer left a simple response and hung up the phone. When Zhang Yin woke up from his sleep, he learned the bad news. The negotiations failed. The trigger was the battle that morning. The Russians accused the Chinese of attacking their military base, knowing that a ceasefire was about to end. Mao argued that their transport team had been attacked before, resulting in a shortage of resources, and they had to take back the supplies that belonged to them. Originally, the negotiations between the two parties had not reached the point where they could not be resolved. Especially with the mediation of Daxia, Mao's emotions had eased somewhat. However, at this moment, the representative of the Bear Country suddenly attacked and knocked out the teeth of the second Mao representative with a heavy punch. Then the representatives of both sides wrestled with each other, and the negotiations completely broke down. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Yin couldn't help but open his mouth wide, thinking to himself, that representative is really fierce. He is worthy of being a member of the fighting nation. But then he thought the negotiations broke down. How can he go back? Anthony explained the current situation to Zhang Yin and told him, this is how it is, so I'm afraid you'll have to stay with us for a while longer. But don't worry, we will do our best to ensure your safety, and when we find a chance, we will definitely send you back. However, Anthony continued, the superiors are worried that Mao might use you to stir up conflict between us and Daxia. So in order not to expose your whereabouts, the superiors decided to give you a fake identity to disguise you. Anthony was calculating and explaining, and everyone at the scene could hear that he was planning carefully. But Zhang Yin had to accept this arrangement. The situation is changing rapidly, and now the negotiations have broken down. Although Zhang Yin does not know all the details behind it, he understands that the Russian side did this for his safety. Soon, Zhang Yin's new identity was arranged. Subov, a native of the grasslands of the Maoxiong country, with the rank of major. This identity not only explained Zhang Yin's Asian face, but also allowed him to stay in the Maoxiong army legitimately. Major rank, Zhang Yin looked at his shoulder straps and felt it was outrageous. Even if it's a fake identity, major is too high as starting rank, isn't it? Anthony said, since it's a disguise, you have to do it properly. If you don't have the rank of major, how can you stay in the command room? Zhang Yin thought about it for a moment, felt that it made sense, and nodded in acceptance. Seeing this, Anthony almost couldn't help laughing out loud. In fact, considering Zhang Yin's recent military achievements, the rank of major was not considered high, and he was fully worthy of this level. Returning to his residence, Zhang Yin looked at himself in the mirror and muttered to himself, a major from the Mao Bear Country. How great would that be if it were true? Afterwards, Zhang Yin took a photo, of course only of the military uniform, and then posted it on WeChat Moments as usual. It's all over. The negotiations failed. I can't go back for the time being. The Mao Bear Country gave me a set of clothes, which fits me well. As soon as the circle of friends was posted, it immediately attracted a lot of attention and comments. Why do you have a choker on your clothes? Oh my god, Brother Yin. Are you really going to be recruited? Recruit your shit, I checked. This is the rank of major. It's wrong for you to show off by wearing someone else's clothes. I really admire Brother Yan's mentality. Even at this time, he can still act cool. Mao is so ignorant. He won't let my brother Yin go home. Be careful. My brother Yan's little universe will explode and destroy them directly. Zhang Yin, you must protect yourself. I hope to see you when filling out the application form. Although everyone expressed concern for Zhang Yan's situation, most of them were skeptical about his so-called major rank. After all, who could believe that an ordinary 18-year-old tourist would suddenly become a major? At the same time, in the Great Xia Embassy of the Bear Country, Zhang Yan's father almost fainted after learning that his son could not return to China for the time being. Ow! How could this happen? He excitedly questioned the Bear Country officer opposite him. The officer took off his hat and saluted, expressing his understanding of Zhang Yan's father's feelings, and solemnly promised, I understand your concerns as a father, and I promise you that if there is a chance, I will bring Zhang Yin back safely. Afterwards, the Mao Bear Country officer explained in detail the arrangements for Zhang Yin and quickly reported the matter to the top leaders of Daxia. Giving Zhang Yin a fake identity to hide his whereabouts? Although it sounds reasonable, it always feels a bit strange. Zhang Yin just posted on his moments again, saying that the Russians sent him a set of clothes with the rank of major. Major rank? Even if it's a fake identity, there's no need to give him such a high rank. It is said that this is to allow Zhang Yin to stay in the command room properly. This is an unusual matter. I always feel it's a little strange. Let's put more pressure on them and make sure Zhang Yin comes back as soon as possible. After this incident, Zhang Yin naturally stayed in Anthony's army. Just as Zhang Yin was chatting with his friends on his phone, Andre suddenly came over. Major Zhang, Subov Commander Anthony wants you to attend a meeting. Meeting? Zhang Yin stood up with a puzzled look on his face. Why did you call me for a meeting? But soon, Zhang Yin understood that Anthony must be afraid that he would be bored in the army. So he deliberately found something for him to do, such as attending their meetings or touching guns, helping out, etc. Hey Subov, you're really into the role. Zhang Yin poked Andre, put on his shoes, and followed him to the command room. Chapter 11 You call commanding a battle a social practice lesson? In the command room, a group of officers sat on both sides of a long table. Seeing Andre and Zhang Yin walk in, everyone stood up and saluted Zhang Yin. Although Zhang Yin's promotion to the rank of major was quite sudden, and could even be said to be an unexpected promotion, no one dared to doubt the value of this rank. In the desperate situation of war defeat, he used his superb military qualities and command talent to save the collapsing empire. How can we not admire such a person? Your acting skills are amazing. You like acting, right? Okay, I'll act too. Although Zhang Yin was a little uncomfortable, he still understood that he had to perform a complete act. Fortunately, he returned the military salute and then sat down. The meeting started soon, and Anthony stood in front of a giant map and said solemnly, I just received a task from my superiors. In the past few days, the enemy has urgently transferred a large number of soldiers and equipment to the Kliam military base. The transport team that Andre's team had blocked earlier was one of the convoys that was transferring supplies. I'm sure everyone is clear about its intentions. Therefore, our superiors ordered us to take advantage of the momentum of our recent victory and unite with surrounding forces to destroy the Kliam military base. As Anthony spoke, the officers' expressions gradually became solemn. Before this, the Kolia military base could be said to be fighting against them here. But now, with the replenishment of military forces and supplies, there is no doubt that the balance will be broken, and what awaits everyone will be a catastrophic disaster. Therefore, they must take the initiative to attack first in order to break the situation. At this time, Anthony turned his eyes to Zhang Yin. The higher-ups attached great importance to this operation, so they specifically asked for someone to take charge. I don't need to say much about this person. I believe everyone knows. On the other side, Zhang Yin leaned leisurely in his chair, feeling very happy. I thought I had made a great deal. It was just a summer camp, but I was actually participating in a military operation and commanding it. I didn't expect that I could even participate in such a confidential military meeting. My life is so colorful. As he was thinking, Zhang Yin suddenly realized that everyone's eyes were moving towards him, and he couldn't help wondering, why are you all looking at me? Anthony suddenly shouted, Major Supov. Ah, me? Yes. Zhang Yin stood up subconsciously and straightened his body. Anthony nodded. According to the order from above, you will be the commander-in-chief of this operation. Do you understand? Ah, me. Zhang Yin almost bit his tongue in shock, pointing at himself with a confused look on his face. Although he had previously relied on the temporary commander experience card rewarded by the system, he gave an unprecedented and awesome command that shocked everyone. But there's no need for you to let me command every battle, right? Please make it clear I'm just a tourist, a child. You let me take charge. What do you guys, the bear soldiers, need for? Anthony ignored him and repeated, Major Supov, answer me. Do you understand? Zhang Yin rolled up his sleeves and tried to reason. No, buddy. Anthony's attitude remained the same. Major Subov, answer me. Do you understand? Indeed, before today, Zhang Yin was indeed a tourist. But at this moment, his name is Subov, and he holds the rank of major. As a member of the grassland tribe of the Bear Country, he is naturally under the control of the Bear Country's military. Anthony didn't understand why Zhang Yin refused to take command, so he simply put his hands behind his back and said, It seems that our Major Supov still doesn't quite understand. Andre, tell our major, what are the consequences of disobeying military orders? Andre was a ruthless man who didn't say much. He took out his pistol and put it on the table. Anyone who disobeys military orders on the battlefield will be treated as a deserter and executed on the spot. Boom. Andre's words hit Zhang Yin on the head like a bolt of thunder. But this does not mean that he is irrational and cannot understand the situation. The next second, Zhang Yin spread his hands with an indifferent expression. Okay, you want to provoke me, right? Well, I won't give orders anymore. Come on, if you want to kill me, just shoot me here. If you can't kill me, I'll take your last name. I want to see how you will explain to Dacia if you kill me. Seeing that the provocation didn't work, Anthony signaled Andre to put away his pistol and sat down. Comrade Sapov, look at you, it was just a joke. Why did you take it so seriously? Zhang Yin glanced at him and said, Are you kidding me like that? Let me be clear. I'm just a tourist. What do you think of asking me to lead a battle? Anthony sighed. I talked to your father, and I heard that you were going to college soon? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin became interested. Oh, what did my dad tell you? Anthony tapped his fingers on the table. It's just that your father thinks you lack experience. So what? So, he thinks that this battlefield experience is invaluable to you. So he wants me to train you well. Zhang Yin was amused. My dad asked you to train me? Sir, can you come up with a better reason? Do you believe what I said? What father is willing to send his son to the battlefield? Anthony's face turned red, and he said seriously, Don't you think that commanding a battlefield is a good social practice lesson? This is something that many soldiers would love to have. And if this operation succeeds, it will be a great achievement on your resume. It will be very impressive if you tell others about it. Let those little girls know how many beautiful girls will adore you and how many rich men dream of having you as their son-in-law. What the hell is this social practice class? Zhang Yin couldn't talk anymore, so he stood up and left. You can practice on your own. I'm just a tourist. It's bad luck for me to accidentally enter the battlefield. I won't get involved in your business. Goodbye. As Zhang Yin left, the officers in the tent looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Yes, before, whether Zhang Yin participated in battles or gave commands, he had to do so out of necessity. To put it bluntly, he was forced by the situation. If he doesn't fight hard, he may lose his life at any time. But now, the situation has not been forced upon him. As a tourist, it is safest for him to choose not to get involved, and there is nothing wrong with it. Anthony obviously held the opposite idea. In his opinion, it was ridiculous for a talented person like Zhang Yin to stay in the tent and wait for death instead of serving in a command position. After thinking for a while, he stood up and ordered, Let's start the action according to the content of the meeting. Also, Major Subov, even if you have to tie him up, you have to bring him to the command room. At worst, we can stay in the toilet for a few hours. In short, he must participate in this operation. Yes. With the sound of an assembly alarm, the officers rushed into action. But when the soldiers opened Zhang Yin's tent, they were shocked to find Zhang Yin is missing. Chapter 12, brother. Do you want to buy a cheat? What is this for? Inside the camp, alarms continued to sound. The soldiers packed their equipment, assembled in the central area, boarded trucks, and prepared for the next action. However, at this critical juncture, their commander, Zhang Yin, disappeared in the tent. How could he suddenly disappear? Could it be that an enemy spy took him away during the chaos? Anthony was almost scared to death when he first heard the news. If something happened to Zhang Yin, how would he explain to his superiors in Dacia? After thinking it over again and again, he ordered to interrupt the operation and find Zhang Yin first. However, this order was denied by Andre. Sir, the opportunity for battle cannot be delayed. From what I know about Zhang Yin, no, Major Subov, he's a man of his word. Since he said before that he doesn't want to command, it is useless to force him. So he must be hiding somewhere in the camp. You don't need to worry. Andre's words alone were not enough to convince the crowd. But soon a soldier came to report that he saw Zhang Yin going to the arsenal, which made Anthony feel relieved. This kid is just messing around. Never mind. If you don't want to give me orders, I won't force him. Just let him be. The operation went on as usual. And at this moment in an armory, a group of soldiers had just left, and Zhang Yin jumped out from a corner. Damn it, Anthony definitely didn't hold his fart well. Luckily, I ran fast. Although Zhang Yin complained a lot about the command, he felt a little regretful in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to command, it's just that the previous commander experience card has expired. Although he still had some command awareness and knowledge left, it did not enable him to command such a major operation. You know, even with the help of the commander experience card, that battle almost overdrew all his physical strength and burned all his brain cells. If this happens again without the trial card, it would be disastrous. He doesn't want to die from overdrawn energy. But the good news is that he still has the opportunity to acquire command skills. That is, after commanding and completing 50 small battles, he will be awarded a title called Brother, Do you want to buy a cheat and obtain top-level command talent? And now, he has commanded a total of 9 games, which means that he still has 41 games to go before he can get this title. However, this task is very difficult for Zhang Yin, so it is better to consider other things first, such as, at this moment, Zhang Yin had just walked in and saw the dazzling array of guns and ammunition, and he was immediately excited. Oh my god, there are many more types here than before. There are pistols, submachine guns, automatic rifles, machine guns, even grenade launchers and rocket launchers. It is said that guns are the romance of men. Seeing so many rich types of guns, how could Zhang Yin not be excited? He hurried forward to touch them. The tough lines and dark and translucent luster all reveal the charming brilliance of Soviet aesthetics. Ding, I've been in contact with the Vinarez rifle for 1 minute. Check-in completed. The current cumulative contact with firearms is 14/40. Ding, I've been in contact with the PP 2000 submachine gun for 1 minute. The clock-in is complete. The current cumulative contact with firearms is 15/40. Ding, contact with the CP 2M Varesk submachine gun has reached 1 minute. Check-in completed. Current cumulative contact with firearms 1640. Ding, I've been in contact with the PCP air rifle for 1 minute. The clock is in. The current cumulative contact with firearms is 17/40. As Zhang Yin touched the weapon, a system prompt sound came to his ears. This is currently the easiest task for Zhang Yin to complete. After coming into contact with more than 40 types of weapons, he will be awarded the title of expert in all skills and will gain all-round mastery of weapons. While touching the weapons, Zhang Yin did not forget to take pictures of them. Holy shit! Suddenly, through the weapons display rack, Zhang Yin seemed to see something extraordinary. Without even having the time to put down the sniper rifle in his hand, he walked over blankly. Oh my god, is this true, a fighter plane? As Zhang Yin stroked the cold body of the fighter jet, his heart was pounding. This was the first time he had ever been in such close contact with a fighter jet. Without hesitation, he took out his cell phone, took a selfie, and posted it on WeChat moments along with previous gun photos. I was assigned to guard the armory today. It's so cool. If you like it more than 50 times, I'll show you the interior. If you like it more than 100 times, I'll drive it to the sky. Needless to say, this post became popular in his circle of friends just after it was published. Under normal circumstances, who could see so many weapons and equipment? That is Zhang Yin, who actually helped his friends to make a big profit. Oh my god, is this Migo 35? This is the first time I see the real thing. Brother Yin, you have made great progress. The Mausi has even taken a fancy to your warehouse. If you get over 100 likes, you'll be able to go to heaven. Zundu, fake do, can you open it? Brother Yin, I stole your photo. I used your photo to find you 10 online lovers. I'm waiting for you to come back to talk to them. Is this the circle of friends of Zhang Yin, the major of the tour group? That's too hardcore. I declare that from today on, Brother Yin, you are my Tamagotchi. Friends were extremely envious, jealous, and resentful of Zhang Yin, even though it sounded tragic that he had mistakenly entered the battlefield. But it's really worth the trip to be able to come into contact with so many weapons and equipment. It's really cool. At this time, my father also called me via video, and he was very anxious right from the start. Son, how are you doing over there? Did they really send you to look after the warehouse? Zhang Yin laughed in silence, but he still felt a little distressed when he saw his father's weathered face. Dad, don't worry, I'm fine staying at their headquarters. They don't make things difficult for me. I just wander around with nothing to do. As he spoke, Zhang Yin turned his camera and photographed the armory. Look, there are a bunch of guns and a fighter jet here. Do you want me to go back and bring you one? Go to hell. Dad Zhongli scolded him unhappily. You were the only one with a good attitude. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared to tears. Don't worry, Xia has already negotiated with Ermao. No matter what, we must bring you back. After chatting with his father, Zhang Yin felt warm in his heart, knowing that the motherland has been working hard for his return home. Just after hanging up the phone, there was a sudden rumble in the armory, and the door in front of him suddenly rose up, followed by a large number of soldiers pouring in, looking very anxious. What the hell? What's going on? Zhang Yin was stunned at the time and wanted to run away. Hurry, hurry, if you delay the fighter plane you will be shot. Help each other. Here are the weapons. Where's the helmet? Give him one quickly. Hurry up, someone has fallen down, help them up. Unexpectedly, there were too many soldiers, and Zhang Yin was soon taken into the crowd. After all the collisions, Zhang Yin felt dizzy and had no idea what had happened. He only knew that when he regained his senses, he had been put on a military truck. As the military truck started, Zhang Yan's confused voice came from inside the carriage. Fuck, where the hell is this horse coming from? Chapter 13. Go to the front line again. Take the military base first. The command center immediately received news that Zhang Yin was seen boarding a military truck to go on the expedition. Anthony, the commander at the time, was stunned. No. What's the brain circuit of that kid? Not only does he not stay at the headquarters to command steadily, but he also wants to go to the front line? The staff officer beside him didn't understand Zhang Yan's behavior, but he still forced an explanation. Major Subov. Maybe he feels that he can't take care of the overall situation by commanding from the front, so he plans to command from the front line, so that his perspective will be clearer. Anthony nodded, thinking it made sense, and then asked, which unit is he following? The staff officer pointed to the map and said, the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion is responsible for reconnaissance behind enemy lines in this operation and obtaining the coordinates of fire coverage. If necessary, they will assist the Baikal Special Operations Team of the 18th Corps next door in carrying out decapitation operations. As soon as these words came out, Anthony's eyes suddenly lit up. No wonder our Major Subov is so reluctant to lead this operation. Is this his consideration? After hammering his hands several times, he immediately finalized. Pass my order, the command of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion will be immediately transferred to Major Subov, and all actions will be based on Major Subov's orders. Yes! Inside the military truck, we were shaking all the way, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, which was not fresh. Zhang Yin sat in his seat like a fool, holding a T-5000 sniper rifle that he had not had time to put down in the armory. He would never have thought that he would return to the battlefield in this form. He felt powerless, as if his limbs did not belong to him, and he was being controlled by others. This is fucking too dramatic. Although Zhang Yin himself is not opposed to going to the battlefield, after all, he already has 3 buff titles in his hands. It's useless to beat your father, national team forward, and cold heart, so killing enemies on the battlefield is as easy as drinking water. However, war is not fought alone, and teamwork is crucial. Wanting to be a wolf warrior and change the situation of a war involving millions of people by one's own strength, isn't that pure idiocy? It is said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Even with a cold heart, Zhang Yin also felt a lot of pressure. At this moment, he really wanted to stop the vehicle and find some excuse to slip back to the command center, but it was too late. Anthony's satellite phone has reached the hands of the commander of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion. Comrade Subov, I know this choice may be difficult for you. You could have stayed safely in the headquarters as a tourist, but you chose to share life and death with the officers and soldiers. On behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the 16th Regiment, I would like to express my highest respect to you. To use the words of your Dacia, you are truly a man of great righteousness. I have transferred the full command of the Nightingale Scouting Battalion to you. Please go ahead and do it. I will welcome your triumphant return at the headquarters. I wish the operation a success. Hurrah! Anthony spoke very quickly and didn't give Zhang Yin any chance to speak. When Zhang Yin finally found a chance to say something, the other end of the phone suddenly hung up. In this way, Zhang Yin was directly carried onto the platform. Fuck you. Zhang Yin was so angry that he almost threw the satellite phone away. But when he saw the joy and relief in the eyes of the soldiers in front of him, he held back. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. So let's do it. Seeing this situation, the soldiers cheered. Having a powerful commanding officer join will greatly increase the success probability of this operation. How can they not be excited and happy? Soon, the singing of the Mao Xiong army filled the entire military station and could not be dissipated for a long time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yin also shot a short video and posted it on his moments. I have nothing to do, so I follow the officers and soldiers to go on an expedition and simply take a military base from them first. Ever since they knew that Zhang Yin had mistakenly gone to the battlefield, his relatives and friends have been paying attention to Zhang Yan's current situation all the time. So much, so that the moment it was posted on the moments, it immediately received comments. Brother Yin, what are you doing? You were just touring the armory. Why are you heading out so soon? Fuck, Ermao's military base, Brother Yin, you have made great progress. You can actually participate in this level of battle. Can you show me some battlefield pictures? What's so good about battlefield pictures? Brother Yin, can you give me some pictures of captured female soldiers, especially those taken during interrogation? I want to see them. Urgent. Brother Yin, can you update slower? Your script is being pushed too fast, and I can't keep up. Brother Yin, where can I find this job? Can you introduce one to me? I also want to earn foreign currency. As expected, Most of the friends were still making a fuss, and few believed that Zhang Yin really participated in the raid on the military base. In the inherent impression, Zhang Yin is just a prospective college student who just turned 18 and finished the college entrance examination. His eyes are clear but stupid. Even if he accidentally enters the battlefield, he will not be able to achieve anything. But those who really worry about him are terrified by this post on WeChat Moments. The battlefield is too cruel, and they don't know when they will lose their lives. I just hope Zhang Yin can return safely. One after another, military trucks drove through the war-torn zone filled with smoke. The surrounding houses were almost all reduced to ruins. There were dead bodies and broken arms being eaten by crows, and refugees with dusty and numb faces hiding in the corner, secretly observing the convoy. All these reflect the cruelty of war. After traveling for a while, with the moonlight shining on the earth, the convoy arrived at the mountainous area surrounding the Mao military base. Because they had to go deep behind enemy lines, from now on they had to abandon their vehicles and walk instead, without making any noise. In a very short time, the soldiers formed long lines and batches and entered the forest one after another. Reporting to the commander, we have found multiple military bunkers arranged in a crossfire formation and are about to enter the fire coverage area. Please give instructions. After receiving the report from the frontline scouts, Boris, the commander of the Nightingale Scouting Battalion, frowned. As expected, the enemy has deployed a large number of troops here. It may not be so easy to go deep behind enemy lines. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Zhang Yin beside him. Major Subov. Zhang Yin stared ahead with a sharp gaze, not daring to slack off. You are the leader of this operation. What do you think should be done? Boris thought for a moment. The battle is about to start. If we run into them now, our operation will undoubtedly be exposed. The best way is to go around them, find the weak point of firepower coverage, and then sneak in, but what? Boris gritted his teeth and said, we are running out of time. We can only send out an assassination team. However, this action is very risky. Once exposed, it will affect the general offensive of the frontal troops. I just hope they can succeed. Having said that, Boris gave the order without hesitation, and the assassination team quickly took action. An hour passed quickly, during which time almost everyone held their breath and was extremely nervous. At this time, Boris finally received a message from the assassination team. Report to the commander, the mission is accomplished, but just what? Come and see for yourself. The bunker is full of dummies. Chapter 14, there is a conspiracy behind the action. Do you dare to let him go deep behind enemy lines? The Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion's infiltration operation was easier than expected and encountered almost no hindrance. When daybreak came, they had arrived at the designated location, which was lying in ambush behind the Klaya military base. Through binoculars, they were able to gain a preliminary understanding of the troop deployment at the military base. Just like what the intelligence said, there are a lot of troops here, and the sentries are very tightly distributed, with almost no blind spots. Most of the soldiers were dressed in Russian uniforms. No wonder they didn't notice the anomaly here before. It turned out that they used this method to cover up their tracks. But why are all the sentries around the military base straw dummies? Until this moment, Boris still couldn't understand what he had seen and heard before. There were military bunkers all over the mountains, and most of them were filled with dummies made of straw or silicone. Since the Klaya military base is so important to Mao and is the host of their major operations, how can the surrounding defense be so trivial? Putting down the telescope in his hand, Zhang Yin frowned. His intuition told him that this Klaya military base was definitely extraordinary. Although there was no reason, he still made a judgment. Tell Anthony that the situation is different. I suggest not to act rashly, Boris said in embarrassment. I reported it as soon as I found the dummy, but over there. How? Inside the headquarters, which usually would have been full of people sleeping, it was now surrounded by officers. There were sounds of quarrels at every moment. Commander Anthony was the first to respond. He said in a deep voice, I believe in Major Supov's judgment. The situation is different. It is indeed not appropriate to act rashly. However, some officers held other opinions. The enemy must have some unknown conspiracy to deploy so many troops to Klaya. This is a hard-won opportunity to strike first. If we let them take the initiative, given the geographical characteristics of the Klaya military base, which is easy to defend but difficult to attack, once the war starts, they will completely radiate their advantage. By then, it will be too late, an officer retorted. Since it is such an important area, Why is the surrounding defense so weak that they would resort to using fake people to bully others? Don't you find it strange? Strange? An officer said coldly. Of course it's strange, but it can be explained. The enemy wants to use the dummy to cause us to make a mistake in judgment, and thus miss the opportunity to fight. Miss the opportunity to fight? Why don't you say that the enemy wanted us to misjudge and think they were just bluffing and then catch us off guard? Stop arguing. You should know that it was Major Subov who made the first judgment. His judgment when commanding is obvious to all. Don't you even believe his words? Oh, Major Subov? Yes, he is very capable. But does that mean a person with outstanding abilities will never make mistakes? Does everything have to be based on his judgment? Then what's the use of us? Everyone has their own opinions on the appearance of dummies outside the Client military base, and they cannot agree on anything at all. Some people even question Zhang Yan's ability, which really gave Anthony a headache. At this time, the superior officer called and brought new instructions. It was decided at the meeting of the higher-ups that no matter how dangerous it is or how high the cost, we must take down the Client military base. This is for the sake of the overall situation. Therefore, the operation continues. Yes, sir, but Anthony could only obey the order, but he still had something to say. The officer on the other end of the phone said solemnly, Anthony, I know what you're worried about. This does look like a trap, but we have no choice. If we allow the Client military base to develop, it will cause an immeasurable blow to the military deployment around us. For the sake of the overall situation, we must do this. Don't worry, the 18th Corps has submitted their action report, and the Baikal Special Operations Team has made some arrangements for the decapitation operation. You frontline troops just need to cooperate. No, sir. Anthony shook his head and suddenly stuttered. It's just that Zhang Yin is also at the front line. If it is really a trap, what will he do? Zhang Yin? The officer was stunned. He didn't remember this person at first, but he quickly realized what was happening. He was shocked. Why is Zhang Yin at the front line? Anthony, we handed him over to you under such great pressure, and this is how you protect him? Anthony's ears were ringing from the scolding. He knew that if he reported this matter to his superior, he would definitely be scolded, so he never mentioned it before. But things are different now. The higher-ups are willing to take risks and fight to the death with Ermao at the Client military base. But Zhang Yin is also on the front line. What should we do? If the operation goes smoothly, then it will be fine and everyone will be happy. What if things don't go well? If Zhang Yin gets into an accident, what serious consequences will it cause? Anthony, what can I say about you? Hurry up and give the order to send Zhang Yin back. It's too late, sir. Zhang Yin followed Nightingale to scout the camp and is now deep behind enemy lines. How dare you let him go deep behind enemy lines? The officer couldn't help but swore, and then scolded Anthony. As a Russian, he was already tough, and when he was angry, he spoke without restraint. So Anthony and his entire family were scolded. I'll ask the Baikal Special Forces to keep an eye on him. If he gets into an accident, you know what will happen to you. After the officer had cursed enough, he hung up the phone cursing. After relaying the superior's orders, the command room was empty. Anthony stared at the sand table in front of him in a daze. What they were looking at was the mountainous area behind the Client military base, where Zhang Yin and the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion were located. God bless you. Zhang Yin, you must come back alive. On this side, Zhang Yin also learned of the order from his superiors. Although he was puzzled, he also maintained respect. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, and some things could not be done according to common sense. If we don't fight to the death today, the balance of victory in the future might tip towards Ermao. The Russians had no choice but to do this. Not long after, Zhang Yin heard the sound of gunfire in the distance, which gradually became stronger. Obviously, the general attack of the frontal troops had begun. Just listening to the sound made Zhang Yin tremble all over, his blood boiling, and he felt a little excited. He really wanted to join in the fight with a gun. Just then, there was a rustling sound coming from the bushes behind him, and then a group of muscular men in camouflage uniforms and painted faces walked out. The burly man with a scar on his face, who was in the lead, lit a cigar and looked at the people in front of him coldly. Who was Major Supov? Chapter 15. We've already gone to the battlefield, but you don't even know who to fight. The sudden appearance of the uninvited guest made the atmosphere extremely tense. In an instant, all the soldiers of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion turned their guns towards the group of muscular men. Oh, the war is coming. I think we should not engage in infighting. What do you think? The scarred man in the lead took a leisurely puff of his cigar. then threw a certificate to the ground. Boris, the commander of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion, walked forward cautiously with a pistol in hand. He picked up the ID and looked at it. He quickly signaled the others to put down their guns, stepped forward and saluted, saying, "You are finally here. You are more than an hour late than the scheduled time." The scarred man said nonchalantly, "The previous mission delayed us a bit, but luckily we're still in time. By the way, who is Major Subov?" Following this voice, Boris and other soldiers also turned their eyes to Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin felt a little embarrassed and simply waved his hand. "Hello. What a young major." The scarred man frowned, stepped forward and looked at Zhang Yin for a while, then looked at Boris at the other end. "A young boy can be promoted to the rank of major. Let me guess, this guy must be very special, right?" Boris scratched his head and smiled, but didn't say much. After all, his superiors had ordered that the fewer people knew about Zhang Yan's background, the better. However, this evasive behavior made the scarred man feel a little disgusted with Zhang Yan. He, an Asian face, still so young. "I think I have some ideas. Who is Mr. Badit to you?" "Ha, Batu?" Zhang Yin looked confused, as if he couldn't understand what the scarred man was saying. The scarred man looked at Zhang Yin deeply, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, it doesn't matter. You guys keep an eye on him. Don't let our dear major lose his life here. Otherwise, even a few of our lives alone won't be enough to appease the old man's wrath." At the command, four strong and muscular male guards came to Zhang Yin in an instant, surrounded him, and told them not to approach anyone. "I am Alexei, the captain of the Baikal Special Operations Team of the 18th Army Corps. I am under the order of my superiors to carry out a decapitation operation against Joinov, the commander-in-chief of the Klaya military base. Your Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion must cooperate with us to complete the operation." As he said that, the scarred man turned his gaze towards Boris. "You have the final say here?" Boris shook his head and said, "Here, Major Supov has the final say." "Him?" Alexei was a little surprised. He looked at Zhang Yin with a sneer. "Do you want to gild your reputation in a major operation? Your man seems to think too much. This is a battlefield, not a place for people like you to train. I think those old guys above must have made some mistake. They actually asked us to obey your command unconditionally. I doubt the ability of your Major Subov. I'm sorry I can't follow your orders." As soon as these rather arrogant words were uttered, some soldiers of the Nightingale Scouting Battalion immediately became dissatisfied. "Captain Alexei, what do you mean by this? Commander Supov's ability is obvious to all of us in the 16th Regiment. That's right. Even Comrade Dottie wrote a letter of praise for our previous defense. What right do you have to question it? You can say that our Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion is inferior to your special forces, but you are wrong to say that, Commander Subov." The soldiers rolled up their sleeves, as if they were ready to fight to the death with Alexei and others, and the atmosphere became tense again. This surprised Zhang Yin a little. When did I get such a good relationship with everyone? Even in this situation, they're still speaking up for me, and they're quite enthusiastic. But what Zhang Yin didn't know was that in the previous battle, Nightingale had been in a desperate situation like the other troops of the 16th Regiment. If it weren't for Zhang Yin's brilliant command, they would have no chance of survival. Therefore, many soldiers had deep gratitude and admiration for Zhang Yin, which led them to perform such actions spontaneously. In this case, Zhang Yin would certainly not sit idly by and wait for death, thus disappointing them. Waving his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, Zhang Yin looked at Alexei. "Comrade Captain, so, what do you want to do?" Alexei smiled and said, "It's very simple. Comrade Major, please hand over the command to me. As for other matters, you don't have to worry about them. The superiors have instructed us to protect your safety. Even if it's life or death, you have to die after all of us." Zhang Yin nodded. "Okay, let's do as you say." Zhang Yin agreed to transfer command, which was easier than Alexei had imagined. He originally thought that this military descendant would be unwilling to hand it over because of greed for credit, but he actually agreed without hesitation, which saved him a lot of trouble. "It seems that you still consider the overall situation. My impression of you has improved a little bit." After gesturing with his hands, Alexei immediately began to demonstrate his command skills. Now, the battle has already started, and as he is in command of the enemy's rear, his first task is to have the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion maintain their guns and replenish their ammunition. What are you looking at? We narrowly escaped death in the previous mission. We have used up most of our ammunition. Even the guns have been damaged by overheating due to long-term firing. Hurry up and load the ammunition. If the operation is delayed, you will be held accountable. Be gentle. This is a custom-made sniper rifle. There is only one in the entire army. Ah, after working so hard for a few days, I can finally take a break. Don't be lazy. I'm watching you. The reconnaissance battalion suddenly turned into a logistics group, which made the soldiers feel very upset, but they had military orders to assist. So everyone dares to be angry, but not speak out. Boris came to Alexei with a complicated expression. Comrade Captain, the battle is raging ahead. If we want to decapitate, this is the perfect opportunity. Aren't we ready to attack? Alexei observed the enemy through the telescope and said, Comrade Battalion Commander, what you said is a bit unprofessional. It's said to behead. Who would take the initiative to attack like a fool? Boris's face turned pale and said, Then what should we do? Alexei shrugged. Now we just need to wait. Not long ago, we hijacked a logistics team, and our people disguised themselves and sneaked in. What we have to do is to wait for the decapitation mission to succeed and cover their successful withdrawal. The decapitation operation should be kept low-key. On this side, Zhang Yan was also very sure of Alexei's arrangement. Just after seeing a group of enemy soldiers wearing Soviet military uniforms through the telescope, Zhang Yan suddenly had an idea and said something inexplicably. Who are we going to fight at that moment? Alexei was so shocked when he heard this that the cigar in his hand almost flew out. Give crap. You're already on the battlefield, but you don't even know who you're fighting. That's funny, buddy. Chapter 16. Top-notch sniping skills. The target is the assault sniper. Alexei looked incredulous. Pulling Boris over, he started to complain. Where on earth did you find this guy from? Is he really the descendant of a general? If old Baden knew that his descendant was like this, wouldn't he be so angry that he would die? He doesn't even know who to fight, and you still dare to let him command? Ah, you've worked hard. It must be hard for you to have such a burden. Did this guy come in through the regular recruitment channels? If so, if you can't stand it, just report him to the recruitment office. What the hell did they recruit? Alexei asked questions one after another, leaving Boris speechless, not knowing how to answer. Where did you find it? I didn't find it. I came here for tourism and accidentally walked into the battlefield. A descendant of a general? Isn't this something you made up in your mind, Alexei? Why don't you ask yourself, what's going on in your brain? Why do you ask me? But there is one thing that Boris is sure of, and that is that Zhang Yan's remarks were also explosive. Even he was accidentally shocked, but thinking about it carefully, it shouldn't be the case. Zhang Yan had given such instructions before. How could he not know who to hit? So, why did he say that now? Was it intentional or accidental? Zhang Yan didn't think it was wrong. He had an innocent look on his face, with clear and stupid eyes. After all, everyone was wearing Russian military uniforms. If a fight broke out, he really wouldn't know who to fight. The guards at the side were somewhat speechless. Who else can we hit? It must be Ermao. Another guard added, and those running dogs and mercenaries from the United States. The third guard also shook his head helplessly. Forget it, don't worry about it, leave the fighting to us. You just need to stay alive. Zhang Yan nodded. I know, but everyone is wearing the same clothes. How can we tell them apart? After these words were spoken, everyone finally understood what Zhang Yan meant. Kid, can't you just finish what you want to say at once? Alexei instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a lot of disdain for Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan also had something to say. I made it very clear, didn't I? It's you who has problems with your reading comprehension, okay? Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Boris stepped out to smooth things over. Okay, so, Comrade Captain, who are we going to beat up later? How are we going to beat them? Alexei shook his head speechlessly. Just like the front line, use red cloth as armbands to distinguish between friend and foe. After Zhang Yan's doubts were resolved, everyone quieted down and did their own things, waiting for the results of the battle in the base. I don't know how much time had passed, but there was a sudden bang in the distance, and the back door of the military base was blasted open by a rocket launcher. Everyone, bring your weapons and prepare for battle. Alexei shouted, and at the same time, all the soldiers took action, picking up their guns and heading down the mountain trail. Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Bang, bang, bang! The battle started, and for a moment there was a dense sound of gunfire, and bullets were fired towards the military base on the other side like a flood. What are you doing? Zhang Yan was so excited that he wanted to follow, but after taking 2 steps, he was stopped by the 4 guards around him. What else can we do? Fight, of course! But the guards' words quickly poured cold water on Zhang Yan. No, stay put. If something happens to you, how are we going to explain to our superiors? An accident? Zhang Yan felt that it was a little impossible. After all, he had the title. It's useless to hit your father in his hand, and the bullet could not hurt his life at all. Besides, he had already seen clearly how the soldiers in front of him were fighting, which was to run and shoot through the woods, without knowing what they were shooting at all. The same thing happened on the other side. They had no idea where the people were, and just kept shooting with their guns. It can be said that even if both sides shoot at each other, hundreds of rounds may not kill anyone. In this kind of battle, there is no pressure at all. But even so, the four guards still did not allow Zhang Yan to join the battle, which made Zhang Yan speechless. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's eyes fell on the sniper rifle held by one of the guards, with a slender gun body and a long silencer. One can tell at first glance that this is a sharp weapon that can kill people without being seen. Zhang Yan suddenly became interested. It's okay if you don't let me participate in the battle. Lend me the sniper rifle, and I'll fire a few shots to satisfy my craving, okay? Not surprisingly, this request was again rejected. Zhang Yan refused to give up. There is a silencer on the gun, so it will be silent when fired. What are you afraid of? Can the enemy spot me? The guard replied, a top-notch sniper can determine the opponent's position by the trajectory of the bullet. Comrade Major, I cannot take that risk. Okay. Zhang Yanxing spread his hands like a hopeless little bear. If he had known the situation would be like this, he might as well have stayed in the command center. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunshots were heard in the distance, getting closer and closer. Although the gunshots could be heard everywhere, at that moment, Zhang Yan's hair stood on end. Get down quickly. In an instant, Zhang Yan rushed to knock down the nearby guard. The guard had no time to react. He only felt a buzzing in his ears. When he reacted, he was shocked to realize the bullet was aimed at him. If it weren't for Zhang Yan, he would have probably been hit and killed by the stray bullet. But this brief moment of distraction gave Zhang Yan an opportunity. He grasped the sniper rifle in his hand with almost no effort, aimed casually, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, an enemy soldier who was shooting recklessly with a gun in the distance had his head shot off in an instant. This scene shocked the four guards for 100 years. I couldn't help but think of what I said before. A top-notch sniper can determine the opponent's position by the trajectory of the bullet. Could it be that Major Subov is a top-notch sniper? Before he could react, Zhang Yan had already put the sniper rifle behind him. The other side may have thermal imaging equipment. It's not safe here. Be careful. After saying that, Zhang Yan ran away. The guards wanted to chase after him, but at this moment several bullets came at them, forcing them to dodge first. After dodging all the bullets, they realized that Zhang Yan had disappeared without a trace. The frightened guards quickly reported the matter to Alexei. What? That brat only knows how to cause trouble for me. Alexei was extremely furious, but at this moment, he had no intention of caring about Zhang Yan's affairs. The enemy is very likely to have thermal imaging equipment and is keeping us trapped in the woods. Ilyich, forget about that guy. Quickly find a place to snipe and cover us. Yes. Ilyich, whose sniper rifle was taken away by Zhang Yan, reacted quickly, picked up the spare gun, and began to look for a sniper point. But before he found it, Alexei's voice came from the other end of the headset. Thanks, Ilyich. Your shooting skills have improved a lot compared to before. Huh. Ilyich was a little confused. Why was he thanking him for no reason? Then, Alexei's voice came from the other end of the phone again. Can you help me kill the gunman in the north? Wow, one shot to the head. You are really fast. Ah? Ilyich was even more confused. What on earth was Alexei talking about? Wardfa. 3 shots in 1 second. 3 heads, 4 heads, 5 heads, 6 heads. Ilyich, I remember that yours is a single-shot sniper, right? How did you do it with such a fast firing rate? Hearing this, Ilyich suddenly stopped. He finally realized that someone had gotten there before him and provided sniper cover for Alexei. Who could that person be? His marksmanship was so superb that he was even praised by Alexei. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, a very obscure sucking sound was heard from the woods ahead. Ilyich looked in the direction of the voice, and suddenly his eyes widened. It's really him. Chapter 17 is open. As soon as he showed his head, he was killed instantly. After leaving with the sniper rifle, Zhang Yan wanted to find a perfect position to shoot a few times for fun. However, he didn't expect that the bullets from the other side seemed to have eyes and were chasing him. Zhang Yan was so angry that he used the sniper rifle as a submachine gun, dodging bullets while shooting. Because of the blessing of the title Guofeng's front foot, even if he fired a random shot, it would blow off the opponent's gunman's head. So when Ilyich came looking for the sound, he saw the live broadcast of Zhang Yan running and fighting with a sniper rifle. Oh my god, is this guy still human? While he was stunned, Zhang Yin also noticed this place. You're just in time. The bullets are all used up. Give me a magazine. Oh, okay. Out of admiration for Zhang Yan's marksmanship, Ilyich threw a magazine to Zhang Yin without thinking. Then Zhang Yin changed the magazine, pulled the bolt, loaded the gun, and did it all in one go. He then fired several shots in succession towards the distance. Finally, the gunshots in the distance gradually weakened, or at least not as loud as before. Ilyich, you were such a talent. You suppressed the opponent with your sniper and made him dare not even raise his head. How did you do it? Alexei's excited voice came again from the other end of the headset. It's not me, it's Major Subov. Ilyich replied simply, and without paying attention to Alexei's reaction, he walked straight toward Zhang Yin. Major Subov, how on earth did you do that? Ilyich was shocked. He had never seen anyone use a sniper rifle to this extent. This is no longer something that can be described as a first-rate master. This is simply God. Isn't it enough to have hands? Zhang Yin smiled and observed the situation on the other side through the telescope. It's out. Huh? Ilyich was puzzled. I said, your people are coming out. As he said that, Zhang Yin handed the telescope to Ilyich. After a quick look, it was found that a heavy armored vehicle had indeed driven out of the military base. It went without saying that the people carrying out the decapitation operation must be in the vehicle. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhang Yin used a sniper rifle to temporarily demonstrate force, they hijacked a car and successfully escaped from the military base. But at this moment, they were not safe either. Shells and bullets were constantly fired from behind, trying to kill them halfway. Zhang Yin frowned. The enemy's firepower is very strong. Without support, it will be difficult for them to come back alive. But walking out of the woods now is courting death. We must protect Alexei and the others. Now, find a sniper point and provide cover fire. Yes. Out of admiration for Zhang Yin, Ilyich subconsciously saluted and obeyed the order. Afterwards, the two of them found a place to lie down. In order to facilitate communication, Ilyich also gave Zhang Yin a set of headset communication devices. Major Subov, although you are an excellent marksman, finding a sniper spot is not a good position. Ilyich joked in the headset. Isn't it? I feel pretty good, right? Zhang Yin found such a place based on the experience and feeling left over from the God of War experience card. But now it seems that the vision is very limited, and I can only observe the situation in the distance through the gaps in the dense woods in front of me. It is indeed not as good as the clear vision of Subov. But Zhang Yin doesn't think that the things left behind by the God of War experience card will deceive him. There must be a reason for it. Major Subov? Ilyich, what exactly did you say before? Alexei's confused words came from the headset. Ilyich replied, nothing, Captain. We seem to have misjudged Major Subov's ability. I think we should trust him a little more. Ilyich, what nonsense are you talking about? Have you been brainwashed by that guy Subov? Subov, I'm warning you, don't mess around with me when I'm not around. This is a battlefield, not your place. Seeing that Alexei was about to start to rant, Zhang Yin interrupted the spell. Shit, Captain, if you want your men to live, listen to me. I will temporarily blind the other side in a moment. You and your men will respond quickly. Ilyich, you are responsible for keeping an eye on them. Don't let the people on the other side disturb me. As for Boris, follow the original mission. After obtaining the fire coverage coordinates, call for an airstrike immediately. Yes. Zhang Yin did not give Alexei any chance to speak. He gave the order and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Originally, Ilyich and others were wondering how Zhang Yin was going to make the opponent's vision blind. As Zhang Yin fired the shot, the answer to this question gradually became clear. Bullets were seen streaking across the sky, from far to near, and one hit a rocket that was chasing the armored vehicle. Immediately, with a loud bang, all that was left in the enemy's vision was a sky full of flames. As Zhang Yin pulled the trigger one after another, hitting the shells, suicide drones, and the like, the flames gradually merged into a curtain of fire. This scene is enough to make people dumbfounded. How accurate a shooting skill is needed to hit a high-speed moving shell? Not to mention that he shot and hit the target one after another in a short period of time. Zhang Yan's shooting skills are simply better than God, right? Alexei, what are you waiting for? Follow me. Without having time to think whether he had misunderstood Zhang Yan, Alexei gritted his teeth and rushed forward with his men. The enemy on the opposite side also reacted quickly. Many soldiers showed their heads and shot at Alexei and his group. But what soon greeted them were the cold bullets from Ilyich. As expected of a professional sniper, the moment his eyes focused on the scope, Ilyich began to hold his breath and concentrate, as if he was a stone statue standing still without moving. But once an enemy appears in his field of vision, he will pull the trigger without hesitation. His shooting skills were so accurate that he could kill one kid with one shot. Although I can't achieve Zhang Yan's incredible marksmanship of accurately hitting high-speed moving projectiles. However, the cooperation between the two still caused quite a shock to the enemy forces on the opposite side. Holy shit, get down quickly. The other side must have the technology to lock your head. Anyone who shows his head will die. We also have snipers. Let's teach them a lesson. The snipers deployed in the rear were taken out by the enemy at the very beginning. All of them were killed by headshots. Oh my god, even the shells can be knocked down. Who on earth is the sniper on the opposite side? Under the powerful threat of marksmanship, the enemy's firepower was greatly slowed down. Ilyich was shooting fiercely and exclaimed at his headset, "We are really awesome. We can suppress the opponent's actions by just two of us. I understand why you chose that location, Major. The dense forest can better conceal your whereabouts. If they want to detect you, they must use thermal imaging equipment. It's a pity that I will snipe them as soon as they show their heads. This way, no one will be able to find you, and we will be invincible." Ilyich is a little shameless, but there is nothing he can do about it. He is also a professional sniper, and he has to save his face. Having said that, from beginning to end, the only person he felt was awesome was Zhang Yan. If he hadn't frequently shot and detonated drones and missiles, diverting other people's attention, Ilyich would not have been able to complete the decapitation operation so brilliantly. With the cooperation of the two, most of the enemy troops were busy dealing with the snipers here, but ignored the armored vehicles that had just escaped from the base. Alexei easily met his own people. But when everyone got together, Alexei learned shocking news. The target of this operation, the commander-in-chief of the Klaya military base, Joinov, was not in the base, and the decapitation operation failed. The good news is that they accidentally obtained important intelligence. The Klaya military base is a cover. Ermao's real purpose is to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Chapter 18. Ermao wants to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Surrounded. When the fierce battle was in full swing ahead. At the command center, however, the atmosphere was gloomy due to a series of news. "Commander, it's bad. Our army and other corps' air bases have been bombed by long-range firepower. They are temporarily unable to take off. I'm afraid we can't provide firepower coverage to the Klaya military base." The 13th Corps sent an urgent report that a large number of the Ermao Joint Army was heading towards them, and a fight had already begun. It was estimated that with the strength of 2 regiments, they would not be able to hold out for long. GKB Urgent Intelligence. Dozens of fighter planes and bombers have taken off from a certain Air Force base in Ermao and are heading towards our camp and the route that subsequent reinforcements must take. Our military satellite was attacked by hackers not long ago. Currently, communications may be interrupted for half an hour. We can only use the satellite from Daxia. In front of the sand table, Anthony looked serious and was deducing the current situation. The 13th Corps is stationed in the southeastern plains. Once it is breached by the enemy, it will become a large gap. At that time, I am afraid that Ermao will launch a general attack on the surrounding corps. In this operation against the Klaya military base, our several legions sent out all their elite troops. It was at that time when the rear defense was empty, and those bastards really came up with a good plan. Before, everyone only knew that there was something fishy and conspiratorial at the Klaya military base, but they didn't know what it was. At this moment, the conspiracy has been made public. That is, to lure the tiger away from the mountain. While the Klaya military base attracts the attention of several surrounding legions, send elite troops to attack the 13th Legion station in the plains, use it as a breakthrough point, and gradually erode the surrounding legions. The speed of Ermao and the Allied forces' actions definitely exceeded Anthony's expectations. Now, even if the frontline troops were urgently recalled, it would probably be too late. After thinking for a moment, Anthony made a decision. Pass my order, the frontline troops immediately stop the attack. The entire headquarters will withdraw westward, and 2 battalions will stay in the surrounding mountains to support them. The signalman on the other end responded quickly, but soon he brought bad news. "I'm afraid it's too late. The frontline troops are surrounded." Surrounded? How is that possible? Where did they get so many troops? On the front line, in the outer area of the Klaya military base, you can see a large number of armored vehicles, tanks and soldiers surrounding the center from all sides. There were continuous gunshots all around, and artillery shells kept bombarding the mountains and forests, causing a large fire. The enemy's firepower was so fierce that it caused considerable casualties to the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion and the Baikal Special Operations Team, hiding in the mountains and forests. Everyone scattered and hid like frightened birds. Zhang Yin and Ilyich immediately hid in a military bunker, crawling on the ground and not daring to look up. The bullets from the opposite side were like fire snakes, shooting indiscriminately, leaving dense craters on the bunker. Listening to the gunshots coming from all directions, Ilyich frowned. Damn, the communication is interrupted. We seem to be surrounded. After dodging a bullet that just grazed his scalp, Zhang Yin was a little confused about the current situation. I was having a great time shooting with a sniper rifle before, but suddenly a shell landed next to me and made me dizzy. Then, Ilyich dragged himself to hide in this military bunker. Fuck, if I had known I wouldn't have come out. If Zhang Yin had known that he would be in danger if he came out this time, he would not have come out. Fuck, 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 fuck. At this time, Zhang Yin heard Ilyich swearing at the screen of the communicator. This made him curious. What are you doing? Ilyich said anxiously. Communication is interrupted. I'm afraid the satellite has been hacked. I need to connect to the satellite in Daxia. I have to operate manually. But I pressed it too hastily just now. It's all in Chinese. I don't quite understand it. What should I do? Ah? Zhang Yin was stunned for a moment. Aren't you a special forces soldier? Learning languages is very important, right? Ilyich complained. I can learn English, French, and German, but I can't learn Chinese at all. The Chinese teacher at that time kept teasing us by saying we could do anything. I got so angry that I simply stopped learning. Zhang Yin curled his lips. Isn't what you said very well? Ilyich waved his hand. Anyway, I don't quite understand what's above. Do you understand? Zhang Yin nodded subconsciously. Are you kidding? I am from Daxia. Okay. How can I not understand Chinese? As he spoke, Zhang Yin took the communicator, operated it according to Ilyич's instructions for a while, and then successfully connected to Daxia's satellite. Hello, this is... Soon, the voice of a female communicator was heard in the headset. She first greeted in Chinese and then spoke in Russian. For a person in a foreign land, hearing the voices of his compatriots is particularly heartwarming. Zhang Yin almost cried with excitement, but he still suppressed his excitement and said, Miss, please help me connect to the encrypted BGR 100100 communication band. Secret key MH1054BHR1. Thank you. Huh. The communicator was stunned. Isn't it possible that this Russian guy speaks Chinese so standardly? No, he actually called me little sister. How could a Russian know such a word? This person must not be a Chinese. But how could the Chinese appear on that battlefield? And it seemed that they were connected to the backup communication band for a major Russian operation today. Okay, I'll connect you right away. It may take a few minutes, so please wait. In line with professional ethics, the young lady didn't care about anything else and immediately started operating for Zhang Yin. But Zhang Yin was in the mood to chat. Miss, where are you from? Your accent sounds like you're from the South. So soft and nice. Hello, hello? Miss, please say something. I'm really unlucky today. If I stayed at the headquarters, nothing would happen. But now we're surrounded. Can you please stay with me and talk for a while? What a weird reason. The correspondent on the other end was amused by Zhang Yin. You are good at Chinese. Did you learn it specially? Learn Mao. I am from Daxia. The communicator was shocked. Daxia people? Why are you here? I'd better not ask any more questions. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Realizing that the appearance of Daxia soldiers on that battlefield might be a secret among the top leaders, the communicator immediately shut up. But Zhang Yin waved his hand and said, Oh, it's nothing. I should be very popular recently. The tourist who accidentally entered the Mao battlefield was me. What? You were the tourist? You were Zhang Yin? The correspondent was shocked and couldn't help but shout out, attracting the attention of other colleagues around. Seeing this, the communicator quickly covered his mouth and whispered, Why did you go to the front line instead of staying at the headquarters? Zhang Yin sighed and said, Oh, I didn't want to do this either, but the commander at the headquarters forced me to lead this battle. I had no choice but to run away and have some free time. I give up. I'm just a college student. Do I have the ability to command? Let you take command? The communicator opened his mouth wide and said, Don't be ridiculous. How could a leader let you take command for no reason? It definitely wasn't without reason. It was yesterday morning. Zhang Yan's mouth was finally opened, and he told everything about the command he made yesterday morning in one breath. As a result, the female correspondent was shocked when she heard it, because the news just reported yesterday that a certain unit had completed an incredible comeback. The command decisions were even picked up by a military channel for a special program, and many generals at home and abroad praised them. Call it the most incredible victory of the 21st century. As a result, now you tell me that battle was commanded by you, a tourist who accidentally entered the battlefield. Chapter 19. Hallucinations are normal, but don't go crazy. Zhang Yin didn't know how much shock his words would cause to the Daxia military. He only knew that he had finally met a fellow villager, a stranger at that, who could serve as a tree hole, and he could pour out all his recent unhappiness. Little did they know that at this moment, the communications lady had already reported the matter to her superior officer. Soon, the superior officer came to the communication lady's workstation. At his signal, the communication lady began to ask questions. Are you really the tourist who accidentally entered the battlefield? You are not lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Before Zhang Yin could finish his words, the word connection successful suddenly appeared on the instrument in his hand. The connection is successful. I won't tell you now. The situation is critical now. We are all wrapped up tightly. I am afraid I can't give orders. Thank you for chatting with me for so long. If you can return alive, I will treat you to a meal. We can talk next time if you have anything to say. Having said that, Zhang Yin hung up the phone. The lady correspondent raised her head with some regret. From his accent, he is from the north. Could he really be the tourist Zhang Yin? But why did he appear on that battlefield? According to your report, he went to the battlefield on his own initiative in order to evade command? The correspondent nodded. That's what he said. The superior officer pondered for a moment and said, although it is against the rules, this matter is related to the tourist who accidentally entered the battlefield. Can we monitor it without being discovered? The lady communicator nodded and said, if we add a few layers of encryption and then hang on other hacker satellites to intercept the frequency band, we can avoid being discovered. After a series of complicated operations by the female communicator, Zhang Yan's voice was heard again in the headset. Alexei, Boris, this is Supov, reporting your situation. I repeat, reporting your situation. Soon there was a response in the headset. It was Boris from the Nightingale Scout Battalion. Major Subov? Great, you're still alive. The soldiers and I were scattered in the surrounding bunkers. The enemy's firepower was too fierce. We lost 20% of our soldiers. Then, Alexei's slightly weak voice came. It's really kind to hear your voice now. Is Ilyich with you? Ilyich quickly replied, Captain, I'm here. Alexei nodded. The enemy's numbers far outnumber ours, and their firepower is fierce. We are doomed this time. If we are really surrounded, we will have to do it the old way. Good. Zhang Yin looked at Ilyich in confusion. What is the old way? It's very simple. Ilyich smiled, then picked up two pistols, held one in his hand against Zhang Yan's head, and held the other in Zhang Yan's hand against his own head. This is the old way. Even if it means death, we must not fall into the hands of the enemy. Zhang Yan's face was full of black lines. He always felt that this old method was extremely familiar. You're pretending to be Detri, right? What did they say? On this end, the superior officer listened for a while and asked the female communicator. He called himself Supov, and then his subordinates seemed to call him Major Supov. Major? The superior officer was a little surprised when he heard this. Didn't he claim to be a tourist who accidentally entered the battlefield? How come he has become a major now? The corresponding girl tilted her head and said, that's unknown. Did he lie to me? That shouldn't be the case. And from what I heard, their current situation seems to be quite dangerous. They are surrounded on all sides. Ermao has a lot of troops, and their firepower is also very strong. They are discussing suicide. What? The superior was unable to remain calm. Although he could not confirm Zhang Yan's identity, he was still prepared for the worst. What if this person really is a tourist who accidentally entered the battlefield? What kind of consequences will it cause if he dies or dies on the battlefield? The superior officer was terrified and quickly put on his military cap. You continue to monitor. I will report now. If he really wants to commit suicide, you must calm him down. Isn't he being monitored? How can I keep him steady, sir? Figure it out yourself. After saying this, the boss ran away quickly, leaving the young lady correspondent in a mess. I picked up the headphones again, and Zhang Yan's voice came from the other end of the headphones. Do we have to go to this extent? Ilyich shook his head helplessly. This is the only solution. Please understand, Major. Then let's get started, but it will be a bit hard. How could that be? It's very powerful. Even the skull would be shattered with one blow. Hearing this, the correspondent lady couldn't remain calm. No, Zhang Yin, don't commit suicide. The sudden voice in the headset startled Zhang Yin, but he quickly reacted. Miss? You haven't hung up the phone yet. Uh, Communication? The lady correspondent was so embarrassed that her toes were tense. Yeah. Haven't we finished talking yet? I'm quite busy right now. Didn't we say we'll talk next time? The lady correspondent groaned for a while. If you don't give me your contact information, how can we chat next time? That's right. Then add me on WeChat or Chio. All of them. Oh, and give me your phone number too. Soon, the correspondent girl searched the number given by Zhang Yan, and then her eyes widened when she saw the information about Zhang Yan on the screen. Oh my God, it's really you. Why are you running to the front line for no reason? The relevant personnel have already negotiated with Demao and Air Mao, and you will be back soon. Why do you want to put yourself in danger? The female correspondent thought her tone was very harsh, but she didn't know that her soft southern accent sounded like flirting to Zhang Yan. I told you have a nice voice. You can definitely be a voice actor. Get lost. I'm telling you, you are not allowed to die, nor are you allowed to commit suicide. You must return to Daxia in good health. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? How can you treat me if you don't come back alive? Zhang Yin smacked his lips. Tisk TSK. Why are you so concerned about me all of a sudden? Do you know that if you say this in this tone, it will give an 18-year-old boy who is in puberty a very ambiguous feeling? The lady correspondent said angrily. Go away. Who cares about you? If you hadn't said you wanted to commit suicide, I wouldn't have said anything more. Zhang Yin kept talking to himself, which made Ilyich look confused. Comrade Major, what are you doing? Zhang Yin was stunned. Chatting. Can't you hear it? Listen, should I hear something? Ilyich fiddled with his headphones to make sure he couldn't hear any sound. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Yin. Comrade Major, I know the situation is critical now, and it is normal to have hallucinations, but you must not go crazy. Zhang Yin knew Ilyich had misunderstood him. I was just teasing you. Go ahead and do your thing. Let me talk to myself for a while. After that, Zhang Yin moved to a corner and asked, Can others hear your voice? The lady communicator said proudly, Of course, this is an independent channel. We are the only two people in the world who can hear it. It is against regulations to monitor other countries' military intelligence, okay? Of course we have to be careful. Wow, handsome, you are quite considerate. By the way, you just said I want to commit suicide? Did you misunderstand something? Isn't it? You just said it was hard and the skull was crushed. Aren't you discussing suicide? Fortunately, I showed up in time. Otherwise, it would have been your death anniversary a few minutes ago. Zhang Yin pulled his mouth and glanced dimly at the engineer's shovel in his hand and the compacted ground that had been dug a little. I said we were discussing digging a tunnel. Do you believe me? What? Chapter 20 Daxia is in an uproar. Zhang Yin, what on earth do you want to do? Digging a tunnel? So it's a bit hard to say what's on the ground. The thing that can crush skulls is not a gun, but a shovel for digging? Realizing that she had misunderstood Zhang Yan's meaning, the female correspondent was extremely embarrassed. If she tied her toes tightly, she could make out a 3-bedroom apartment. Because I felt guilty, I cursed immediately. You are crazy. You didn't say the whole thing. You almost scared me to death, do you know? Zhang Yin was a little puzzled. Why are you scolding me for no reason? The correspondent lady got even more excited. Of course I have to scold you. Those who care about you have been running around for you these days, just to get you to return home earlier, but you just don't want to stay peacefully and just do something stupid. If you really get into an accident on the front line, can you face your parents who gave birth to you and raised you? Can you face those who care about you? Zhang Yin understood why the lady communicator was so angry. He scratched his head and said, Okay, I get it. Don't worry. I never intended to commit suicide. I still have a strong desire to survive. Otherwise, why would I dig a tunnel? That's good. The lady communicator breathed a sigh of relief. However, after typing away on the computer, she still informed Zhang Yin of a piece of news. The area you are in is close to the Arctic region, and the soil below is mostly frozen soil. It seems that digging a tunnel is not feasible. What should I do then? Don't worry. Let me take a look. The female communicator worked fiercely again, and a series of satellite remote sensing images suddenly appeared on the computer in front of her. Although this is not in compliance with regulations, under the current circumstances, the priority is to save Zhang Yan's life. There are large numbers of enemy troops approaching from your west, northwest, and southwest. Now you can only evacuate in the direction of the Klaya military base. Next, follow my instructions. Get out of the bunker quickly, 200 meters northeast, then 300 meters north, and then 400 meters east. You must move fast. After receiving instructions from the communicator, Zhang Yin did not hesitate, pulled Ilyich up, and ran. Although stray bullets kept coming from all directions, they could not slow down Zhang Yan's speed. After a desperate rush, the two arrived at the designated location. There should be a hidden cave entrance nearby. The image shows that there is a large space underneath. It is probably a cave washed out by an underground river. You can hide there first. Following the instructions of the communicator girl, Zhang Yan quickly found the entrance to the cave and hid inside with Ilyich. The underground space is about the size of several rooms and is very dark and damp. Through the little light coming in from the cave above, you can see some frozen underground streams and stones that have been washed to a transparent state. Zhang Yan was shocked. Oh my god, they can even detect this. Is Dashia's satellite so powerful? Of course. Okay, stay here. You don't have to do anything. We will negotiate with them as soon as possible and rescue you. Just as Zhang Yan reached a safe place on the Dashia side. Through reports from superiors at all levels, the news of Zhang Yan's participation in the attack on the Kliam military base also reached the ears of the top leaders. Several important figures who had recently been paying attention to and in charge of the matter of Dashia tourists mistakenly entering the battlefield were suddenly shocked. What do you say his Russian name is? Subov? And his rank is Major. Didn't Mauzi say that the fake identity was to protect Zhang Yan? How could he appear in such a dangerous place? Hurry up and have the diplomats put pressure on the Russians and ask them to explain what is going on. I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate. After all, we only learned this news through wiretapping, and this may easily give rise to gossip. It's already this late, and you still don't care about being talked about. If you don't act quickly, what if something happens to Zhang Yan? There was almost no time to hold a meeting. The moment the news came out, many important figures drove to the Dashia military satellite base. The young lady communicator did not expect that there would be so many people visiting, almost filling up the entire communications hall. What's the situation now? The old man with extraordinary shoulder straps asked the communicator girl. The lady communicator quickly stood up and saluted. Report, I have urgently retrieved satellite surveillance images and remote sensing images and brought Zhang Yan to a safe area. As soon as this was said, someone frowned and said, this is against the rules. Without the order from your superior, who allowed you to make the decision on your own? The old man turned around and glared at the man. It's already this hour, human lives are at stake, special matters must be handled specially, and you are still talking about rules and regulations. You are the only one who has too many rules. Your name is Shirhaihan, right? Well, you did a good job. Shirhaihan smiled politely, but then the content coming from the headset made her face look ugly, and she quickly called out, Zhang Yan, don't get excited. The old man frowned. Huh? What's going on? As he spoke, he took the headphones and heard the following content. Amid the roar of gunfire and hail of bullets, Boris's voice was extremely desolate. Comrade Major, we have already started a firefight with the enemy, and the number of casualties has exceeded 40%. What should we do? Then another voice came out. Captain Alexei was shot several times and lost too much blood. He is very weak. We are resisting tenaciously, but I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for much longer. Alexei's voice was extremely weak. Get lost. Who said I'm weak? Give me 2 guns, and I can still fight. Finally, Zhang Yan's voice appeared in the headset. The only option now is to evacuate in the direction of the Kliam military base. But Major, there's also a small group of enemy troops heading towards here at the Kliam military base. Zhang Yan said without hesitation. Boris, I need your men to be divided into 6 groups and deal with the enemy forces in the west, northwest, and southwest respectively. Don't fight too long. Alexei, your men are experienced in many battles. I need you to kill the small group of enemy troops in the direction of the Kliam military base as quickly as possible. Then everyone retreated together towards the Kliam military base, with the wounded being given priority in armored vehicles. Boris and other officers and soldiers of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion had no objection to this. Alexei immediately cursed. Subov, are you crazy? What's the difference between retreating to the Kliam military base and committing suicide? There are a large number of enemy troops waiting there. Zhang Yan's tone was very tough. If you want to live, listen to me. Of course, I won't stop you from committing suicide. All units, please follow my instructions immediately. After that, Zhang Yan suddenly said into the headset, Miss, are you there? I need your help. Hey, where are you? Damn, don't hang up at this time. On the other end of the headset, the old man's calm face revealed a rare hint of shock and expression. He finally understood why the Russians were using those tricks to cover up their tracks. Zhang Yin is truly a talent. Even in a dead-end situation where he is surrounded on all sides, he can still make decisions calmly. Regardless of whether this decision was wise or not, being able to remain so calm under high pressure is an indispensable quality for a top commander. The voice has been matched successfully, with a similarity of 99.999%. It is confirmed to be Zhang Yin himself. After receiving the affirmation from the staff beside him, the old man nodded and said into the headset, "Zhang Yin, what do you want to do?" Chapter 21. Can't give up on my teammates. I'm going to stop them. The sudden appearance of the old man's voice made Zhang Yin stunned. Compared to the old man, he still prefers the girl with the soft voice. However, the situation was critical and he could not afford to be picky. Please help me connect to the encrypted MSK 321802 communication band. Secret key SK 33104BHR1. I need to contact the main force. By the way, can you help me keep an eye on Ermao's movements? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the old man. Zhang Yin, you could have done nothing, stayed in a safe place, and waited for our operation. We guarantee that we can get you out of danger in a short time. When Zhang Yin heard this, he immediately got angry. Do nothing. Are you crazy? If I don't do anything, what will they do? Despite having the blessing of a cold heart, even if his parents died in front of his eyes, Zhang Yin probably wouldn't have any mood swings. But as a person with conscience, morality, and bottom line, it was still difficult for Zhang Yin not to be angry when he heard this. The old man smiled. What do they have to do with you? You are from Daxia, and they are from the Malfunction country. Furthermore, you entered the battlefield by mistake, and there is no need to get involved in this muddy water. Zhang Yin laughed angrily. Yes, I don't have to go, but there's nothing I can do about it. I'm already here. Furthermore, we all wear the same military uniform and have gone through a period of time together. Although I have never been a soldier, I also understand that if we live and die together, then he is my comrade. You asked me to give up my comrades and wait there. Do I, Zhang Yin, count myself as a person if I still ride a horse? If you don't want to help, forget it. I'll do it myself. Ha 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 ha. The old man, who was usually serious, rarely smiled, and he smiled very happily. The surrounding officers were all dumbfounded by this scene. What on earth did Zhang Yin say to this person? The old man could hardly stop laughing. He was genuinely happy. People always say that the post-2000s and post-2010s are the most unreliable generation. But he doesn't think so. As long as the younger generation still has fresh blood like Zhang Yin, why wouldn't Daxia be more prosperous? It's so gratifying, so gratifying. Just do as he says, Zhang Yin. Remember, no matter where you are, your motherland will always be your greatest support. A warm current flowed through Zhang Yan's heart. Thank you very much. After saying so much, I thought you wouldn't help. Following the old man's signal, the communicator Shi Haiyan immediately started operating and helped Zhang Yin contact the frontline troops in a very short time. Because of the collapse of communications and being surrounded, the front line was generally in a bit of chaos. Several legions began to fight on their own, but the overall policy was to break through the encirclement and reinforce the rear troops. However, due to the enemy's obstruction and air fire coverage, it is still very difficult to break through. Just then a major named Subov contacted them. Leave some people to try to break out, and the rest continued to attack the Kliam military base. At the same time, a sand table was temporarily set up in the communications hall of the Daxia military satellite base, where many generals were conducting military simulations. At this time, the most important thing is to gather all the troops and focus on attacking the weak points of the enemy's encirclement to try to break out. But why did Zhang Yin choose to attack the Kliam military base? Isn't this a waste of time? I don't think so. The enemy has a large number of troops. It will cost a huge price to try to break through the encirclement. When the reinforcements return, I'm afraid even the maintenance of supplies will be a problem. On the contrary, attacking the Kliam military base to replenish supplies is a good choice. Great minds think alike. Several Russian Army Corps' airports were bombed and are being repaired. They are overwhelmed by the sudden attack of the enemy and have difficulty splitting their forces. Most of their cruise missiles have been used to block the enemy, making it difficult for them to provide effective reinforcements to the Kliam military base. It is better to rely on ourselves than on others. These past few days, Russia and the running dogs of the United States have really gone crazy, launching surprise attacks one after another, making it impossible for Russia to respond in time. The generals conducted deductions and simulations on a series of decisions made by Zhang Yin and finally reached a conclusion. Although some of the decisions are still immature and even very risky, it is still a solution. Relying on the frontline general attack to attract the attention of the Klaya military base, while launching a surprise attack from the rear, is indeed a good siege strategy. The report sent up earlier said that the comeback battle in which the Ermau almost wiped out the Russian 16th Army was led by Zhang Yin. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that this guy does have some merits. But there is a problem now. The Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion and the Baikal Special Forces in the rear will be chased and attacked by the enemy when they evacuate. How can we solve this problem? Soon, everyone asked Zhang Yin this question through Shirhayan. This is easy, as long as someone could stop them for a while. Zhang Yin was panting and moving frantically in the underground space in a way that Illich could not understand. A general raised an objection. It may be difficult to stop them. The casualties will be very heavy. If they join forces with the enemy forces at the Klaya military base, I am afraid they will be wiped out. Zhang Yin didn't care. It won't be too serious, because there is only one person who can stop them. Only one? Who is it? I'll go stop them. Zhang Yan's words stunned everyone in the communication hall. You go to stop them? Zhang Yin, don't do anything stupid. Think about your parents, the people who care about you. Zhang Yin, I know you are capable, but now is not the time to show off. Don't take any risks. Just stay where you are, okay? We have also set up a special command room here to help you make decisions. You just need to stay there and command. We promise to protect the safety of you and your comrades. At this time, a voice came from Zhang Yan's ear. Ding. The cumulative blinking has reached 2,000 times. The arm has been raised 3,000 times. The leg has been raised 4,000 times. The fist has been clenched 5,000 times. Obtain the title. Who says humans can't be druids? Eagle's eyes, wolf's ears, leopard speed, bear strength. The whole body's abilities have been greatly enhanced. Zhang Yin stopped panting and said, Thank you for your kindness. But in order for the operation to succeed, this mission can only be done by me. After that, Zhang Yin also got news from Alexei. They lived up to everyone's expectations and completed the task at an extremely fast speed. All units, evacuate according to the original plan. The main force has launched a general attack on the Klaya military base. Your mission is to cooperate with them in the raid from the rear and take over the base and confiscate the supplies as quickly as possible. After arranging everything, Zhang Yin ignored the objecting voice in the headset and took Illich out of the cave. Prepare to start the task that only he can accomplish. Chapter 22. No kidding. There is an Aphelios on the opposite side. In the rear, the 16th Legion had already withdrawn eastward under Anthony's arrangement. Despite the timely evacuation, they were still subjected to air strikes and missile attacks by the Ermau front, with artillery fire all the way. Even several officers were decapitated by missiles and turned into ashes. Anthony was so busy dealing with the current troubles that he neglected his command on the front line. It was with great difficulty that they evacuated the area covered by Ermau's firepower. After a period of peace, Anthony quickly contacted the frontline troops. At this time, he also learned that Zhang Yin had taken over the command. I knew he wouldn't just sit there and do nothing. That's great. With his command, maybe the desperate situation on the front line will be. Before Anthony could be happy for long, a call from his superior immediately poured cold water on him. Anthony, look what you have done. Anthony felt very aggrieved. What did I do? Although it was indeed wrong of him to put Zhang Yin in danger, there was nothing he could do as the situation was like this. Even he, the commander, was running for his life. It can only be said that Ermau's side was too despicable and cunning. The superior officer questioned, Why didn't you confiscate Zhang Yan's cell phone? Anthony was a little confused. Sir, didn't you call just to talk about this? But he soon understood why his superior was so angry. Because just a few minutes ago, Zhang Yin suddenly posted a circle of friends. The content of the circle of friends was very horrifying. He said that he was in a desperate situation, surrounded by enemies on all sides, and the situation was extremely critical. In order to win a way out for his comrades, he will go alone to stop the enemy's encirclement. Ward's Law! After hearing the content in the circle of friends, even Anthony was dumbfounded. Did Zhang Yin really send this? Why don't I believe it? He's not a fool. How could he do something like blocking the enemy alone? Isn't that courting death? The commander waved his hand and said, I don't care. Anyway, Daxia has already put pressure on our Mao Xiong country on this matter. Let's explain why Zhang Yin appeared at the front line and was in such a dangerous situation. Look at what you have done, Anthony. I made all the arrangements and asked you to keep your men in the 16th Legion. Is this how you repay me? Ah, Anthony couldn't utter a word. He didn't expect things to turn out to this point. Fortunately, the commander pointed out a clear way for him. In short, we must not admit that Zhang Yin appeared on the front line. Of course, he must not be killed easily. As for what to do, you decide. If you can't do it well, I will see you in the military court. Anthony nodded quickly. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Anthony was completely overwhelmed. He didn't know how to solve this problem. And Zhang Yin, why did he post such a weird message on WeChat Moments? Could it be that even he can't solve the crisis on the front line? Isn't that the end? Has the satellite been repaired? Once it's repaired, put it into use immediately. Where's the artillery battalion? Where's the Air Force battalion? Come and support the front line quickly. Daxia, in the communications hall of the military satellite base. Sure Haiyan looked at a message in moments on the screen, always feeling a little unkind. She was ordered to hack into Zhang Yan's cell phone and write it. For the sake of authenticity, she even hacked the camera and took a random photo of the current situation. There was no way. They had to do this in order to put pressure on Mao Zi and get some help from Zhang Yan. The effect of this was very significant, and soon, a group of generals obtained the news from Mao Xiong immediately. The pressure strategy has worked. The 16th and 18th Legions have begun to move. I hope they can help Zhang Yan. This kid really thinks of himself as a wolf warrior. Is it ridiculous to stop him alone? In fact, from a long-term perspective, if the entire 16th Army Corps attacks in the direction of the Kliam military base, perhaps the crisis can be resolved. This is hindsight. Besides, there is no time left. By the time the 16th Legion arrives, the frontline troops will probably have been wiped out. We may even be surrounded. It can be said that Zhang Yan's arrangement is the most likely way to resolve the crisis at the moment, but the most important thing is whether we can stop the enemy troops in the rear. The generals analyzed the situation over and over again, but after all, they were not inside the game, so their analysis was somewhat armchair. Although they did not advocate Zhang Yan to take such a risk, Zhang Yan simply did not listen to them. Now, all they can do is keep an eye on Zhang Yan's situation through satellite remote sensing and a headset. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. There was a constant sound of gunfire in the woods, and the huge noise caused the birds and animals to scatter. Zhang Yan, carrying the wounded soldier on his back, ran towards the foot of the mountain at a very fast speed. This is the last one, Boris. Take your men and prepare to retreat and reunite with Alexei and the others. But, Major, what if we leave and the pursuers behind us? Just retreat and leave the rest to me, Illich. Find a position to cover them. Yes. In the chaos, the remnants of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion and the Baikal Special Operations Team, with a full armored vehicle of wounded soldiers, retreated towards the Kliam military base. Zhang Yin carried a bag full of weapons and equipment and took a deep breath. I'm ready to go. Help me succeed. On the other end of the headset, Sure Haiyan was extremely anxious. No, you really plan to go alone to cover the retreat? Isn't that just courting death? You can't even think about it. Okay. What? I said, I can do it. Zhang Yin said this in a resounding voice and ran forward. On this side, through the thermal imaging device, the Ermau coalition also discovered the people who were evacuating. They want to retreat? Don't give them the chance. Double-team them quickly. Some soldiers who were eager for quick success immediately ran away, trying to catch up with the crowd. But suddenly, an afterimage flashed across the thermal imagers on their eyes. Well, what is this? The afterimage was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. As a last resort, the soldiers had to take off their thermal imagers and observe with their vision. After just a glance, they were suddenly stunned. That afterimage was actually a person. Oh my God, how can someone have such a fast speed? Is he a Superman? Bang, bang, bang. Without waiting for the soldiers to react, Zhang Yin had already pulled the trigger. The battle officially started, and Zhang Yin alone faced thousands of enemy troops. Even though the enemy outnumbers us, with the support of many titles, Zhang Yin can naturally fight against 10, 1,000, or 100 enemies. Bang, 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 bang. Facing the dense rain of bullets, with the blessing of the title, who says humans can't be druids, Zhang Yan's body's speed reached the extreme. He flew into the air, climbed over trees, soared, and skimmed the ground, dodging bullets as if he was in a martial arts movie or an anti-Japanese drama. At the same time, the movements of his hands did not stop. Keep pulling the trigger to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. When the bullets are used up, change the magazine. When the magazine is used up, change the gun. In order to defend this place, Zhang Yin asked Boris, Alexei, and others to leave a lot of weapons and equipment here, so they were not worried about not having enough. Ding! Contact with the M4A1 carbine has reached 1 minute. Check-in completed. Current cumulative contact with firearms 1940. Ding! Contact with XM250 has reached 1 minute. Check-in completed. Current cumulative contact with firearms 2040. Ding! Contact with M249 has reached 1 minute. Check-in completed. Current cumulative contact with firearms 2140. Ding! I've been in contact with the Vepr assault rifle for 1 minute. The clock-in is complete. The current cumulative contact with firearms is 22/40. Since most of the items in the bag were weapons seized from the enemy, the progress towards the title, Only Skilled Hands, was accumulated again. Zhang Yan also used these weapons to constantly change his position, creating a feeling of leading a huge army. The opposing commander was confused. Such dense gunfire. Is there reinforcement from the other side? All teams, report your situation quickly. At this moment, an enemy soldier was facing Zhang Yan. He saw Zhang Yan using a pistol, a submachine gun, an automatic rifle, a sniper rifle, and a light machine gun. The switching is extremely smooth and silky. He immediately thought of a character in a game. Sir, I'm not kidding. There's an Aphelios across from us. Chapter 23. How cool. You are filming a movie here, The Matrix, right? One shell after another, like dazzling meteors, streaked across the sky. Deep pits were blown up in the woods, causing one small fire after another. Be careful. The other party is very likely a super soldier trained by the Bear Country. Ha, super soldier bro. Maybe you've read too many superhero comics. No kidding. Right now, the chance of our people surviving a head-on encounter with him is 0. Don't worry, reinforcements have been sent from the east and south, and they are gradually surrounding him. Let's resist for a while. The atmosphere on the Mao coalition side was extremely cautious. Obviously Zhang Yan was just one person, but he gave them the feeling of fighting against thousands of troops. That guy was so strong that he could even dodge carpet bombings from howitzers and rocket launchers. In other words, it's not about hiding, but using bullets to detonate the bomb in advance. This ability is definitely beyond the scope of human beings. Huff, huff, huff. Somewhere in the woods, Zhang Yan's attack came to a temporary halt. He changed the magazine while breathing in deep breaths. He still overestimated himself a little. Although he had the blessing of the title, lack of physical strength was still a big problem. Even after using 2 temporary experience cards, his physical strength has been improved to a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. But it is still difficult to maximize the title skills. The solution to this problem is very simple. After completing a series of aerobic and anaerobic exercises and reaching the cumulative standard, he will be awarded the title of the most beloved sports student among female college students. Its description is that you can obtain the same physical strength as an unlimited tillage machine, and then you will no longer have to worry about the problem of lack of physical strength. But I definitely don't have time to exercise right now, so I can only wait until later. According to our calculations, 1 minute after the battle begins, your chance of survival will be less than 10%. But you have persisted for half an hour. This is incredible. Sure, high and soft and shocked voice came from the headset. Not only her, but many Daxia generals were also puzzled by this result and didn't understand how Zhang Yan did it. This is beyond their understanding. The only explanation is that Zhang Yan's individual combat capability is very strong, even ridiculously strong. Much better than those so-called military kings and special forces soldiers. This explains why the Russians dared to do so many things and take such great risks to keep Zhang Yan in the Russian Bear Country. Isn't it amazing? One good news, one bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Tell me everything. Good news, the air support you need is on the way. Remember to take shelter later. Phew, it's a little too late to come now. What about the bad news? The bad news is that you are surrounded, and the nearest enemy is less than a kilometer away from you. Less than 1,000 meters? Zhang Yan held 2 pistols and looked around cautiously. Being surrounded at such a close distance, no matter how strong he is, he probably won't be able to escape, right? Our suggestion is, why don't you just surrender and reveal your identity? I don't think Mao would dare to do anything to you. Zhang Yan pursed his lips and said, surrender? If I surrender, what about my comrades? Besides, those Western guys are really bad. Who knows if they will pretend to obey me, but actually disobey me and capture me to slice me up for research. Sure, Haiyan said speechlessly, but this is the safest way at the moment. If you want to stay alive, you have to do this. In my opinion, this method doesn't work. If you want to survive, You have to rely on yourself. Fight hard. After saying that, Zhang Yin walked out with a gun and started shooting at the enemy troops that had come into his sight. Every shot is a headshot. Every shot kills a kid. With the absolute gun sense blessed by the title of National Team Striker, Zhang Yin can look forward, backward, left, and right just by holding two guns. In addition, he used some body skills to dodge the enemy's bullets and threw out two grenades casually. This appearance caused quite a shock to the enemy soldiers. No, buddy, you're filming a movie here. You look so handsome. He's not Aphelios, he's Marco Polo. If I wasn't at war, I think I would have become his little fanboy. God, he's so handsome. Being able to dodge bullets is great, but if I pull out a grenade, how will you respond? Some soldiers didn't believe it and took out grenades to teach Zhang Yin a lesson. Asshole, don't do anything stupid. Someone had warned them early, but the safety of the grenade was still pulled. Bang! At the same time, Zhang Yin in the distance fired a shot as if he had sensed something. With a loud bang, the grenade on the other end was hit accurately by the shot and exploded before it even left his hand. As a result, dozens of soldiers were affected and died tragically. Don't act on your own. Just be careful and get through. He's running low on ammunition. We have received orders from above to capture him alive. Our scientists are going to cut open his muscles to see what his structure is. As the encirclement got closer, Zhang Yin also felt a bit of difficulty. That's right, his firepower is a little insufficient, and the only weapon he can use now is a pistol. But the number of enemy troops far exceeded his expectations. If he killed one, dozens of them would come over. Being captured alive seemed to be his final fate. Moreover, as those people got closer and closer, the density of bullets increased exponentially, with hundreds of bullets fired every second, making it even more difficult for Zhang Yin to dodge. Fortunately, with the title, "Beating Your Father is Useless," his body will react instinctively. Even if he was hit on the head, he could still dodge it. Just like now, a total of 500 bullets were attacking Zhang Yin from all directions. Zhang Yin suddenly bent down and dodged more than 100 shots. Then he jumped into the air and dodged more than 100 shots. Then he did a backflip, rolled forward, and the crow flew on an airplane. Zhang Yin spun and jumped with his eyes closed, like he was doing an acrobatic trick, and he couldn't stop at all. This series of actions made the enemy's mouth open wide. Somehow, they suddenly thought of a movie. The Matrix. Hoo-hoo. The encirclement was less than 100 meters, and Zhang Yin stopped shooting because there was only one bullet left in his gun, and he wanted to keep it for himself. I think too highly of myself. I probably can't go back. Miss, please say sorry to my parents for me. As he said this, Zhang Yin raised his gun and was about to shoot himself. Zhang Yin, don't do anything stupid. Shihaian was so anxious that he cried. Just at the critical moment when Zhang Yin was about to pull the trigger, there was a loud rumbling sound in the sky. Then, Zhang Yin heard a long-lost voice in Russian from his headset. Comrade Major, sorry for the long wait. Your takeaway has been delivered. Boom. Chapter 24, Do you like gambling? Sorry, my bullets will cruise automatically. Fighter planes flew over the earth like birds. Then the shells were seen blooming like lotus flowers the moment they hit the ground. The earth was shaking like a mountain and sea. Zhang Yin was dizzy and could only rely on instinct to dodge. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yin, covered in dust and dirt, was pulled out from a wasteland. Comrade Major, you are very brave. Ilyich smiled and brushed the dust off Zhang Yin's body. Zhang Yin was a little confused by the bombardment. Ilyich, why are you here? And, Alexei, are you healed? The people in front of me were part of the Baikal Special Operations team. I didn't expect them to turn back. Alexei threw a bag full of equipment to Zhang Yin. Stop talking nonsense. We are here to reinforce you, not to reminisce with you. The previous firepower surprise attack was very effective and almost wiped out the group that surrounded us. However, there are still many enemy troops hiding on the periphery. Why not take advantage of the momentum and catch them off guard? I think it's okay. Without hesitation, Zhang Yin picked up an automatic rifle, loaded it, and joined Alexei's team. Now the main force has entered the Kliam military base and occupied their armory. We brought a lot of weapons and ammunition. You can fight as you like. It's enough. With the reinforcements, Zhang Yin only needed to shoot, but Ermao had more to consider. Bang, bang, bang. The situation completely reversed. The surprise attack by Zhang Yin and the Baikal Special Operations team caught the enemy off guard. The other side was thrown into complete chaos and ran through the woods, but after only a few steps, they were shot and became dead. To be honest, I find it incredible that you have been able to hold on for so long. I apologize for looking down on you before. While shooting, Alexei also praised Zhang Yan. After Zhang Yan's series of operations, Alexei's opinion of him has changed greatly. Although I can't say that I admire it very much, I still appreciate it very much. Zhang Yan did not respond, but pulled the trigger seriously. This shot hit the kid in the head so accurately that Alexei felt a little painful. This guy's shooting skills are better than some special forces. How could I underestimate him? He was clearly seeing him fall into the abyss. Alexei felt a little ashamed when he thought about it. Captain Major, there is still time to chat. In just a short while, I have sniped more than 20 people. At this time, Illich's voice came from the headset. These words seemed to turn on a switch, and soon many special forces followed suit through their headsets. Captain, I have killed more than 30 enemies. If you continue to slack off, you will have to buy me a drink. I also killed more than 30. It looks like the captain is going to treat me to a drink. I must give him a good meal when I get back. I didn't kill many here, only about 20 or so please don't treat me to drinks. I heard that there is a new group of women in Gorid. How about the captain taking us to eat some meat? I think it's okay. I've been fighting too much recently, and my back is a little stiff. It's time to enjoy myself. Alexei was a little speechless. Why are you provoking me? Don't you see there is another person here? Major Subov, please express your opinion. Comparing the number of enemies killed is a tradition of the Baikal Special Operations Team. But Zhang Yan didn't know that. He looked at Alexei in confusion. What do you mean? Alexei covered his head and said, Please, Comrade Major, please don't destroy our nature. Don't you know that this kind of bet can motivate the soldiers better? Zhang Yan was even more confused. What do you mean? You want to bet with me? Alexei snapped his fingers. That's right. I'm going to bet with you. If you lose, you have to treat me. Alexei felt from the beginning that as a Special Forces soldier, he could not lose face in front of a relative. Although this person with connections is quite capable, there is nothing to be afraid of. I didn't tell you clearly how to compare. If you kill fewer people, then compare yourself with an individual. If you kill more people, then compare yourself with a group. If you compete with a group of us, can you not win? Today, I am going to give you, a person with connections, a good blow to your arrogance. Zhang Yan looked at Alexei, who had bad intentions, and swallowed. Treat you? Damn it, I'm a tourist. How can I afford to treat you? But if I really want to gamble, it seems that I won't lose. Thinking about it, Zhang Yan shrugged his shoulders and said, You will definitely lose. I used up all my bullets before and killed about 500 or 600 of them. 500 or 600? Zhang Yan's words silenced everyone. Although they knew that Zhang Yan had persisted here for a long time, based on a normal person's logic, they believed that Zhang Yan must have had better dodging skills and used some weird ideas to survive. But now he said that he killed 500 or 600? Doesn't that mean that before, he was alone in fighting the enemy? Damn, even if the king of special forces came, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do this, right? Alexei always felt that Zhang Yan was bragging, but he was still speechless. Oh, well, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Since the bet starts from now, the number of heads must be recalculated. Oh well. Seeing Zhang Yan agreed, Alexei smiled sweetly, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. He pulled the trigger casually and killed 2 enemy soldiers. 2. A good start. Alexei looked at Zhang Yan with a smile and fired again. 3, 4, 5. I can only say that the Special Forces captain is worthy of being the Special Forces captain. His marksmanship is also very impressive. He can hit the target 9 times out of 10. He is extremely strong in the military. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After taking 10 heads in a row, Alexei's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. Huh. Comrade Major, why don't you shoot? Weren't you very accurate before? Is it because of the bet that you are under too much pressure? And what a face. Zhang Yan curled his lips. Why are you in such a hurry? Let the bullets fly for a while. Huh? What do you mean? Nothing. I'm going to start. At this point, Zhang Yan also felt like competing. He picked up 2 submachine guns and started firing indiscriminately. When both magazines were empty, Zhang Yan blew at the smoking muzzle of the gun. 60, no more, no less. Alexei opened his mouth wide. No, buddy, if you see someone, you can hit them. Zhang Yan ignored him, changed the magazine, and emptied the bullets in it. 120 bullets left. Captain Alexei, you have to hurry up. Alexei was dumbfounded. There is no one around here. You are just hitting the air. Chapter 25. Nothing but practice and the cruelty of war. Klaya military base. Looking down from the sky, the soldiers looked like ants constantly moving inside. Bullets rained down like raindrops. Explosions rippled one after another. Wherever they passed, the air was filled with smoke and buildings were reduced to ruins. Ermau would never have thought that the Russians would continue to choose to attack the Clyam military base when they were surrounded by enemies. It was precisely because of this negligence that the Russians occupied half of the military base within just 1 hour after breaking through the gate of the base. Coupled with the raids from the rear by the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion and the Baikal Special Operations Team, everyone in the base is now almost trapped. Complete defeat is only a matter of time. At this moment, the rear area has torn a big hole in the enemy's encirclement because of the heroic fighting of Zhang Yin, Alexei, and others, which may become the key to breaking the deadlock. Da-da bang 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 boom boom. In the woods, Zhang Yin was possessed by Aphelios again, constantly switching weapons and firing bullets indiscriminately. Although Zhang Yin enjoyed the fight, in the eyes of Alexei and others, Zhang Yin was simply hitting the air because there was no one around. During this process, because of the contact with weapons, Zhang Yin heard a system prompt. Ding, the contact with weapons types exceeded 40, and the title was obtained. Nothing else, only skilled hands, whether it is cold weapons, hot weapons, mechanized weapons, informationized weapons, or even alien weapons. The proficiency of dimensional weapons has reached the mastery level. After receiving the new title, Zhang Yin was in a good mood. He picked up a rocket launcher that he usually didn't use, operated it at an extremely fast speed, and fired a shot into the sky. Boom! The rocket launcher exploded not far away with great power. Although he didn't know whether it hit anyone, Zhang Yin knew that the 100% shooting accuracy of the national team striker would never let him down. There are more than 800 people, Captain Alexei. Now I'm afraid that all of your people combined can't beat me. Just blow it. Alexei was speechless, but he couldn't accuse Zhang Yin of wasting ammunition. Because Zhang Yin's shooting was very effective, he hadn't seen a trace of the enemy's figure or a sound of gunfire for a while. Apparently, he was intimidated by Zhang Yin. Keep moving forward and see if you can find the exit. So Alexei quickly ordered to move forward, and it was this order that made him deeply feel the terror from Zhang Yin. I saw a small hill covered with corpses. It would be an exaggeration to say that there were rivers of blood and mountains of bones. This was all done by you? Alexei looked at Zhang Yin in shock, his jaw so shocked that he couldn't close his jaw. Zhang Yin scratched his head. Really? I don't know. Alexei's expression was very exaggerated. You don't know? It's impossible for them to commit mass suicide here on their own initiative. The scene before him was similar to the Jingguan that Zhang Yin knew. A mountain piled up with the corpses of the enemies. Although he didn't want to admit it, seeing that almost all of these enemy soldiers died from headshots, Zhang Yin understood that this was mostly due to his title as a national team striker. That title is really a bug. His description is that his shooting accuracy reaches 100%, every bullet hits the target, and every shot hits the head. Therefore, even if Zhang Yin fired randomly, the bullet would hit the enemy's head, which was outrageous. At this moment, everyone around looked at Zhang Yin with extreme awe and fear. This guy is simply a killing god. But this fear did not last long. Suddenly, someone's voice came from the headset. Major Subov, the Clyam military base has been taken down, but Captain Boris. Boris? When Zhang Yin arrived at the Clyam military base, all he saw were soldiers cheering for the battle. There is also Boris, who is lying on the hospital bed with only half of his body left. Major Subov, the mission you assigned to me has been completed. Boris vomited blood, but still did not forget to salute Subov. Battalion commander, please don't talk at this time. Where is the military doctor? How is he? Zhang Yin hurriedly asked the military doctor beside him. The military doctor said quickly, Captain Boris was accidentally hit by a shell, and his lower body was ulcerated. In order to prevent infection, we performed an emergency operation to saw off his lower body, but it was of no use. How could it be? This was the first time that Zhang Yin felt the life and death of someone close to him. Although he felt very uncomfortable inside, his cold heart still washed away a lot of it. Comrade Major, the Reconnaissance Battalion is now in your hands. You have your cell phone with you, right? Can you help me, call my sister? As Boris requested, Zhang Yin made the call. Hello. Soon, a girl's voice came from the other end. Is that Marina? After getting the girl's answer, Zhang Yin hurriedly handed the phone to Boris. But with a thud, the phone fell to the ground. At this time, Zhang Yin was shocked to find that Boris had his eyes wide open and had stopped breathing. It happened so fast that he didn't even have time to say a last word to his loved ones. Hello? Hello? Who are you? Marina asked puzzledly on the other end of the phone. Zhang Yin suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and picked up the phone. Sorry, I dialed the wrong number. Hello? Hello? Beep, beep, beep. Marina held her phone and looked out the window. Feeling uneasy, she murmured, Brother. In the infirmary, Zhang Yin sat silently beside the bed, watching the soldiers put Boris into the body bag and carried him away. This was the first time that he faced the cruelty of war. Not long ago, he was a healthy person who could chat and laugh with him and joke with him. After only a few hours, they were separated. My condolences, Shirhayan said comfortingly from the other end of the headset. Why do you think so? Zhang Yin murmured. What? Why do we have to fight? Isn't it good to live in peace and tranquility? Zhang Yin clenched his fists, unable to figure out the problem. Since ancient times, wherever there are people, there will be fighting. This is human nature, greed, and interests. It is unavoidable. Is it really unavoidable? Maybe, but it's difficult. First of all, you need very strong military force to make others dare not take action easily. This is the so-called checks and balances of force. Zhang Yin also never thought that as a clear-headed and stupid college student, he would one day discuss the issues of war and peace with others. But right now doesn't seem to be a good time to discuss this issue. The Klaya military base has been taken, and the subsequent matters still need his arrangements. Chapter 26. I woke up and found myself in Ermao territory, the existence of a safe zone. Inside the temporary command room, Zhang Yin and generals from several other legions gathered here. They are conducting simulations using the sand table left behind by the enemy. Not long ago, the satellite was attacked by hackers again, and the rear troops could not be contacted again. But it is not difficult to judge from the limited information that the 13th Legion's occupied area has been lost, and the enemy is expanding in all directions at a very fast speed. The 16th and 18th Corps are urgently retreating due to lack of combat power. Although the 20th Army in the distance has sent support, it may be too late. We currently have two options. The first option is to return the same way, reunite with the main force, and then slowly take back the lost territory. Another way is to march westward immediately after breaking through to block the enemy's main forces in the north and northeast, and buy time for the 20th Army. The generals were very professional and worked out a set of countermeasures in a very short time. Even Da Xiao praised their countermeasures. It seems that the second strategy is very feasible. Although we will lose part of the garrison, all problems will be solved when the support of the 20th Army arrives. Zhang Yin crossed his arms and looked at the sand table in silence for a while. Because he lost the commander experience card, this kind of large-scale battle was no longer something his brain could sustain. Just looking at the sandbox and thinking for a while, his CPU was almost burned out. But through the experience and premonition left by the experience card, he still picked up a wooden stick and drew a long line behind the Klaya military base. The long line twisted and turned all the way and actually approached the core area of Ermao. Seeing this, some generals' eyes suddenly lit up. It seems very feasible to penetrate into the core area of Ermao from the rear and launch a surprise attack while the main force is attacking the 13th Corps. But we have so many troops. If we move, the Ermao side will get the news first, which is not very safe. Zhang Yin didn't say anything and drew a line from the front based on his feeling. This route is for us to break through the front and then rush to the front battlefield to support the 13th Regiment. But this effect does not seem to be better than a feint attack. Once the enemy's reinforcements catch up, I'm afraid we will be beaten back step by step. Zhang Yin raised his hand, and the long line in the rear area extended again in a winding manner until it reached a road somewhere in the rear of the enemy troops. With a click, the road was cut in half. This was not all. Zhang Yin drew a series of miscellaneous arrows. Until the end, all the generals widened their eyes in astonishment. Divide the troops into two groups. Cut off the supply of materials in the rear, and fight desperately in the front. If the enemy retreats, you run away and we chase you. The enemy is attacking, you guys cut off the retreat, we continue to retreat. Can we still do this? An incredible plan was born in the command room, but the soldiers had no idea under what circumstances this magical idea came about. All they knew was that at the end of the command meeting, Major Subov was carried out on a stretcher. A few days later, Zhang Yin, dressed in casual clothes, slowly woke up in a bumpy car. Zhang Yin, you finally woke up. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Yin stood up and asked in surprise, Detri? Why are you here? Seeing Detri, who was also wearing plain clothes, Zhang Yin was confused. What's going on? Is the war over? What the hell? We are now in Ermao's territory, Andre said unhappily in the co-pilot's seat. Maybe he slept too long. Ivan, quickly bring some food to the major. Ilyich, who was driving, ordered the person behind him. Yes. The flat-headed young man named Ivan immediately handed Zhang Yin a bottle of juice and bread. Zhang Yin remembered this person, and he seemed to be a member of the Baikal Special Operations Team. After taking the food, Zhang Yin's stomach started to growl. Without hesitation, he started to eat it. Why did we come to Ermao's territory? What's going on? Andre looked back strangely. Isn't this your order? You ask us? Zhang Yin was full of questions. When did he give this order? Fortunately, Ilyich quickly recalled it to him. It was said at the meeting that day. You proposed a very bold decision. Let's split our forces into two groups. One group will break through from the front and then quickly support the 13th Legion. One group of people sneaked in from the rear to cut off Ermao's resource path, and then the two sides pulled each other to exhaust Ermao's main force. After saying that, Major, you fainted. Zhang Yin opened his mouth ridiculously. There is such a thing. He only remembered that day. The more he thought about it, the hotter his CPU burned, and then it really burned. He was in a daze, talking nonsense, but unexpectedly, he came up with a brilliant plan. Zhang Yin curled his lips and said, we're not the only ones sneaking in from the back, are we? Are there really enough people? Of course not. Ilyich shook his head. You said it at the time. If we rush in all at once, we will definitely be discovered. We need to give the enemy the illusion that we are trying to break out from all directions. It is best to withdraw in batches. We're the first batch, and the others are still behind. So where are we going now? Kofar. What is that place? It's similar to Gorid. It's a safe area. Gorid. Zhang Yin had heard about it from Alexei and the others before, but what the hell is this safe zone? Isn't this a war zone? Is there a safe zone? Andre explained. Of course there are. For some reason, some rich oligarchs are unwilling to withdraw, so they spend a lot of money to keep some places as they are. Neither us nor Ermao would have a problem with money. As long as they don't cause trouble, we will let them stay in peace. This was the first time Zhang Yin had heard of such a place, and he couldn't help but feel curious. What's the reason? Too much money to take away? That shouldn't be possible. Andre nodded. You're right. There is a safe zone in the south that is really like this. The owner of that safe zone is a wealthy businessman who likes to keep cash and is very resistant to things in banks. As a result, when the war broke out, he couldn't even find a place to keep his money, so he had no choice but to stay there. But Gorid and Keval are different from those places. Gorid is an important industrial town with thousands of factories located there. If they all leave, the economy will collapse. As for Keval, I just heard through the grapevine that very important paper secrets from the pre-Mao era are stored there, so many that several vaults can't hold them all. Wardfa. The more Zhang Yin listened, the bigger his mouth opened, but at the same time he was a little confused. No. Then what are we going there for? Chapter 27. Daxiao requested a call. What the hell? You lost my ID. In the new command room of the 16th Legion, the atmosphere was particularly heavy. It was several days ago that we received the news that the frontline troops had successfully occupied the Klaya military base. But after another hacker attack on the satellite, the frontline troops completely lost contact. No matter how many phones and communicators Anthony changed, or even called Zhang Yan's private phone, it was of no use. Damn, what the hell is going on? Hasn't it been successfully occupied? Did something unexpected happen? The team sent out to investigate has not responded yet. I'm afraid they have already. Our superiors have called us more than once to urge us to do this. Daxiao wants us to speak to Zhang Yin immediately. What should we do? What else can we do? We can only hold off on responding. Anyway, the communication system is a bit broken right now, so it's normal that we can't be contacted. The difficulty of the situation was definitely beyond Anthony's imagination. If he had known this, when Zhang Yin set out, he would have intercepted Zhang Yin back even if he had to use a fighter plane to blow up the military truck. Isn't that damn satellite repaired yet? Can't we just adjust the image and take a look? Finally, Anthony couldn't stand it anymore. The subordinates at the side responded quickly. Sir, this is not a satellite issue. Ermao may have mastered the shielding system of the new reinforcements from the United States. The closer we get to Ermao, the less we can see. We can't confirm the status of the frontline troops at all. Anthony looked solemn, feeling that this attack on the Klaya military base was a bit too much. What about the 13th Regiment? 50% of the area has been occupied by Ermao's main force. Currently, Ermao's main force has divided into 3 groups and is encroaching on the area of our army, the 18th Army. If we can't get in touch with the frontline troops anymore, we can only continue to retreat and wait for the reinforcements from the 20th Legion to arrive before slowly regaining the lost territory. But that may cause the war to last for several years. Anthony patted his forehead, feeling a severe headache. Perhaps from the beginning, the order to attack the Klaya military base should not have been agreed. At this time, the phone rang. It was the superior who called. "Anthony, the representative of Daxia is in my office now. He needs to know the situation of Zhang Yin." Upon hearing this, Anthony's brows furrowed more heavily than a rag. "I'm not afraid of making a good call. I'm afraid of making the wrong call. What you fear is bound to come true." Anthony answered the phone. "Hello?" The Daxia representative on the other end hurriedly said. "Hello? Commander Anthony, I need to confirm, is Zhang Yin currently in your unit?" Although Anthony felt guilty, he still said firmly, "Yes, he is in my army. I wonder if the representative has something to say." The Daxia representative hurriedly said, "I heard that something went wrong on your front line. Can you let Zhang Yin talk to me immediately? I need to know if he is safe." Anthony's hand holding the receiver gradually tightened, his expression very gloomy. He also wanted to know whether Zhang Yin was safe, but right now his attention was all focused on retreating and reinforcing the 13th Legion, and the energy he could spare to look for him was very limited. Isn't it pushing people to death if Daxia comes here to force the Emperor to abdicate at this time? I'm sorry, Representative. Our 16th Regiment is currently in the process of evacuating. You know that being a commander is a tough job. You never know when you might be beheaded. So Zhang Yin is not arranged with me, but I assure you that he must be safe. When the situation stabilizes, I will arrange a call between you and him." The Daxia representative who knew the inside story sneered. "You promise? What can you promise?" Anthony coughed and said, "Deputy, I have said everything I need to say. The longer the call lasts, the more likely it is that our whereabouts will be exposed. I am afraid that this call can only end here." After that, Anthony unplugged the phone line directly, his eyes full of helplessness. From now on, the entire army will enter a state of silence. Unless necessary, there is no need to actively respond to orders from superiors. Keep sending people to look for them. Find the frontline troops for me, dead or alive. Yes. After that, Anthony leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. To be honest, he regretted suggesting that Zhang Yin stay in the army. Even if he kept him, he should be kept under close watch and not allowed to run around. If he hadn't insisted on doing so, Zhang Yin wouldn't have been in life and death danger. How should he explain this situation to his superiors? How should he explain it to Daxia? If this matter is not handled properly, I will become the sinner of the Russian bear. Now he just hopes that Zhang Yin is safe and sound. Kefel, once an inconspicuous small town in Ermao, is now surrounded by mercenaries and has become a safe zone. Outside the entrance, the vehicle Zhang Yin was riding in was queuing up and heading to the entrance for inspection. After chatting along the way, Zhang Yin also learned the purpose of their trip. There are many food processing factories in Kefel, and they have in-depth cooperation with the military. Fresh supplies are transported to the surrounding material dispatch stations every day. As the advanced troops, Zhang Yin and others must find out the locations of these dispatch stations before the follow-up troops arrive, in order to prepare for cutting off the enemy's supply channels. But what made Zhang Yin feel extremely absurd was that he was the one who told them the news. "No, it's just weird. I can't even pronounce Kurfar's name. How do I know there's a food processing factory here?" In response, Andre and others shrugged their shoulders. They didn't know either, but Zhang Yin said it that day. Zhang Yin thought about it carefully and suddenly had some reasons. He remembered that when he was talking nonsense that day, the female correspondent seemed to be talking in his ear. Did she tell herself this information? It's very likely. However, at the moment, because of the need to remain silent, Zhang Yin did not bring a communicator with him and did not dare to turn on his mobile phone, so he could not take the initiative to contact. Several more cars successfully drove in, and the entrance was very close to Zhang Yin and others. At this time, Illich signaled to Detri to distribute identification documents to everyone. This is a fake identity that Captain Alexei commissioned our 18th Army Corps to make before he left. It can be found on the Ermau network, and it can just cover up for us. Zhang Yin nodded. Special Forces soldiers are professional in their work. But the documents were distributed all around, but he was the only one not given to him, which made Zhang Yin very confused. "Where is mine?" "Don't worry. I'm looking for it." Detri searched anxiously. "No, I remember putting it here. Zhang Yin had a bad feeling. Don't tell me you lost mine. Detri searched for a while, then looked up at Zhang Yin awkwardly. It seems it's really lost. Fuck. You must have done this on purpose, kid. If Andre and others hadn't stopped him, Zhang Yin would have wanted to fight to the death with Detri. This is troublesome. Kefar's review is extremely strict. If you don't have the certificate, Zhang Yin pursed his lips and said, "What happens if I don't have the ID?" Andre forced a stiff smile and pointed to the distance. "It will be like that." Zhang Yin looked around and saw 3 men and 2 women kneeling on the ground next to a car, with guns pointed at their heads by the mercenaries. As the trigger was pulled, there were a few bang sounds, flowers bloomed, and blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Yin was stunned. What the hell? Chapter 28, Did you do this on purpose? Brother, it really is you. Even though I have long become indifferent to life and death. But when he realized that if his identity was not verified correctly, he would most likely be shot, Zhang Yin could no longer remain calm. He was going crazy, pointing at Detri with an outrageous look on his face. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Why did you throw it at me? You're just pretending to be me. Detri was so aggrieved. I didn't do it on purpose. Since we were evacuated, I have done nothing but take care of you. I even carried you to the toilet. You must have been accidentally lost during this period. Are you blaming me? Although I can't find the ID, I remember the information. It seems that he is an international student in Daxia, studying music at the University of the Arts. Information alone is useless. That's enough. Andre was a little speechless about the elementary school students' quarrel. Right now, there is one more thing. What? Andre looked at Zhang Yin seriously. Zhang Yin, do you speak Wu language? Zhang Yin was stunned. Will you? Isn't what her Mao said the same as you guys? Andre explained. Her Mao's Ukrainian and our Russian are both Slavic languages, but there are still some differences. Many words are slightly different. Andre mumbled a lot, and Zhang Yin forced a polite smile. So, why didn't you say it earlier? Andre shrugged. You were unconscious earlier, which distracted my attention. I just remembered. Besides, we have been learning Wu language since kindergarten. I thought you Xia did the same. Okay, that's right. Zhang Yin was speechless, feeling very uncomfortable. What should we do now? Should we just withdraw? Just as he finished speaking, a car in front of him suddenly stepped on the accelerator with one hand, and after a buzzing sound, it started with a catapult drift, crashed through a number of fences, and sped away into the distance. But after running only a few hundred meters, there was a loud bang, and the car was blasted into the sky by a rocket. Zhang Yin swallowed his saliva and gritted his teeth. Forget it. How about fighting them? Just as he finished speaking, 4 tough guys suddenly got out of the vehicle next to him, raised their guns, and started shooting at the mercenaries. As expected, the 4 tough guys and their car were shot to pieces. Zhang Yin was shocked and held his head in his hands, speechless. So, what should we do, buddy? There is no way out, right? The car gradually became quiet, although everyone felt that it was wise to evacuate at this moment. But the problem is that we can't retreat. If there is any movement, the other side will open fire. We are outnumbered, and there is no one who can stand this. Ilyich gritted his teeth and said, At this point, we can only take it one step at a time. If there is any problem, we will. What should we do? Fight to the death. Ilyich said solemnly. For the sake of the mission, we can only give up you, Major Subov. Don't worry. The motherland will remember your contribution, and the children will regard you as a role model of the times. Fuck you, Moer. Zhang Yin was stunned, although he could tell that Ilyich was joking and trying to have fun. But brother, do you think this is right? Are you polite? Is this the time to joke? As they got closer and closer to the entrance, Zhang Yin frowned and started talking nonsense. What is Haoyu, Amyufan Sankyu, Sawadika, Anihasu, Sarahu, Appa, Nijiang, and Yamida? The language system is completely chaotic, and people say whatever they think of. Everyone thought he was crazy. Comrade Major, calm down. We won't really sell you out. But Zhang Yin didn't care and kept firing without stopping for a moment. Finally, it was Zhang Yin's car's turn. Hello. When the mercenary opened the car door for Zhang Yin, everyone's heart was in their throat. He was afraid that Zhang Yin would reveal his identity as soon as he opened his mouth. Ding, the vocabulary I mastered exceeded 3,000 words, and I got the title. I know a thing or two about dog language, proficient in all languages. As the system notification sounded beside his ear, Zhang Yin directly shook the mercenary's hand. Hello, the weather is very good today. It was rainy a few days ago. It was really humid. I caught a cold. Andre and his friends were stunned. Didn't they say they couldn't speak? How come the moment he opens his mouth, he speaks with an authentic and pure Mao accent? Is he really a genius? The mercenary was surprised. Wow, man, you are Mongolian? I'm an international student from Dacia. You speak Ukrainian quite fluently. Which university do you study in? Ah, Art University. Art University? I didn't expect you to be an artist. What did you study? Painting or music? Are you checking the household registration here? Zhang Yin complained in his heart, but still smiled and said, Can't you see? My temperament is naturally music. The mercenary was very surprised. Wow, music, then we have something to talk about. Before doing this, I was in a band. Give me your ID and give me your contact information. I'll buy you a drink tonight and we can have a good chat. Are all foreigners so enthusiastic? Okay. Zhang Yin nodded, then reached into his bag. Although there was nothing in it, he still pretended to be taking out his ID seriously. On the other hand, the identity check of Andre and the other three was extremely quick. They just took their ID cards and searched on the computer, and they passed successfully. However, the four of them did not rush in, but stood aside, staring at Zhang Yin nervously. What if I don't pass? What else can we do? We have to fight them with kitchen knives. We can't really sell out the major. Would we still be human if we did that? Andre, you two are in charge of the left side. There are fewer people there. The right side is for Ivan and I. Once you grab the gun, give it to the major first. He's good with guns. Remember, you must be quick. As they were talking, the four of them had already skillfully found their respective combat units. As soon as something unexpected happened to Zhang Yin, they would take action. Hey, the little thing is hidden quite deep. Wait a minute, my bag is a bit big. Zhang Yin pretended to be serious, but 1,000 Chao and Ima-s were running through his mind. No. How come the four of them passed so quickly? Are they really planning to sell themselves out? It's okay. Take your time and don't be nervous. Maybe it fell on the car? I'll help you look for it. The mercenary was very enthusiastic and spontaneously entered the car to look for it. But after searching around, I still found nothing. You. The mercenary squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin thought, has this aroused suspicion? At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the mercenary's pistol. If the mercenary dared to say another word, he would draw his gun and fight back. Just as Zhang Yin stretched out his hand to grab the gun, the mercenary suddenly realized and said, Is it lost? It doesn't matter. As long as your information has been registered online, we will be able to find it. Zhang Yin let out a long breath and smiled foolishly and clearly. Hey, it seems that I really lost it. Can you guys get a replacement? What do you need to reissue? We just need to check your identity to verify it. The mercenary smiled and then took Zhang Yin to a room nearby. Tell them your ID number and name, and they will check it for you. Damn, how would I know what the ID number is? Zhang Yin cast his gaze towards Detri in the distance. The certificate was in his hand before, so maybe he would know. Unexpectedly, this stupid teammate Detri didn't understand Zhang Yin's meaning at all. He gave him a serious look and then gestured, which roughly meant that if there was any problem, they would immediately seize the guns. No, man, is that what I meant? Zhang Yin was speechless, but fortunately he spoke directly. Hey, what's my ID number? I forgot it. Detri spread his hands. I don't know. That's your ID number? How would I know it? Fuck, what a jerk. Zhang Yin was completely speechless, as he was only one step away from sneaking into Keffel and getting the intelligence. But this one step is so far away. Is that the only way to go? Zhang Yin looked at the mercenary's pistol again, thinking that there were fewer people here, so it should be easier to take action. Just as Zhang Yan's hand touched his gun, a pair of slender hands suddenly held him down. Elder brother? Zhang Yin raised his head in confusion and saw a pure girl with delicate features and a high ponytail looking at him with surprise. The most important thing is that this girl has an Asian face and speaks Mandarin. Brother, it's really you. Zhang Yin was stunned. Huh? Chapter 29. Meet with Daxiao agents and return home tomorrow. Foreign land. Suddenly, I met a very beautiful female fellow countryman. Although I didn't know him, he was very enthusiastic from the start. Not only does he hug your arm, but he also calls you brother. What is this called? This is called having bad intentions, trying to set you up and steal the money in your pocket. Zhang Yan's guard suddenly rose, and he quickly took a step back. Sister, who are you? Who knew that before he could finish his words, the girl with a high ponytail rushed over and said, It's really you, brother. Han Chung, you bastard. I thought you were dead. The girl with the high ponytail threw herself into Zhang Yan's arms, tears streaming down her face. and then she hit Zhang Yan's chest with a small hammer. Function? Zhang Yan opened his mouth exaggeratedly and was about to say something, but the girl with a high ponytail leaned close to his ear and said, "We are one family. If you want to survive, you better be smart." Oh! Zhang Yan was so smart that he reacted immediately. With tears in his eyes, he started to perform. "Swallow, it's really you, Swallow. I traveled through mountains and rivers just to find you, Yanzi. Do you know how hard it was for me along the way, Yanzi?" The handsome men and beautiful women were in tears, and the performance broke the audience's hearts. The mercenaries and the staff were caught off guard by this scene. Someone took the initiative to ask, "Monica, who is this?" The girl with a high ponytail called Monica sobbed and wiped her tears aggrievedly. "Who else could it be? My brother." Brother? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Obviously, no one expected that a beauty as pure and oriental as Monica would have a brother like, Zhang Yan. Soon a strange sound was heard. "You two don't look alike. Half-sister. Half-sister. Same father. Is that not possible? Monica, no matter how you look at him, he seems to be older than your brother. Are you sure he is not your brother? I thought you were complimenting me on my youth. I can only say that you have good taste, but you accidentally offended this lady when you were complimenting me. I can only say, congratulations, your good days are coming." "Found it!" The staff in front of the computer suddenly exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. "He is so famous in Irmao Art University that you can find him without even searching his student ID. Well?" Zhang Yin opened his mouth wide, but still went up to take a look. Han Cheng, a 15-year-old genius from the Tsinghua and Peking University junior class. I am proficient in guitar, drums, bass, violin, and orchestral instruments, and have in-depth research on jazz, blues, R&B, fusion music, etc. At the age of 18, he was selected as the 30th on the Bufus Daxia version of the top 100 richest people list. He was admitted to Irmao University of the Arts with honors and has given many concerts, providing more ideas for the combination of Western and Eastern music genres. The Love and Peace concert is currently being prepared. Zhang Yan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, and he looked at Monica in surprise. "No, not my sister." La 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 la, Monica was rolling her hair up, looking up at the sky, singing a tune, and she was almost whistling. The mercenary excitedly stepped forward and shook hands with Zhang Yan. "Although I know you studied music, I didn't expect you to be so professional. You are so outstanding." Almost many people agree with this statement. As expected of Monica's brother, he is even better than her. "Luckily, he's not my boyfriend. Otherwise, how would we live? What a talented man." Daxia is truly a vast country with abundant resources. With the help of Monica, who suddenly appeared, passing the identity verification seemed to be easier than Zhang Yan had imagined. "Then we'll go back first by..." Afterwards, the two of them left hand in hand like good friends, very naturally, and no one suspected anything. But just after returning to Monica's residence and opening the door, Monica pushed Zhang Yan away with disgust. "What's that smell? How many days have you not taken a shower? Is there any smell?" Zhang Yan sniffed everywhere, but felt good about himself. He simply went into the house, found a glass of water, and drank it all, then asked, "You just said you were one of us? Did the communication lady ask you to wait for me here?" "No wonder she led me to Keffel for no reason. So this is the arrangement. What is your mission?" "It's not just to help me pass the identity verification, right?" Monica made a hushing gesture and moved closer to the window to look around. "You're pretty smart. It seems like you didn't rely on simple luck to survive on the battlefield." Zhang Yin snorted. "Luck? I have always relied on my strength, okay." Monica came to a bookcase and moved a book on the shelf. Then there was a loud crash, and the bookcase flipped over, revealing a variety of guns on top. Zhang Yin was so shocked. "Oh my god, you are quite professional. Are you an agent planted here by Daxia? You ask too many questions." Monica took a package and threw it to Zhang Yin. "What is this?" Zhang Yin opened it curiously. I was surprised to find that inside was a series of identity documents, passport, and a plane ticket. "Tomorrow, Kafuhar will have a special evacuation vehicle that will take you to the airport that is still in operation in the rear area. You can take this flight to leave Irmao and head to the Sea Eagle country. Once you get there, you can return home and our people will pick you up there." Sure enough, the purpose of the correspondent lady asking me to come to Keffel was not simple at all. "So he wants me to retreat right here? What about you? You won't go back with me? I have other things to do, so I won't bother you." Seeing that Monica no longer responded, Zhang Yin could only ask for trouble. "Okay, but isn't it a little too early to go back tomorrow morning?" Monica said, as if she had heard something ridiculous. Do you know how precious it is to have a chance to return home in a war-torn area? If it weren't for the strong motherland, you wouldn't even have this chance. Do you understand? Zhang Yin nodded. I understand the truth, but if I go back like this, what will happen to my comrades? Comrade? Monica found it more and more ridiculous. You just accidentally entered the battlefield and stayed with them for a few more days. Do you really think you are a soldier of the Russian bear? Yes, maybe they are very enthusiastic. Maybe in order to prevent you from being scared, they come up with many ways to alleviate your fear and make you feel good about them. But you have to understand clearly, they are the Mao Xiong people, and you are from Bixia, not of our race, and their hearts must be different. Please understand this clearly. Perhaps it was because Monica had seen too much ugliness in her intelligence work that her words sounded so extreme to Zhang Yin. However, Zhang Yin still chose to respect. I didn't say I wouldn't go back. It's just that I promised someone that I would help take care of his battalion after he died, and it was my idea to go deep behind enemy lines and cut off the supply chain. How can I feel at ease if you just become a hands-off boss? Just give me a few days. Once I get the information, I will leave immediately. No, absolutely not. Chapter 30. The trouble caused by the fake identity. The city lord does not allow Zhang Yin to return to the country. Zhang Yin and Monica got into a dispute. Monica wanted Zhang Yin to return home as soon as possible, because the longer he stayed in a place like Kefel, the more trouble he would get into. However, Zhang Yin wanted to stay for a few days because he was concerned about the operation and the safety of his subordinates. The argument lasted for a full hour until someone arrived and broke it up. Have I disturbed your conversation a little? The person who came was the mercenary from before. Could it be that my fake identity has been discovered? Zhang Yin felt a little guilty. Why are you here? The mercenary scratched his head. Brother, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Novik, and your name is Hongcheng? Yes. What can I do for you? I'm here to pass on a message for the city lord. City lord? Monica was shocked. Zhang Yin and the city lord had no connection at all. So why would he come to deliver a message for no reason? I always feel that something is wrong and nothing good is going to happen. Norwich nodded and said, Yes, the city lord said that we in Kefel are very honored to have a talent like you enter the city. Right now, the city lord is planning a birthday concert for his daughter. Unfortunately, no one in the city has any experience. Can we invite you to be the director of the concert? Zhang Yin pointed at himself with an outrageous look on his face. Me, the concert director? Now it's all over. That art school resume that was fabricated by someone unknown has finally brought trouble to Zhang Yin. Although I can play the guitar a little, isn't it a bit too much to ask me to be the music director? Am I cut out for it? Yes, you have given concerts before, so you must have some experience. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Monica. Please apologize to the city lord on behalf of my brother and I. I'm afraid my brother is not qualified for this position. My family is pushing me to leave. My brother is leaving tomorrow. Norwich didn't seem surprised at all. The city lord also noticed this, so he was very considerate and helped Han Qing cancel tomorrow's flight. Cancel? And he also promised that as long as this concert is successfully completed, he will give you a generous reward, and he will send his private plane to take you directly back to Daxia. Of course, if you insist on refusing and going against the city lord, then I'm afraid you will never be able to return to Daxia. Zhang Yin was stunned. What a guy. Is he so strong? He doesn't even give me the right to refuse? But is it because he thinks he is not exposed fast enough that he is made the music director? Monica was also dumbfounded. Originally, she only needed to follow the plan and send Zhang Yin on the plane tomorrow morning. Now, Zhang Yin was targeted by the city lord, his flight ticket was canceled, and he even said something cruel. What should he do now? An hour later, Zhang Yin was dragged to a bar by Norwich. Tonight, a program selection will be held in this bar. As the music director, you cannot be absent. Although it was afternoon time, there were already a lot of people gathered here, and it was very lively. Everyone was drinking and playing games, which made Zhang Yin feel as if he was in another world. It's still early before the selection. We can have a drink first. As soon as he arrived at the front desk, Novich ordered a bottle of high-proof vodka and other bottles and cans, followed by a series of fancy cocktails. A glass of strong liquor was brought to Zhang Yin. Just by smelling it, Zhang Yin almost felt like he had been pierced through the head with strong alcohol. This group of Slavs are extremely tough, whether in their work style or in their eating and entertainment. In order not to arouse the other party's suspicion, Zhang Yin could only pick up the wine and swallow it down. I have to say, this wine is really awesome. It feels very soft in the mouth when you first drink it, and it's okay when you swallow it. But just a few seconds after swallowing it, the after effects started to set in, and Zhang Yin felt like he was going to spit fire. Fortunately, since I unlocked the title of Who Says Humans Can't Be Druids, my physical skills, strength, and speed have improved. Zhang Yan's physical condition also improved, so he was not drunk by this small cup. Man, to be honest, I used to be in a band, released albums, and worked in recording studios, but unfortunately the war broke out. Damn the war. After a few drinks, now it started talking a lot, talking about how awesome his band was back then and how much he hated the war. Finally, he got to the point. Dude, you're such a great musician. Why don't we form a band? Zhang Yin looked like he was about to fall apart. Not only did he let himself be the music director, but now he wanted to form a band with him. You might as well bury me. Don't be so quick to refuse. This is a big deal. The city lord said that anyone who participates in this concert will receive 10 million gui. Zhang Yin estimated that 10 million renminbi is about 1 million renminbi. It was just a birthday, but the performance fee was over 1 million RMB, which is almost like the domestic entertainment industry. But unfortunately, he just couldn't muster up the interest at all now. Well, let me think about it. You drink first. I'm going to the bathroom. After finding an excuse, Zhang Yin wanted to slip away. However, just as he reached a corner, someone covered his mouth and took him away. At the back door of the bar is a secluded path, and there are not many people there at this time. Why are you here? Zhang Yin was so excited to see his four comrades again. Andre was speechless and said, "What else can I say? We have been following you since we entered this keffel. What's the situation with that woman? Why did she help you?" Considering that Monica's identity as an agent must be kept secret, Zhang Yin thought for a moment and said, "An acquaintance. I didn't expect to run into her here. Never mind, my business is not important. Let me tell you guys, have you found anything since you came in?" Illich nodded and reported. In the afternoon, we visited several food factories, interviewed them, and gathered information. You guys managed to break in? Andre shook his head. The task of obtaining the dispatch station is probably much more difficult than we imagined. Most of the vehicles heading to the dispatch station are managed by mercenaries, and ordinary people can't get in touch with them at all. The idea of infiltrating their transport convoy is obviously not feasible. But there is good news. Generally speaking, in this situation, the deployment of the dispatch station and the dispatch of the transport team should be the responsibility of the leader of the mercenary group. As long as we infiltrate the mercenary group, we may be able to obtain this information. Zhang Yin nodded and thought for a while. Then let's sneak into the mercenary group. Are you sure? Ivan, the flat-headed boy, spread his hands and said, "I've checked it out. It can be said that there is none at all. The defense there is very strict, and the firepower covers every corner. Going in is like going to die." "Ah, then it's all over. We came here for nothing." "Not necessarily." Illich shook his head. "Just now in the bar, we got a piece of news that the city lord will hold a birthday concert for his daughter, and the location is also very cleverly chosen. It's at the Opera House in the mercenary group's garrison area. If I could get into that concert, it's this concert again." Zhang Yin was convinced. How could everything be related to this damn concert? There was no work left, right? But it was such a coincidence that I had just become the concert director when Ilyich brought me this news. Isn't this a blind cat catching a dead mouse? We've asked around, and the concert's kitchen is hiring. Ivan and I should be able to get in. As for Andre and Detri, you two can apply for the waiter positions. Just as the four of them began to discuss the plan, Zhang Yinxing raised his head helplessly. "Don't bother so much. You may not know that I am the person in charge of this concert. If you want to sneak in, just tell me." You? Chapter 31. The Professional Disguise of the Special Forces. A trick to control the foreigner for 3 minutes. At this moment, Zhang Yan's body seemed so tall and majestic in the eyes of the four people. Although he had only been in Kefar for less than half a day, he had already made a breakthrough. Compared with Zhang Yan, the achievements of Andre and his four companions are like Makabaka versus Ultraman. The small witch meets the big witch, it is not worth mentioning at all. It's only been half a day, and you've already become the music director. How did you do it? I now understand why Captain Alexei suddenly started to obey your orders, Major. You are so awesome. Zhang Yan, you're a fucking genius, you know that? I never imagined there would be such an entry point. The four of them almost knelt down before Zhang Yan. Their admiration for him was like the endless rushing of a river. But these compliments sounded different to Zhang Yan. Don't brag, hurry up and think of a way for me. I don't know anything about art. How can I be a role? Ilyich smiled and said, You can leave this to Ivan and me. Camouflage reconnaissance is a compulsory subject for us. We have experience in this area. Andre echoed. I was a scout and have learned camouflage knowledge. You can leave the stage aspects to me. Seeing that everyone else had taken on the job, Detri raised his hand a little embarrassedly. I can go on stage to perform. I can sing. Who asked you? Zhang Yin glanced at Detri with some disgust. After a quick check of the system panel, Zhang Yin raised his eyebrows and said, You said you have taken a camouflage class? Half an hour later, Zhang Yin and 4 others returned to the bar. Judging for the show has already begun. There were all kinds of performers performing on stage, with various styles including singing, dancing, rapping, and even playing basketball. In short, there are all kinds of performances, and the quality of the performances varies. Some are professional, and some are just accidents. Seeing this, Andre couldn't help but get a little nervous. Zhang Yin, you only studied for half an hour. Is this okay? Half an hour ago, Zhang Yin suddenly suggested that Andre, Ilyich, and Ivan teach him knowledge of camouflage. Andre thought it was unreliable. Camouflage reconnaissance required time and experience to accumulate. How is it possible to learn it in such a short time? What's more, Zhang Yin only learned it for half an hour. I just swallowed all the knowledge superficially and had a general understanding of it, or even just read the table of contents. With this level of skills, how can I handle the job of an art director? Zhang Yin didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, we'll know whether it's a mule or a horse after we take it out for a walk. From now on, we must follow the plan, and there must be no mistakes. Andre, Ilyich, and the other 3 nodded and rushed onto the stage. Ilyich and Ivan were responsible for tuning and receiving the sound, Andre was responsible for stage lighting and choreography, and Detri was responsible for assisting, and they did a pretty good job. It instantly added a lot of color to the originally monotonous stage. Our director is finally back. Let's welcome him with warm applause. Seeing Zhang Yin coming back, Norwich quickly invited him to the main seat. Why are you here just now? I thought you ran away. How is that possible? Zhang Yin smiled and said, I've hired a few helpers. It's impossible for me, the director, to do everything myself, right? Novich looked at the 4 people on the stage and nodded. They are your helpers? Hey, professionals are different. The atmosphere of the stage changed instantly. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yin sat down and began to enjoy the performance. After the performance was over, Norwich couldn't wait to say, Then let our artistic director comment on the performance from a professional perspective. As soon as these words were spoken, the toes of Andre and the other 3 on the stage instantly tensed up. Does Zhang Yin have the ability to comment? They think not, although they mentioned a lot of knowledge about music when teaching Zhang Yin about camouflage before. But Zhang Yin has only learned for half an hour. You can't expect him to suddenly become a master of art, right? At this time, Zhang Yin had already picked up the microphone, frowned slightly, and glanced casually at the 4 people on the stage. Andre and the other 3 were sweating profusely. It was all over. The expressions on their faces showed that they could no longer hold it in. Isn't this so embarrassing? If you make a casual comment now, it will appear unprofessional and your identity will be exposed. If we comment seriously, Zhang Yin knows nothing, and what he says is irrelevant and will expose his true identity. In short, Zhang Yan's identity will be exposed no matter what. Otherwise, Andre and his 3 companions became ruthless and took out 4 daggers from somewhere. Since my identity will be exposed sooner or later, I might as well start killing now. Anyway, we have already entered the city. The worst that can happen is that we fight our way out and turn the whole Keffel upside down. Unexpectedly at this time, Zhang Yin actually spoke. I just listened closely. Your singing skills are a little lacking, the vocal point is a little wrong, and your falsetto is a little leaky. Come and learn from me. As he spoke, Zhang Yin stood up, walked to the stage, held the performer's stomach, and began the demonstration. Dao Rui Mi, Fa, Sa, La, Shi Dao. From beginning to end, just like a music teacher. This scene made Andre and the other 3 stunned. Hey buddy, can you really do it? After teaching the singing skills, Zhang Yin came to the piano and said, in terms of arrangement, it's a bit too monotonous and the layers are not very rich. You should do this. As he spoke, Zhang Yan's slender fingers danced like butterflies, and beautiful music emerged from the cracks of the piano like a trickle of water. Andre and the other 3 opened their mouths wide. Huh? Norwich was also impressed by Zhang Yan's professionalism and couldn't help but exclaim, Look, this is what we call professionalism. Zhang Yin curled his lips slightly and said, You little bastards, can't I control you? Originally, Zhang Yin could neither play the piano nor sing. But just before entering the bar, he continued to absorb knowledge about camouflage and reconnaissance from Andre and others. Finally, a system notification sound came to Zhang Yan's ear. Ding! You have mastered 1,000 types of camouflage and reconnaissance knowledge, and you have obtained the title. How can you tell whether I am a man or a woman? Special Forces version. A camouflage skill that makes it difficult to tell whether I am a man or a woman, given to Lu Er Mihu. Even the Buddha cannot tell the real from the fake. Although the name is unreliable, the power of this new title is huge, and it has given Zhang Yin a lot of incredible knowledge of camouflage. How outrageous is it? At this time, even if Zhang Yin put on some makeup, wore a skirt, and dressed up as a woman, she could probably attract any man. With the blessing of this title, Zhang Yin is proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And precisely because of this incredible ability, Zhang Yan's comments gradually became outrageous. Your words are not good. Let me revise them for you. Actually, when I have nothing to do, I like to write books. Yes, I am a writer. Your dance moves aren't that good. Let me choreograph them for you. I haven't danced for a long time. I once won the gold medal in Latin dance at the Golden Gourd Cup in our village. Your look is really too tacky. Fortunately, I know a thing or two about design. I can design a set of performance clothes for you. For the lighting, I think we can use a red and blue color combination, which will better highlight the atmosphere. Yes, you guessed it right. I used to be a traffic policeman. The camouflage knowledge that appeared in his mind was so diverse that Zhang Yin could comment on it from all aspects. Even if the bar owner is willing, he can turn into a decorator and show him how to apply cement putty. Pa 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 pa. After Zhang Yin finished judging all the programs, warm applause broke out in the bar. As expected of an art director, his comments covered every detail and were very professional. What surprised everyone even more was that in addition to the music he studied, Zhang Yin had so many identities and hobbies. He is a host, a writer, a bard, an oil painter, a designer, a leatherworker, a silversmith, a Taoist priest, the inheritor of Daxia's intangible cultural heritage, and even a world peace ambassador. In short, it is very versatile, very awesome, and very wow. At this time, Andre and the other three almost dropped their mouths to the ground. Now, what did they miss? He has only studied for half an hour. Has Zhang Yin really become a master of art? Is he really a genius? After the judging session, everyone drank and chatted, and as the atmosphere became more lively, everyone gradually started to have fun. Singing, dancing, and playing musical instruments, it's such a joy. Zhang Yin was pushed onto the stage to perform with a cigar in his mouth. He didn't mind and just went ahead to perform. The east is dark, but the west is bright. Ah, I bask in the setting sun and my sorrow. Zhang Yin directly performed Er's Ho Yueji's classic piece and performed a magic trick for this group of foreigners. The enchanting style of the music directly controlled the foreigners for 3 or 4 minutes. Let Norwich exclaimed, "Holy shit, man. What can I say? This is real music. Your music in Daxia is really awesome." It was late at night, and Zhang Yin didn't know what was going on, but Illich and his 4 friends suddenly formed a band with Novich. The 5 of them played some classic songs right in the bar, completely igniting the atmosphere. Everyone held wine glasses and danced to the rhythm, and soon they were having fun. During this period, it was undoubtedly Detri who brought Zhang Yin the greatest surprise. This guy usually looks harmless and cowardly, but I didn't expect him to become a completely different person once he came to power. His smoky voice was at its highest point, making many women in the audience stare at him with fascination. Maybe it's because the singing is too sexy. So much so that right after the singing, a blonde girl came up to him and started chatting with him. Then Detri was taken away under the confused gaze of Zhang Yin and others. Chapter 32. The circle of friends exploded. Zhang Yin took the frontline troops to the bar for team building. Zhang Yan's mood at this moment is the same as that of a man who is both afraid that his brothers will suffer and afraid that they will drive a Land Rover. Why? After I finished my performance, the man came to shake hands with me. After Detri finished singing, the girl came up to him and started chatting with him. Looking at the 2 people's backs as they left, Zhang Yin exclaimed, "Is this even possible? Your comrade is great. He got in touch with that guy so quickly." At this time, Monica came to Zhang Yin. To be honest, she was really scared when she asked Zhang Yin to comment just now. She was really afraid that Zhang Yin would be exposed with the first word he opened his mouth. She even wanted to rush forward, whether to quarrel with Zhang Yin or fight with him, as long as she could help him escape temporarily. Fortunately, Zhang Yan's performance was beyond her expectations. She didn't expect that Zhang Yin knew so much. The fake identity he created was so solid that no one would suspect it. Zhang Yin was puzzled. Who is this woman? Who is this woman? Monica nodded and said, she is a very famous person. She is Mira, the daughter of the city lord. This concert is held for her. Zhang Yin was dumbfounded. This guy Detri is really bad when he is a pit, but he leads the whole game in KDA when he is the C. In the time it takes to sing a song, he quietly accomplishes something big, even seducing the city lord's daughter. If you can get in touch with her, your mission this time might be much easier. But you have to be careful. City Lord Kafsky is not a good person. If you are discovered by him, it will be difficult for you to leave. On the way back, Andre cursed every word he said, as if he was cursing all of Detri's ancestors. Sokabul, Detri is such a beast. How can he still think about women during the mission? At the very least, you should report to me, your superior, and get permission before going. Ilyich joked. Andre, tell me the truth. Are you a little envious of Detri? Get lost. Why should I envy him? She's just a woman. You act like you've seen her before. Zhang Yin was annoyed by Andre's noise and said speechlessly, say less, it's giving me a headache. Andre pointed the finger at Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin, if you ask me, this matter is also your fault. After all, you are the major of our 16th regiment. Why didn't you stop it? Zhang Yin was even more speechless. I would like to stop it. But do you know who that woman is? Who is it? She is the city lord's daughter. What? After returning to his residence, Zhang Yin was overwhelmed by the urge to share his experience today and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Fortunately, I picked up my phone and posted a circle of friends along with some photos and videos I took in the bar today. A song of secondhand roses to perform a ritual for my international friends. It lasted for 3 minutes straight away. My family, I got it. Because it is still a silent period, in order not to expose the action, Zhang Yin blurred the video and pictures. At this moment, it was already late at night in Ermao country where Zhang Yin was, but people in Daxia had just finished dinner. Therefore, many relatives and friends saw Zhang Yin's update for the first time. WDF, Brother Yin, weren't you on the battlefield? Why are you in the bar? Wow, so exciting. The music atmosphere abroad is just different. But aren't you tone deaf, Brother Yin? Does the song of Secondhand Rose need to have all 5 notes? The method is done. So what's the situation now? Zhang Yin, are you back in Russia? When will you return? I recently heard that a girl in our class is planning to confess her love to you, so I plan to come back and give you a surprise. Although there were a lot of comments, Zhang Yin turned off his phone after posting on his moments, so he didn't see any of the comments. However, this post of his on WeChat moments still caused a stir in some places. The first is the capital of the Bear Country, the Great Xia Consulate. Report, Zhang Yin posted a circle of friends a few minutes ago. As soon as they received the news, the representatives of Daxia and Zhang Yan's father Zhang Li got together. Well, it seems that he has already arrived. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to leave Ermao and return home in a few days. The representative of Daxia breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried for the past few days because there had been no news about Zhang Yin. Although the military has made sufficient preparations, they are still afraid of any accidents. Zhang Li was so excited that he almost cried. Great! That's great! My Yin Yin can finally go home. On the other side, the temporary headquarters of the 16th Corps. Anthony also knew about Zhang Yan's moments post at the first opportunity, but his reaction was different from that of the consulate. Hey, is this singer one of Andre's men? I remember seeing him before. Anthony asked, pointing at the video. Yes, I think his name is Detri, but let's not worry about him for now. Sir, do you think the guy playing the keyboard looks like Andre? After being reminded by his subordinates, Anthony took a closer look and found that the face was a little unclear after being processed in the video. But after being with Andre for so long, Anthony knows what Andre smells like when he farts, so how could he not see it? Hey, it's really him. This made Anthony a little confused. These days, he has sent a large amount of manpower, material resources, including satellites, to search for it. But the frontline troops could not be contacted at all. But now Zhang Yan's circle of friends showed that he was hanging out in a bar with Andre and Detri. He seems very relaxed, happy, and leisurely. Seeing this, Anthony couldn't help but twitch his lips. Could it be that they rebelled? That shouldn't be the case. Even if Zhang Yin betrayed, then Detri betrayed, but Andre couldn't have betrayed. His awareness has been proven by time. Sir, you're overthinking this a bit. The subordinate stepped forward and said cautiously, is it possible that after successfully occupying the Klaya military base, they became disgusted with the war and wanted to escape temporarily? Anthony touched his chin and said, "What do you mean? Could it be that the frontline troops went to the bar for team building?" From the next day, Zhang Yin officially took over the position of concert director. "I am busy every day, either reviewing the programs or setting up the venue for the concert. Fortunately, with the blessing of the title, how can you tell if I'm male or female? The Special Forces version, he is always able to complete these tasks with ease, leaving a very professional impression on everyone." As the concert day approached, rehearsals began. Since it was a rehearsal, they naturally had to go to the venue of the concert. Therefore, Zhang Yin and others had the opportunity to go deep into the mercenary camp. On the morning of the first day, Zhang Yin and others were very cautious and did not do anything out of the ordinary. By the afternoon, the two Special Forces soldiers Ilyich and Ivan began to take action to explore the routes within the mercenary camp. The next day, I thought I would have to continue to act secretly, but I didn't expect that Zhang Yin and Novik would take them for a walk just because they were bored. Naoch agreed immediately and took them for a walk. The night before the concert, everyone gathered at the residence of Andre and others and began to discuss plans for the next day. After a few days of investigation, we have roughly figured out the route inside the mercenary camp. Once the concert begins, a large number of mercenaries will be deployed to the opera house for security. That will be the time for us to take action. The mercenary leader's office is located in the northeast corner of the opera house, passing through two barracks. Be careful on this road. As he was talking, Ilyich suddenly took out a black bag from under the table and took out weapons one after another. Zhang Yin was shocked. "Where did you get this? You guys at Baikal are really well connected." "What do you mean by all-powerful?" Ilyich shook his head and smiled. "You also know that Kefil is a special place, and everything underground is confidential. In this case, how could the KGB not send some people here? They made all these weapons. But it seems they will also be taking action tomorrow night, so they won't give us many weapons." "Tomorrow night, will they also take action?" Chapter 33. Stealing Intelligence Operation, Beauty Trap, Intelligence is not in the office. The next day, around 4 in the afternoon. As the concert director, Zhang Yin arrived at the opera house early to prepare and make all the overall preparations. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the grand concert began. The huge opera house was packed with people enjoying one wonderful performance after another. Although by this time, Zhang Yan's work had finally become easier. But he did not dare to delay, because after Andre and the others finished their performance, the mission of stealing intelligence would begin. Success or failure depends on this one move. "Congratulations, your performance was great, even better than the last time at the bar." Backstage, Zhang Yin, dressed in a tuxedo, personally greeted Andre and his companions who had just finished their performance. "Brother, isn't this all thanks to you?" Novich was very happy. Let's go to the front to watch the show." Zhang Yin waved his hand and smiled. "Watching the show is so boring. Why don't we go find some fun?" "Have fun?" Half an hour later, Naoch was drunk by Zhang Yin and others in the lounge. "The first step has been completed. Are you ready?" Zhang Yin cast his gaze towards Detri and reminded him. "Detri, how much time you can buy for us depends entirely on you. Do you understand?" I will try my best. Do we have to use her?" Detri looked hesitant. In the past few days, he and Mira had a very pleasant conversation and were almost about to confirm their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. But not long ago, Zhang Yin told him that Mira was actually the daughter of the city Lord Kafsky. This made him unable to face Mira for a while. Zhang Yin consoled her. "I'm not taking advantage of her. I'm just asking her for a favor." "Okay then." Detri nodded, then walked out of the lounge and slipped all the way to the VIP room in the stands. But the place was heavily guarded and he couldn't get in at all, so he had to go back to the stands and find a conspicuous position to look towards the VIP room. Mira, the protagonist of tonight's concert, wore a white princess dress and had a very pure makeup. But at this moment, she dozed off. Except for Ivan, other programs are so boring. I wonder what he is doing at this moment. Ivan was the lead singer of a band whom she met the last time she went to the bar. His voice was very special and attracted Mira for a while. As they interacted over the past few days, Mira discovered more of Ivan's shining points and was considering whether to date him. Just then, there was a commotion in the audience. "Hey, what's wrong with you? How can we watch the show if you're blocking our way? Have some manners, idiot. Believe it or not, I'm going to put my fist in your mouth. Don't let anyone stop me. I'm going to beat him to death with one punch." With just a glance, Mira was shocked to find that Ivan, whom she had been thinking about so much, was surrounded by people. "Hey, stop!" Mira stood up and exclaimed. This attracted the attention of Kavsky, the father who was standing nearby. What's wrong? Mira. Nothing, father. Mira looked over worriedly, only to find that Ivan was making a secret sign to her that only the two of them could understand. Father, it's too stuffy here. I'm going out to get some fresh air. Okay, don't run too far, okay? Soon, Mira slipped out of the VIP lounge and met Detri in the corridor. Silly, if you want to find me, just go in. What were you doing just now? Detri scratched his head. Your father was there too, Teske. You are so timid, your father won't eat you. Mira took Detri's arm and said, come on, go meet my father. I want him to see what kind of boy I like, so that he won't have to introduce me to other people all day long. The boy I like? Detri blushed. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had a mission. Mira, come with me. Where are you going? Today is your birthday, and I want to give you a gift. Wow, you're planning on giving me a surprise, right? Ivan, you're so nice. When Mira heard it was a gift, she couldn't walk anymore and just followed Detri stupidly. But as soon as she reached the door, Mira realized something was wrong, because 4 people were waiting there. I remember the 4 of them. They seem to be in the same band as you. Detri nodded and said, because this gift is very special, I need their help. Wow, it's such a grand event. What exactly is the gift? Mira was becoming more and more curious. According to regulations, no one is allowed to enter or leave the opera house at will during this time. But with Mira's presence, Zhang Yin and others turned the impossible into possible and had a smooth journey. Soon, they arrived at a very secluded place, an abandoned factory building. With Detri snapping his fingers, Zhang Yin and others hurriedly ignited the fireworks hidden everywhere. Girls all like romance, and this kind of spraying flowers in the dark is the biggest surprise for them. Amid the spray of flowers, Detri was seen walking slowly forward with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. How to perform next is up to Detri himself. Zhang Yin and others took the opportunity to evacuate the factory. If something unexpected happens, don't take risks and withdraw immediately. We have no room for error and must not reveal our identities. Ilyich and Ivan, 2 professionals from the Baikal Special Operations Team, each changed into a black tactical night suit. Zhang Yin was so envious of that look. Zhang Yin also wanted to experience this kind of late-night sneaking to spy on the enemy, but unfortunately, the title skills he currently possesses are only useful in frontal combat. Although it is possible to use them to be a spy or an agent, it is not professional and the risks are high. There was no room for error in the current task, and victory or defeat depended on a single thought. He decided not to make matters worse and should leave professional matters to professionals. Soon, while Detri was making a passionate confession to Mira in the factory, Ilyich and Ivan left. The 2 men moved swiftly and quickly escaped into the darkness, then followed the route they had previously explored, jumping over walls. Avoiding a number of reconnaissance facilities, he rushed towards the mercenary building in the distance. Andre lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. I really didn't expect that Detri would choose this moment to confess. He clearly knew that our intentions were not simple. Zhang Yin shook his head helplessly. He is afraid that he will have no chance after completing the mission. It is better to take this time to express all his emotions and avoid regrets. Andre nodded. Hearing you say that, I have a regret. What? Andre suddenly looked at Zhang Yin very seriously. Are you really going to leave? Zhang Yin slapped his forehead. He knew that Monica's affairs could not be concealed at all. How could it be such a coincidence that I met my sister as soon as I arrived in Kefel? Others might not be suspicious, but people who know me would definitely be suspicious. Zhang Yin nodded. I will go back after the mission is completed. What do you want to do? Do you want to stop me? Andre smiled and said, no, I just asked casually. As a comrade, I will respect all your decisions, but only, I hope you can stay. Why? Zhang Yin wondered. Don't forget, I strayed into the battlefield by accident. Now I finally have a chance to leave. Why shouldn't I leave? Andre said solemnly. I just thought that if someone with talent like you joined this war, maybe it would end soon. Although we were forced to start this war, it was never our intention to bring disaster to innocent people or make them homeless. Andre expressed his generous words directly, which also gave Zhang Yin a lot of thoughts about the war, but he did not respond directly. At this moment, some noises suddenly came from the abandoned factory. Zhang Yin didn't hear anything else. He only heard Detri yelling, Dear, tonight, I am your gift. Come on, don't pity me. Punish me severely. Andre couldn't help laughing. This kid finally got it. It is said that on the first night he went out, he didn't understand what Mira meant and slept on the sofa all night. Fuck, there is such a thing? Ilyich and Ivan came back faster than Zhang Yin expected. Before I finished talking to Andre about Detri's embarrassing incident, the two of them came back. How's it going? Did you succeed? Ilyich shook his head. Although the infiltration was successful, the intelligence is not there at all. Chapter 34. Hostage of the City Lord's Daughter, a fight in the woods, and a meeting of intelligence officers. According to Ilyich, he and Ivan sneaked into the mercenary group building and successfully found the office of the mercenary group leader. However, they searched everywhere there but could not find the information about the material dispatch station they needed for this trip. If it's not with the mercenary group, then where could it be? Zhang Yin frowned when he heard this news. In order to obtain intelligence, they took such a great risk and went to such great lengths to sneak into Kefil. But in the end, all their efforts were in vain. The frontline troops will reach the location of the 13th Corps in the next few days. It seemed that Alexei had probably led the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion and the Baikal Special Forces to lurk in Ermau's territory. If the opportunity to fight is delayed due to intelligence problems, then we will be big sinners. At this moment, Ilyich's expression suddenly changed. But there is good news. Good news? We kidnapped the leader of the mercenary group and interrogated him. Interrogate the leader of the mercenary group? Zhang Yin curled his lips. In someone else's territory, they kidnapped the boss and interrogated him. I'm afraid only the special forces have such courage, and of course myself. What did the trial reveal? According to him, City Lord Kafsky has an ambiguous relationship with the American country. Therefore, Kafsky takes things like material dispatch very seriously and confirms it personally every day. But today, perhaps because of his daughter's birthday, he did not return the material dispatch book as usual. Zhang Yin understood what Ilyich meant. So, the material dispatch is in the City Lord's hands? Yes, in the study of his villa. Originally, Zhang Yin and others could take advantage of the relationship between Detri and the City Lord's daughter Mira and find an opportunity to sneak into the City Lord's villa. But there was no time. First, the appointment with the frontline troops was approaching, and second, something unexpected happened to Ilyich during the interrogation. The leader of the mercenary group was very dishonest. We clearly had no intention of killing him. We even wanted to confuse him and get him to cover for us. But he insisted on resisting and ended up accidentally knocking his head against the corner of the table, killing himself. Ah? Zhang Yin opened his mouth wide. He was shocked. It was so simple. The leader of the mercenary group did this on purpose, right? Zhang Yin frowned. The death of the mercenary group leader was a big deal, and it couldn't be kept secret for long. It seems that tonight will be the decisive game. They must get the intelligence as soon as possible and then evacuate. Zhang Yan's order was issued very quickly, which interrupted Detri's good deeds. He was dumbfounded. What's going on? I'm just one step away from success, do you know? Andre patted his shoulder speechlessly. Hold it back. You deserve it if you don't go when you should. Honey, what happened? Mira was a little confused. Her good thing was interrupted and she was a little unhappy. Detri scratched his head, not knowing how to respond, and looked at Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin was a ruthless man who didn't say much. He took a quick step, directly exposed his hidden gun, and pressed it against Myra's back. Ms. Mira, next I hope you can help us with a little favor. We don't have much time. I hope you can cooperate. This will be good for everyone. This sudden scene shocked Detri, who was standing by. Zhang Yin, you? Zhang Yin shook his head to signal Detri that the mission was urgent, and they had no time to play house with Mira. At this point in time, it won't be easy to form a mercenary group. If I continue to fool Mira, she might report the matter to her father, the city lord, the next second. As a last resort, Zhang Yin could only resort to this last resort and take the person hostage directly. Afterwards, the group of people took Mira, who was already a little dumbfounded, hostage, sneaking all the way to the parking lot and getting a car. Who are you? Mira realized what was happening just after getting in the car. She felt a little unbelievable and began to doubt her life. Zhang Yin did not respond, but pointed the gun firmly at Mira. Take us out, and your mission is accomplished. We are friends, and I don't want everyone to make things too awkward. I think you know what to do. Soon, the car arrived at the exit checkpoint. Ms. Mira. The car window rolled down, and Mira looked at the approaching mercenary with complicated eyes. Answer according to what I taught you. Zhang Yin was prepared for Mira to betray him, but he didn't want her to because that would bring unnecessary trouble. Finally, after a period of inner struggle, Mira gritted her teeth and said, I'm a little drunk and want to go for a ride with my friends. Let me go. The mercenary was a little confused, but the city lord. Feeling the muzzle of the gun pressed against her arm, Mira was annoyed. Let me go. Do you want me to say it again? Yes, let him go quickly. The moment the car passed the checkpoint, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I have done what you said. Now you can tell me the truth about you. Before Mira could finish her words, she was knocked unconscious by Zhang Yan's knife. Sensing Detri's distressed and complaining look, Zhang Yan was speechless. What are you looking at? If we don't hold her hostage, is there any better way? Once she goes and tells her father that she wants to take us out of the mercenary group, we're done. Detri pursed his lips and said, I understand the truth, but can't you be more gentle with her? There's no need to knock her out. Zhang Yan pursed his lips and said, Brother, I've been merciful enough, otherwise I would have killed him just now to silence him. Then the car sped towards the city lord's villa. The city lord's villa is located on a high hillside in the center of Kefil, making it easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Just as they arrived nearby, Zhang Yin and others saw fire in the distance and heard the sound of countless bullets being fired from silencers. Zhang Yin frowned. What's going on? Someone got there first. But Ilyich and Andrei seemed to have expected it. It is just as expected. What do you mean? It is well known that there are many confidential intelligence from the Pre-Mao era hidden underground in Kefil. And tonight's concert is when the guards at the city lord's villa are usually empty. The intelligence personnel hiding in Kefil should not miss this opportunity. Zhang Yin understood. This should be what Ilyich and the others had talked about yesterday. This was the task that the intelligence personnel had to complete. Suddenly, Zhang Yin thought of Monica. Could it be that she was hiding in Kefhar to complete this mission? Is she also in the villa at this moment? After parking the car in a secluded area, Zhang Yin and others planned to abandon the car and leave. Detri hesitated and said, I will stay here to take care of Mira. I can't leave her here alone. Andrei and others were speechless by this man who had fallen in love. Zhang Yin just glanced at him and said, Stay here. We didn't intend for you to go anyway. Detri gave him a grateful look, but Zhang Yin said the next second, With your guts, if there are too many people around, you will probably drag others to commit suicide with you. It's good enough that you don't wet your pants. Detri was suddenly embarrassed. Just like that, except for Detri, who was left in the car to take care of Mira, the remaining 4 people got out immediately and sneaked through the woods under the cover of darkness. As we went deeper, we could hear the sound of bullets passing through silencers. Some corpses also began to appear on the ground. Through these intelligence personnel who died in battle, Zhang Yin and others confiscated a lot of weapons. As they approached a distance of about 500 meters from the villa, the men in black who were constantly fighting in the woods frequently appeared in everyone's sight. The firepower here became more and more fierce, with hundreds of stray bullets hitting every second, and the firepower was no less than that on the front battlefield. Apart from Zhang Yan's title buff being maxed out and dodging bullets all the way, his progress was not affected at all. Andrei Ilyich and the other 2 were almost suppressed and could only hide behind the trees. What should we do? Their firepower is too strong. We can't get through at all. I've observed that they fight on their own and attack anyone they see. Otherwise, we have 4 of us. Where's Zhang Yin? He's already got inside. He's incredibly strong. We can't fall behind. Let's try again. The 3 tried to break out again, but after trying for a while, they were back to the starting point. Fuck. A stray bullet hit my ass. Be glad it was your butt. If you had shot him in the head, you would have been dead. Ha 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 ha, bastard. His arm was grazed by 2 bullets, and he can't attack at all. What should he do? We can't let Zhang Yin go alone. That would be too mean. Ilyich, Andrei, and the other 2 were injured to varying degrees. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't get through and could only worry. Unexpectedly, at this time, Zhang Yin came back again, and he was not injured at all, walking through the hail of bullets as if he was strolling on the street. Ilyich and the other 2 were dumbfounded. How could they be so relaxed? We are 2 special forces and a scout. Don't we have any dignity? Zhang Yin didn't care. I just saw it. The fighting ahead is even more fierce. For people are too big a target to rush through. You retreat and wait for me in the car. I'll go in and try. Hello. The 3 of them wanted to stop him, but when they turned around, Zhang Yin disappeared again. There was fighting everywhere in the woods. The intelligence personnel seemed to be holding a meeting here. Zhang Yin estimated that their total number was as large as an army. At this moment, Zhang Yin chose an area with the lowest firepower density and then developed the ability of the title, who said that humans can't be druids to the extreme. He passed through the war zone at the speed of a leopard and successfully broke into the city lord's villa without being discovered by anyone, because the person who discovered him was shot in the head by him at the first moment. Inside the city lord's villa, there were corpses everywhere, and there were even flames in some places. It was vaguely seen that many figures were fighting. Obviously, this is the center of the war. Agents from various countries gather here and are willing to risk their lives just to get the secret hidden in Kefhar. Zhang Yin fought fiercely and searched all the way and finally found his way to the study. As soon as he pushed the door open, the man in the room raised his pistol without hesitation. Zhang Yin quickly dodged the bullet by turning sideways, then raised his hand. With two thumps, the man fell in a pool of blood. Zhang Yin successfully entered and looked at the messy study room. He suddenly felt a headache. How can you let people find it if it's translated like this? Although he complained, Zhang Yin did not stop and continued to look through the books. During this time, people kept breaking in from the door, but as soon as they took a step forward, they would be killed by Zhang Yin's blow. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed, and Zhang Yin gradually became impatient. Where the hell is it? Don't tell me that thing is not in the study at all. Suddenly, Zhang Yin saw a little light coming through a corner of the picture that was shot into a sieve by bullets. The little experience left by the God of War experience card, and his sixth sense told him that this was a little unusual. Chapter 35, Encountering a Super Agent, Obtaining Intelligence, and the Secret of Kefhar. After moving the painting away, the light finally revealed its true face, which turned out to be a safe. Zhang Yin had a complicated expression. Don't tell me. The stuff is in the safe. What should I do? I don't know how to open it. Suddenly, Zhang Yin narrowed his eyes, and some vague information emerged in his mind. No, I think I will. As he spoke, Zhang Yin crouched down and began trying to crack the safe. He leaned his head against the safe and operated the knob of the safe with one hand, turning it to the left and then to the right. Zhang Yin didn't know how he did it, but the moment he saw the safe, some fragments of information started to appear in his mind. Maybe it's some experience left over from the God of War experience card. But what makes Zhang Yin feel strange is why the military God experience card can have such an experience. Could it be that the God of War doesn't make much money and likes to open other people's safes? Experience tells Zhang Yin that the encryption method of this safe is very sophisticated and is definitely at the top level in the world. In order to crack it, the decoder's hearing is very demanding. Fortunately, ever since someone said that humans cannot be called druids, Zhang Yin already has wolf-like ears. He could easily hear the couple whispering next door. But even so, the decryption work is extremely difficult. In addition to the difficulty of the safe itself, external factors can also affect Zhang Yin's condition. For example, during this period, the agents kept trying to break into the study. Every time they were about to open it, an agent would come in to disrupt the situation. As a result, Zhang Yin had to start all over again. Zhang Yin was also puzzled. People always said that Kefhar's secret was underground. Why did you always go to the study? Click. Finally, at a certain moment, the safe was finally opened. At this moment, a figure holding a silenced submachine gun leaped sideways and rushed into the study. Zhang Yin had no time to react, so he grabbed the things in the safe and hid aside. The material dispatch record book. Got it. What is this? Zhang Yin looked at a key-shaped object that was taken out together with the material dispatch record book with a puzzled look on his face. At this time, the submachine gun on the other end fired at him again. The ejaculation was so satisfying that it forced Zhang Yin into a corner. Click. Zhang Yin heard the sound of the magazine being emptied. Right now, while the other party was changing the magazine, Zhang Yin leaned sideways to the ground, pushed out with his feet, and pulled the trigger of the pistol in his hand. With a sudden sound, the bullet went straight towards the opponent's head. Originally, Zhang Yin thought that he would be able to blow the opponent's head off without any accident. Unexpectedly, just as the bullet was approaching, the man suddenly raised the gun in his hand to block it. Boom! The submachine gun was smashed to pieces, and the man rolled over and hid to the side. Zhang Yin was stunned. Damn, is it still possible to operate like this? The two then started a close-range fight. No one held back, and no one saved ammunition. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Countless bullets poured towards the enemy like raindrops. Gradually, both of them began to sweat profusely because they found that the opponent seemed to be more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. Zhang Yin was really seeing a ghost. Every person he met was shot in the head with one bullet. Even if they could find cover to dodge, the second shot would definitely hit them in the head as well. But what's wrong with this guy? He doesn't always find the perfect position to dodge bullets. The bullet just happened to collide with its own bullet with a bang. The closest I came to success, the bullet almost hit the person's head. Guess what happened? A dagger flew out and was directly deflected by the bullet. That's a dagger. Is it really that outrageous? Could the person opposite be a super agent who drank a human body enhancement drug? The person opposite also had the same speculation about Zhang Yan at this moment, thinking that he might have undergone genetic or physical modification. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? He used a lot of tactical skills when dodging Zhang Yan's attacks, almost to the extreme. But Zhang Yan is different. He doesn't use any skills at all. He just focuses on being simple and crude. Even though his moves seem to be full of loopholes, bullets just can't get close to him. Just now, the two were only a few meters apart. At that distance, the guy on the opposite side almost shot Zhang Yan in the head. But what is Zhang Yan doing? Thump schwa, thump schwa, thump schwa. He dodged the bullets with a few quick flashes and a shake of his head, just like he was in a fucking movie. At this moment, the two of them almost simultaneously thought that the other was the strongest opponent they had ever encountered in their lives. Click, click. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound from the guns in the hands of the two men. Apparently, they had run out of bullets. What I fear most is the sudden silence in the air. The whole study was silent for a few seconds. You are so strong that you are abnormal. You know that? A voice came from the other end. No one has ever been able to last more than 10 seconds in my hands. Hearing the voice, Zhang Yan was startled. Female? Damn, if a woman is so strong, how can other men survive? The other end of the line came again. It's already this late. How about we stop fighting and negotiate a deal? Trade. Give me the storage device in your hand. I can satisfy any request you have. You took such a big risk just for money. I promise. Give me the things, and I will ensure that you will live a life of wealth and glory. Memory? Zhang Yan was confused and had no idea what the other party was talking about. I don't know what memory is. Are you sure you got the right person? I saw you open the safe and take the things with my own eyes. Do you still want to play dumb? Zhang Yan suddenly understood. That key-like thing was actually a memory device? What's in this memory, and why do you want it? The woman on the other side seemed to have heard something ridiculous. You opened the safe? How could you not know? Zhang Yan shook his head. I really don't know. The woman didn't say much, but simply summed it up in a few words. It is the secret hidden in Kefal. For a long time, people have only heard rumors that Kefar stores very important paper secrets from the pre-Mao era, so many that several vaults could not hold them all. Therefore, some people speculate that there may be a huge space underground in Kefal specifically used to store these paper secrets. But that was just hearsay after all. No one had ever seen it. But today, Zhang Yan saw that the secrets from the pre-Mao era were stored in the key-shaped storage device in his hand. Come on, it's 4202. Technology is developing so fast, it's normal to use a USB drive to store paper PDF files, right? At this time, Zhang Yan also realized the importance of this thing. He frowned and said firmly, I'm sorry, I can't give this thing to you. Chapter 36, bringing the information back to Daxia. Monica's real name is Han Qian. Now that we know it, the key in our hand is the secret of Kefal. Zhang Yan naturally would not give it to anyone else. After returning to Daxia, he will immediately hand this item over to the country. This is exactly the most ardent thought of an 18-year-old patriotic young man at this moment. In that case, there is nothing to discuss. Zhang Yan's words successfully angered the woman. Soon, a new round of fight between the two began. Zhang Yan just heard the sound coming from the other end. The next second, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. What a fast speed, only slightly slower than his own leopard speed. Swish! A sharp silver light came towards him, and Zhang Yan turned sideways, and the sharp dagger directly brushed against his hair. It was a close call. If he hadn't reacted quickly, that blow would have been enough to take Zhang Yan's life. Zhang Yan did not dare to delay. He grabbed the woman's knife-holding hand and then punched her. The force was as strong as a bear's, and even though the woman used her arms to block it in time, she was still blown away and hit the wall on the other side. Zhang Yan knew very well that close combat was not his strong point. But that woman was ridiculously strong, and it was obviously not a wise choice to engage in a protracted battle with her. Fortunately, he took the opportunity to throw out the two idiots and ran away quickly. Picking up two guns on the way, Zhang Yan used the leopard's speed to the extreme. Now, as long as we run out of the villa and meet up with Andre and others, the mission will be accomplished. Zhang Yan rushed to the stairs as fast as he could. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he heard intensive gunfire in one or two sentences of Mandarin. First, a man said, "Hurry up and run with the information. Kasky has set up an ambush outside the villa. It will be too late if you don't run now." Then, a woman who seemed familiar to Zhang Yin asked, "But what about the storage device?" "I'll go get it. You retreat first." Da-da-da-da. There were dense footsteps, and Zhang Yin soon saw a dark shadow running up, who seemed to be the man who had just spoken. But we were about to reach the second floor. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Suddenly, someone downstairs opened fire. The man couldn't dodge and was pierced through the chest by a bullet. He lay on the stairs, blood all over the place, but even so, he kept climbing up. Zhang Yin hurried over and pulled him up. "I just heard you speaking Mandarin. Are you from Daxia?" The man shook his head directly. "The woman who just spoke was Monica, right?" "You." The man's eyes suddenly became horrified, but soon relaxed. "Are you Zhang Yin?" "It's me. What are you doing?" The man wanted to say something, but at this moment he suddenly vomited blood. I don't have time. The book study safe?" "Don't worry, I've got the key." As he spoke, Zhang Yin showed the key storage device in his hand to the man. "Okay." The man patted Zhang Yin's shoulder heavily. Cover. Han Qian, she is injured." "Han Qian? Are you talking about Monica?" "It turns out her name is Han Qian. Let me carry you down first." "Don't worry, I will definitely take you two back." As Zhang Yin was about to carry the person on his back, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Don't run." "Stop him quickly, he may have got the information." Da-da-da-da. Suddenly, a group of intelligence personnel appeared and started shooting at this side without any explanation. Zhang Yin subconsciously wanted to fight back, but the man stopped him. "I will stop them. You leave quickly." The man hurriedly pushed Zhang Yin downstairs. "Can't walk." The man used up his last bit of strength and pushed Zhang Yin down. Then he stood up shakily, even though the next bullet hit his arm and his leg. But he still endured the pain, took out a grenade, and pulled the ring. "No!" Zhang Yin shouted at the top of his lungs. At the last moment before the grenade exploded, he saw the man take off his mask, turn around with a determined look, and saluted him. Boom! The residual force of the explosion blew Zhang Yin far away, and he fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Yin couldn't describe what it felt like to see his compatriot's sacrifice in front of him. Despite the title of Cold Heart, there was still a sour feeling in the corners of his eyes. But now is not the time to be sad and reminiscing. He must find Han Qian as soon as possible. "Monica, where are you?" Zhang Yin got up and searched for a long time on the first floor, but couldn't find Monica. Did he escape? In the woods, a frail figure was limping towards the outskirts. Perhaps it was because the backpack behind her was too heavy, or because she was shot in the leg, her speed was very slow. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Hearing bursts of gunfire behind her, she quickly hid behind a tree trunk. That guy just now may have obtained the information. Hurry up and catch up with him. Don't worry, he was shot in the leg. He won't be able to escape for long. He's nearby. Two dark shadows were approaching quickly. She pulled the bolt to check, but found that there was only one bullet left in the gun. What to do? One bullet can't take out two people. Moreover, she was injured and had difficulty moving, so she might not be able to gain an advantage in a close fight. Forget it. Let's fight to the death. As she said this, she pulled out the dagger from her leg and prepared to fight to the death. Da-da-da-da. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and she held her breath, preparing for a final resistance. Suddenly, with two thumps, the enemy agent who was chasing after him was killed by someone else? Da-da-da-da-da. More hurried footsteps were heard, but it sounded like there was only one person. If it's just one person, it's much easier to deal with. When the footsteps came closer, she raised her gun and aimed without hesitation. Suddenly, the trigger had clearly been pulled, and the bullet was heading straight for the man's head, but the man actually dodged the bullet by simply shaking his head. "Monica, is that you?" When Han Qian heard the man actually calling out her name, her eyes suddenly turned cold, and she pounced on him with a dagger in hand. Zhang Yin is impressed. "It's so close. Can't you recognize it?" "Hey, Han Qian, don't get excited. It's me, one of us." Han Qian finally recognized Zhang Yin. "Zhang Yin, why are you here?" "Don't worry about it. I have already got the information about the study. Follow me first." Han Qian was a little surprised and suddenly remembered something. "Where's Lao Go? He also went to the study just now. You should have seen him." "Lao Go? It should be the man from before." Zhang Yin sighed and said, "He's sacrificed." There were bursts of light coming from the woods in the distance. Obviously, Kasky's ambush troops had already surrounded them. Now is not the time to talk. Go out first. You are injured. I will carry you. As he said that, Zhang Yin squatted down and was about to carry Han Qian on his back. With a swish sound, Zhang Yin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. When I looked down, I found a familiar silver dagger stuck in my arm. Damn, it's that super agent. Chapter 37, the super agent is a bear man? Then why do you keep chasing me? At the moment the silver dagger hit Zhang Yin, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the side. A whip-like kick swept toward Zhang Yin. You really are haunting. Zhang Yin reacted quickly, rolled over to avoid the attack, stood up and was about to raise his gun to shoot, quickly ending the fight. But he didn't expect that the super agent woman kicked his hand and kicked the gun away. Then, the two of them started fighting with fists and feet. The woman's movements were too agile, and she attacked all the vital points. Although Zhang Yin can capture and dodge, that's all. Because he did not master any physical skills, he could only gain a slight advantage in the fight with this woman who had mastered all the physical skills. The woman felt equally uncomfortable. Zhang Yan's strength was too great. After being hit by his punch, the woman felt that her bones were about to break. He is also very fast. If you give him a flaw, his punches can fall like a torrential rain. Zhang Yin knew very well that without any support from physical skills, his marksmanship was his most reliable skill. So, when the woman's attack slowed down due to pain in her body, Zhang Yin reached for the pistol behind him without hesitation. Unexpectedly, this action fell right into the woman's trap. As soon as Zhang Yin put his hands behind his back, she jumped into the air and did a scissors kick. After a chaotic commotion, Zhang Yin was thrown to the ground and his gun was snatched away. Zhang Yin wanted to resist, but the gun was already pressed against his head. The woman did not act rashly, because at some point, Zhang Yin had pulled out the dagger that had pierced her arm and put it against her neck. This time, the two ended up in a draw again. Hand over the things, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll have to beat you to death and take it myself. Do you think the knife in my hand is just for show? If you have the guts, just shoot me and see which is faster, the knife or your gun. Don't move. While the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. At this time, Han Qian had already obtained the gun that Zhang Yin had lost earlier and pointed the gun at the woman. The woman was stunned for a moment, and she felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Monica? Han Qian was also stunned for a moment. Lavlova? Zhang Yin opened his mouth wide. So, you two know each other? Of course I know you. We are good sisters. Who is your good sister? The woman looked at Zhang Yin in astonishment. What? After all this time, you turn out to be a spy from Daxia? Han Qian was also a little dumbfounded. I didn't expect that you two would actually fight. Zhang Yin, she is a spy from the Mao Bear Country. Zhang Yin's CPU was about to burn out. You a spy from the Bear Country? Then why did you hit me? What? Lavlova was stunned by Zhang Yan's question. I am a major from the Bear Country, sub-of the 16th Regiment. Zhang Yin thought that if he said this, Lavlova would put down the gun. Unexpectedly, she pointed her gun even harder. You are a major in the Bear Country? If you are a major, I am still a general. You two should stop singing the same tune. I'm putting it this way. Give me the memory device, or I'll shoot him. Although our two countries have close exchanges, you and I are both in the intelligence field. You should know that intelligence still has national boundaries. Zhang Yin was speechless. Is Lavlova sick? She said she was a major. Why didn't she believe it? Han Qian sneered. Lavlova, I told you the truth. He is the tourist who accidentally entered the battlefield. You dare to hurt him. Aren't you afraid of affecting the exchanges between the two countries? Lavlova sneered. You're getting more and more ridiculous. One moment you're a major from our country, and the next moment you're a tourist who strayed into the battlefield. Monica, you're talking nonsense. Do you think I'll really believe you? Seeing the light in the distance getting closer and closer, Zhang Yin did not dare to neglect it. Hey, please pay attention to the situation. They're almost here. You point a gun at me, I point a knife at you, and she points a gun at you. Is this appropriate? Lavlova didn't care. So, hand it over quickly. It will be better for everyone. Even at this time, she was still unwilling to give in. Zhang Yin felt that Lavlova was no ordinary woman and was worthy of being a woman of the fighting nation. In this case, I can only fight to the death. Swish. While Lavlova's attention was drawn to Han Qian, Zhang Yin reached out to grab the gun above his head. Bang! But this behavior still frightened Lavlova, and she subconsciously pulled the trigger. It's over. Lavlova and Han Qian felt something was wrong. The distance was so close that even the god of heaven could not save Zhang Yin. But the next second, Lavlova's eyes blurred, and she suddenly felt that her hands and feet were empty. By the time she reacted, Zhang Yin had already escaped from her control and was pointing the gun at her. How is this possible? Lavlova's pupils contracted. She was so shocked that she couldn't be more shocked. Zhang Yin was also quite surprised. The title of "It's useless to hit your father" was too incredible. He was able to dodge even at such a close distance. Just a moment ago, he could clearly feel his head shifting and then recovering in a very short time. That speed is almost imperceptible to the naked eye. It would probably take the world's most advanced high-speed camera to capture even a hint of the movement. Thump, 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 thump. There was no time to think about it. The gunshots just now attracted the ambushed troops in the distance, and they started firing at this side without any hesitation. Dense stray bullets came like raindrops. Let's go! Zhang Yin picked up Han Qian and ran away. Lavlova wanted to follow, but Han Qian fired several shots in succession, cutting off her pursuit. Lavlova had no choice but to choose to evacuate in other directions. Shaking Lavlova off, Zhang Yin carried Han Qian on his back and ran through the woods at an extremely fast speed. He originally wanted to leave quietly with Han Qian on his back, but there were too many ambushes on the opposite side, almost surrounding them from all directions. As a last resort, Zhang Yin was forced to fight. Thump, 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 thump. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Yin used the existing weapons to the fullest extent, just like a god of war, using the cover of darkness to fight while running. During this process, one could only see the ambushed troops on the opposite side falling down one after another, but Zhang Yin did not suffer a single injury. Han Qian was surprised and astonished by Zhang Yin's bravery. Today, Zhang Yin seemed a little different from usual. Holding the gun, he seemed to have suddenly acquired the blood of a soldier. Originally, she was still wondering how Zhang Yin got in. The journey to the car owner's villa was full of dangers. Even she and Lao Go had paid a huge price, suffered a lot of injuries, and almost died. But now, she finally understood that she seemed to have underestimated Zhang Yin all along and treated him as a tourist. But the fact is, this guy is ridiculously fierce, and his ability in single combat is definitely the strongest Han Qian has ever seen. While thinking, Zhang Yin had already killed all the ambushes nearby. But even so, Zhang Yin and Han Qian did not dare to be negligent in the pitch-dark woods. One in front and one behind, they looked around cautiously. Suddenly, a light flashed from the other side of the woods, and Zhang Yin raised his gun and shot without thinking. With a sudden sound, another lone ambush soldier lost his life. Han Qian was surprised and said, "How come your shooting skills are so accurate? I've hardly ever seen you miss a target." Son, after killing another enemy soldier, Zhang Yin smiled and said, "I said I practiced with a toy gun. Do you believe me? Playing with toy guns?" Han Qian's mouth twitched. She had observed just now that almost every shot Zhang Yin fired was aimed at the opponent's head, and in the absence of any cover, he almost always hit the target. He practiced with a toy gun? You must be kidding. Although Zhang Yan's words were a bit irrelevant, Han Qian still had some admiration for him. It is hard to imagine that such a person is just a tourist. Han Qian couldn't even imagine how fierce this guy would be if he really joined the army. If she is lucky enough to go back, she will definitely report this matter. Zhang Yin is definitely an indispensable talent for Daxia. Chapter 38. Failed to leave the city. The city lord ordered martial law throughout the city. At the opera house, the wonderful performance is coming to an end. At this time, someone came to the VIP room and whispered something into the ear of City Lord Kafsky. Upon hearing this, Kafsky immediately showed a happy expression. Great, this way we can get rid of another group of enemy agents. This is what happens to those who dare to covet my things. But at this moment, another mercenary came forward in a hurry. Oh no! City Lord, the leader, was killed. What, Mountain Jack is dead? Kafsky's smiling face suddenly drooped, and he was shocked. What's going on? For tonight's guard mission, the captain has been on standby in the office to take charge of the situation, but he hasn't contacted us for a long time. We want to take a look and saw that the captain... Kafsky narrowed his eyes slightly. How did he die? It seems that the leader was tortured before his death. There is not a single intact part of his body. To extract a confession through words and actions? Why are they torturing a mercenary leader who knows nothing? Kafsky pondered for a moment, and although he couldn't figure out some things, he still responded quickly. Since Sean Jack died in the mercenary group, the person who killed him might be in the mercenary group. Pass my order. The mercenary group is under martial law. No one is allowed to leave. We must find the murderer. Yes. Soon, more news came. Our people have recaptured the villa, but the city lord, what's wrong? Your safe has been broken into. Kafsky immediately lost his temper. The safe was opened? How is it possible? That is the world's top-level safe with the most stringent encryption method. How could anyone open it? The news that the safe was opened hit him like a thunderbolt on the head. The theft of the material dispatch record book is a small matter. The main thing is the key, which must not be lost. Kafsky couldn't help but feel a headache. The cause of death of the mercenary group leader Jean-Jacques had not yet been figured out, and immediately someone pried open his safe and took away the key. Obviously, in addition to the intelligence personnel who coveted Keffel's confidential information, there were also other miscellaneous people who mixed in. What on earth do they want to do? As if it weren't bad enough, more bad news came. City Lord, not long ago, Miss Mira left the mercenary group with the concert director and several other people. What? This bad news was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Kafsky immediately suffered a heart attack and collapsed in his chair. With trembling fingers, he said, "The whole city is under martial law. Search it for me." Yes. At this time, Zhang Yin had already successfully reunited with Andre and others, carrying Han Xian on his back. Because this place was relatively hidden, they were not affected by the battle. Upon learning that the intelligence was in hand, Andre and others were in high spirits and got in the car to prepare for evacuation. However, as soon as he opened the car door, Zhang Yin was shocked by the scene inside the car. Mira was seen sitting on a chair with her legs crossed, while Detri was kneeling on the side with her head down, looking pitiful. "What's going on?" Ilyich whispered. "You held her hostage before, and we deceived her. Isn't she going to take out all her anger on Detri?" TSK, TSK, TSK. "So what's the situation now? What's her attitude?" Zhang Yin made a series of gestures, probably as if to say, if Mira couldn't forgive Detri and wanted to break up with him, then should he just kill her and silence her? Ilyich scratched his head helplessly. "Hiss. This matter is quite complicated. I don't quite understand it, but I can only tell you, don't kill her, take her with you. Only then can we survive." "All right." Zhang Yin nodded, and then got into the car with Han Qian. "If we leave the mercenary group, it means we have left a handle behind. We cannot stay in Kefhar any longer. We must evacuate as soon as possible under the cover of night." But how to evacuate? Before Andre finished speaking, Mira, who was sitting with her legs crossed, said calmly, "Go to the city gate. I can take you out. At worst, you can continue to hold me hostage. You are already familiar with the route anyway." Zhang Yin raised his eyebrows. "Since you know all our details, why are you still helping us?" Mira glanced at Detri beside her. "It's all because of that wicked and heartless guy. I can't bear to see him die." Zhang Yin was stunned for a moment, but soon understood. "So the city lord's daughter is a love-brained person? Awesome. I admire you so much." The car started and drove towards the city gate at the fastest speed. It was late at night, and normally at this time of day, Keffel should be the quietest. But today, the streets are extremely busy. Burning cars, noisy fleeing crowds, and occasional gunshots. All of these gave Zhang Yin a feeling of strolling on the streets of the United States. It seems like these people, like us, want to evacuate tonight. Well, chaos is the best cover. Huh. A puzzled voice came from Han Qian beside him. Zhang Yin looked sideways and found that Han Qian was holding a PDA with the key storage device Zhang Yin gave her inserted in it. "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" "The stuff is correct, but there is a file that I can't open." "No rush. Now that we have the stuff, we can take it back and slowly decipher it." "That's true." As he spoke, Zhang Yan's hair suddenly stood on end, and he almost subconsciously pressed Han Qian's head down together. With two bangs, the rear window of the car was pierced by 2 bullets. If Zhang Yin had not reacted in time, he and Han Qian would have been shot in the head. Ivan, who was driving, glanced through the rearview mirror and said, "What's going on? Someone is chasing us?" Zhang Yin carefully stuck his head out, and his eagle-like eyes immediately grasped everything. 50 meters behind him, he saw a car speeding towards him, and the driver was someone Zhang Yin was quite familiar with. It was the one I had fought twice before. "Lavlova." "It's her again. Why is she haunting me?" "Who?" "You are the agent of the Mao Bear." Ilyich was stunned. "Are Mao Bear's people Lavlova? Do you know him? She gave us our equipment, right? Why did she attack us?" Zhang Yin shrugged. "Who knows? I feel that woman is just crazy. I told her that she would understand once she saw me." Ilyich felt that there must be a misunderstanding, so he quickly opened the window and climbed out. But before he could wave and say hello to Lavlova, two shots came from the opposite side. Ilyich was forced back to his seat, his heart pounding. No! Are you really crazy? You can't tell friend from foe. Give me a gun, I'll stop her. Zhang Yin felt that being chased all the time was not a solution. He had to stop that crazy woman. After hesitating for a long time, Ilyich handed the gun over. After all, she's one of us. Don't hurt her. I understand. Zhang Yin nodded, then leaned out as quickly as possible to avoid a bullet that was passing by his ear, and Zhang Yin pulled the trigger. Bang bang, two sounds. The bullet accurately blew off the two front wheels of the car behind, causing Lavlova's car to stop. Only after stopping Lavlova could everyone continue on their journey with peace of mind. Finally, they reached the city gate, but bad news followed. The city gates were sealed and Kafka issued an order for martial law throughout the city, forbidding anyone to leave. That would have been fine, but as soon as the group of people guarding the city saw the vehicle Zhang Yin was in, they immediately surrounded it without saying a word. Chapter 39. Retreat to the airport. The city lord's daughter is actually in love. A car chase scene takes place. Zhang Yin and his crew were in one car, with more than a dozen cars chasing after them. This feeling of oppression is much more exciting than being chased by Lavlova. But perhaps because Mira was in the car, the pursuers didn't dare to shoot at her and only dared to shoot at the wheels. This gave Zhang Yin and others an opportunity. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom. Zhang Yin held a submachine gun and threw a few grenades from time to time for fun. But at this moment, his attention was not on stopping the pursuers. It was not feasible to go through the city gate at the moment, so they had to find other ways to evacuate, but he couldn't come up with any ideas no matter how hard he thought. Suddenly, he saw a helicopter taking off in the distance, but it was shot down by a shell within seconds. Is there an airport nearby? Yes, in the mercenary group. Then kill them back. Buzz. The car turned around and sped towards the mercenary group. As they approached the mercenary group, there was a sudden loud rumble in the distance. Suddenly, a mushroom cloud rose. When the vehicle came close to the mercenary group, the scene in front of him simply shocked Zhang Yan's eyes. Da-da-da-da-da. The air was filled with dense gunfire and the smell of gunpowder at all times, and a large area in front of the mercenary group had become a battlefield. A large number of armed men of unknown origin are launching raids on the mercenary camp. It seems that many people think the same way as us. When the main entrance is not accessible, they choose to go to the airport. Perhaps an agent hiding in the mercenary group or the opera house caused the riot. At this moment, they are working together with external agents, and the gate of the mercenary group is in danger. Without hesitation, Zhang Yin and others joined the attack on the main gate of the mercenary group with guns. Everyone was extremely brave in the evacuation, but there were still casualties. That was when Detri took a bullet while trying to block a bullet from Mira, but fortunately, it was not fatal. Detri! Mira was so scared that she almost cried. Detri stroked her face and said weakly, Mira, I'm sorry I lied to you. Please forgive me. Otherwise, even if I go to see God, I can't forgive myself. Zhang Yin interrupted at an inopportune moment. Don't be so moved if you got shot in the ass. It will make people laugh if it gets out. Soon, the main gate was breached. The intelligence personnel rushed into the mercenary group, and Zhang Yin and his 7 companions also abandoned their vehicle and rushed into the mercenary group. From this moment on, everyone started to fight on their own, causing chaos in the mercenary group. Zhang Yin and his 7 companions took advantage of the chaos and made their way to the airport. Compared to outside the mercenary group, this place is the heavyweight one. In just a short while, there were already crashes all over the ground and flames shooting into the sky. In addition to the mercenaries using their own artillery shells to shoot down the planes, the competition between agents was also quite serious. Under the intensive firepower, many vehicles were attacked and could not be used. Zhang Yin and others took some effort to find a Chinook and an F-16 fighter jet in the hangar. The fighter jet is still undergoing maintenance. Some faults have not been corrected, and it is only half-fueled and cannot take off. The maintenance personnel tried to dissuade him in every way, but what greeted him next was the butt of Zhang Yan's gun. Without a second thought, Han Qian dragged Zhang Yin to change into a flight suit and climbed onto the F-16 first. It will take some time to start it, cover me. Okay. Zhang Yin nodded, a little surprised. I didn't expect Han Qian could fly a fighter plane, but she is an agent, so it's normal for her to know how to fly. At the same time, Andre was also trying to start the Chinook. After the 2 planes were adjusted, Zhang Yin directly pressed the button to upgrade the warehouse. Beep, beep, beep. With red lights flashing and alarms blaring, the hangar door continued to rise and soon reached a height where 2 planes could leave the hangar. Booz, booz, booz. Han Qian was the first to start the fighter plane and drove out. Zhang Yin followed by jogging to the side of the fighter plane to provide cover, coordinating the infantry and machine gun. Andre and his companions followed closely behind in their Chinooks. As soon as the 2 planes appeared, jealous agents came and tried to seize the planes, and mercenaries also came to stop them. But with the sharpshooter Zhang Yin there, they could hardly get within 100 meters of the plane. Even if there were artillery shells attacking, they would be blocked in midair by Zhang Yin. But we haven't even taken a few steps yet. Puff, 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 puff. A grappling hook shot out from somewhere and firmly grabbed the 2 planes next to Zhang Yin. Click, click, click. Da-da-da-da. The sound of bullets being loaded and the sound of dense footsteps were heard. A large number of mercenaries rushed out from the surrounding areas and surrounded Zhang Yin and others. Then, the city lord Kafsky walked out of the crowd with a tired look on his face. Leave Mira to me, or no one can leave. Father. Before Zhang Yin and others could react, Mira jumped off the Chinook first. Zhang Yin was ready to take Mira hostage once she returned. Unexpectedly, the next second, Mira opened her arms and stood in front of Zhang Yin and the 2 planes. Mira, what are you doing? Kafsky stared at Mira in shock. He originally thought that Mira was abducted by criminals. But now Mira's behavior told him that the facts were not what he imagined. Mira pleaded, Father, just let them go. Kafsky was furious. Mira, do you know what you are doing? They are spies from the enemy country. But Mira's answer almost pissed Kafsky off. I know, but I can't watch my beloved die in your hands. What did you say, my beloved? Kafsky looked at Zhang Yin with a murderous look. Zhang Yin quickly waved his hand. It's not me, I'm on the plane. Kafsky held out his hand, tremblingly. Do you know who they are? They're intelligence officers. They will do anything to get information. Emotions are just their usual method. Mira retorted. He won't. I've seen his eyes. They are clear and affectionate. I believe him. Kafsky was almost pissed off. Some people look at dogs with affectionate eyes. If he can deceive you today, he can deceive others in the future. Just relying on that pretty face, he can deceive thousands of women. I can't. At this time, Detri suddenly walked out of the cabin. My mother has always said that I am an honest person since I was a child. In school, I was often bullied because of my honesty. I admit that I did hide something from Mira this time. Although I didn't want to, I had no choice. But I can promise that from now on, I, Detri, will never cheat on Mira again. I swear to God. After hearing such heartfelt words, even Zhang Yin couldn't help but give Detri a thumbs up. Detri, what a man! Detri! Mira was moved. Then she snatched the gun from Zhang Yan's hand and pointed it against her own forehead. Kafsky was shocked. Mira, what are you going to do? Myra's eyes were firm. Let them go, or I'll die in front of you. Stupid. Kafsky scolded. You've been sold, and you still want to count money for others, Mira. Do you know what you're doing? I know, but I just believe in him, and I just love him. Zhang Yin couldn't help but gave Mira another thumbs up. This love brain is simply invincible. Kafsky was so angry that he almost stumbled and fell to the ground, but fortunately, someone caught him. Although he was extremely angry, Kafka couldn't be angry with his daughter after all. Finally, he compromised. You can go, but I want to figure out some things. Zhang Yin nodded. Okay. Did you kill the leader of the mercenary group? According to the investigation of the mercenary group, at the time of Sean Jack's death, only you and Mira left the opera house. Zhang Yin nodded. Yes. Accompanied by Zhang Yan's answer. Clatter. The mercenaries were extremely angry and pointed their guns at Zhang Yin, wishing they could kill him right away. Kafsky waved his hand to remove the gun and said in a heavy voice, Why do you want to kill him? What is your purpose? Zhang Yin boasted, For Norwich. For Norwich? Novik has some problems with the group leader and has not been promoted in a few years, so he asked us to get rid of him. Zhang Yin accidentally found out about this when he was in contact with Norwich these days, and it just happened to be an excuse. Kafsky looked at Zhang Yin deeply and asked, Then you went to my villa? Yes. Did you get the information? Yes. You broke into my safe? Zhang Yin was stunned for a moment. A safe? Isn't it a vault? You can leave, but the information must be left behind. Seeing this, Kafsky breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. Let them go. Chapter 40. Escape from Kefil. It's so cool to ride in an F-16 fighter jet. The mercenaries were very puzzled by Kasky's decision. City Lord, the captain was clearly beaten. Kasky turned his head indifferently. Where is Novich? Find him. There must be an explanation for Sean Jack's death. He knew very well that Zhang Yin was lying, but in order not to hurt his daughter, he had no choice but to let Zhang Yin and others go. If we let Zhang Yin and others go, someone has to take the blame for them. On this side, Zhang Yin and Han Qian looked at each other and immediately threw away the paper intelligence that Han Qian had obtained in the underground vault. Wait for the plane to reach the runway and prepare for takeoff. Han Qian shouted, come up quickly. Zhang Yin was stunned for a moment. Finally, are you leaving? He turned his gaze towards Andre and the others, and similarly, Andre and the others also turned their gaze towards him. When their eyes met, both sides saluted unconsciously. Men don't need too many words between each other. Sometimes a gesture or a look is enough. Then, Zhang Yin climbed onto the F-16's cockpit in a few steps. Put on your helmet. Han Qian closed the cabin door while pressing complicated buttons and pushing the joystick. The fighter plane made a rumbling sound and began to gradually accelerate forward. At this moment, Zhang Yin was both excited and scared. He was originally quite regretful that he had experienced everything on this trip except the fighter jets. He didn't expect that. In the end, I would actually ride this thing back home. So cool. Booze, booze, booze. The speed of the fighter plane was getting faster and faster. Zhang Yin, who had not yet adapted to this speed, only felt that the scenery on both sides was rapidly receding. At the same time, an invisible pressure pressed heavily on Zhang Yin. If it were not for the protection of the flight suit, he would probably have exploded and died. With a boom, the fighter plane took off successfully. Seeing this, Andre and others also urged the Chinook plane to prepare for takeoff. Honey, are you really going with us? Detri looked at Mira with some surprise. Unexpectedly, she would choose to go with everyone. You are injured. I'm a little worried. I will come back when you are well. Okay, I will protect you. The plane took off and followed the fighter plane, speeding away into the distance. With Kasky's order, no matter how much the mercenaries hated Zhang Yin and others, they dared not use missiles to intercept them. At this time, someone came to report, City Lord, Ms. Hathaway is here. Hathaway? As they were talking, they saw a car driving towards here at a very fast speed. After the car drifted to a stop, a graceful woman with red lips, wearing a black white-collar dress, walked out of the car with her long legs. If Zhang Yin and Han Qian were present, they would probably be surprised by the appearance of the woman with red lips. Because this person's expression and appearance were somewhat similar to Lavlova, who had been pestering them. Of course, if they accidentally took off this person's human skin mask, they would probably be shocked to find out. Isn't this Lavrov? At this moment, she actually changed her identity from an intelligence officer of the Bear Country to a person named Hathaway. Oh, dear lady, why are you here? Kasky was stunned and hurriedly stepped forward, took Hathaway's hand, and saluted. But before he could kiss her, Hathaway pulled her hand away. Stop them quickly. Your vault was pried open by 2 Daxiao agents, and the stuff is in their hands. Although Hathaway knew that telling this would put her other identity in dire straits. But there was no way. Seeing the storage device right in front of her, how could she let it slip away easily? Didn't you hear me? Stop them. Seeing that Kafka was still in a daze, Hathaway had almost no time to think, so she ran to the anti-aircraft gun nearby and started shooting fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Shell after shell flew out of the gun barrel and attacked the fighter plane in a parabola. Lord! The mercenaries all noticed that Hathaway was a little abnormal today. The same is true for Kafka, but getting things back is the top priority right now. He looked at Hathaway deeply and took a deep breath. Do as she says. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the mercenary group's air defense system was activated, and one automatic cruise missile after another flew into the sky. Although the fighter plane successfully took off and flew some distance, it did not mean that Zhang Yin and Han Qian were safe. In an extremely short period of time, they came under intensive fire. Fortunately, Han Qian's driving skills were very good, and she used the fighter's heat-inflicted bombs as cover. Sometimes it looks like falling leaves, sometimes like a Pugachev's Cobra, and sometimes it rolls and turns. Using various difficult moves, he dodged the attacks of the shells. But this was a tough situation for Zhang Yin, as it was his first time to ride in a fighter jet, and he had no special training and no experience. As a result, the fighter plane rolled and tilted as soon as it came up, shaking Zhang Yan's head until he felt dizzy. I had just managed to hold back my nausea when I suddenly heard a beep 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 alarm sound in my ears. What's going on? The plane is about to crash right after takeoff? Hey, big sister, are you okay? Shut up. Or you can come? Zhang Yin shut up. Although he really wanted to experience it, he didn't know how to do it. Moreover, in order to obtain similar driving skills from the system, he has to sit in the driver's seat and clock in for 240 minutes. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. The enemy's cruise missiles are targeting us. There are too many of them to dodge. Prepare to parachute. This is already the outskirts of Kefil. As long as you escape in time when you land, they shouldn't be able to catch up with you. I have to jump out of the plane after just a few minutes of flying. Zhang Yin felt so regretful. Although it was uncomfortable to sit in a fighter plane, he hadn't had enough. It's just a missile, damn it. I'm going to shoot it right now. As he spoke, Zhang Yin picked up the pistol beside him and was about to recreate the miracle of shooting down the missile with a gun. But he was soon stunned, pointing to the window beside him and said, "Shouldn't this be open when flying?" Han Qian shook her head speechlessly. "You can try, but I can't guarantee that the high-speed airflow will tear your face into pieces." Zhang Yan was speechless. Then, isn't there any solution? Prepare to jump out of the plane and make plans later. As she spoke, Han Qian's hand had already touched the bolt under the seat. But Zhang Yin thought for a moment and asked a very strange question. "Are there any weapons on this plane?" "Yes, cannons and missiles. What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin immediately had an idea. "Turn around." Turn around now? There are missiles behind us. Turning around now is tantamount to committing suicide. Don't worry about it. Just turn around. I promise we won't die. Chapter 41. Zhang Yin returns to Daxia. Silence lifted. Battle on the front line officially begins. Although he did not have superb driving skills, Zhang Yin still had a way to deal with it. The 100% shooting accuracy from the national team striker is also effective on the fighter jet's cannons and missiles. Faced with several fierce tracking missiles, Han Qian did not hesitate to raise the nose of the plane, then turn around and turn the fighter plane. Seeing that the missile was less than 10 meters away from the fighter plane, Zhang Yin successfully unlocked the fighter plane's firepower system. In an instant, the high-speed aircraft cannon spun wildly like a Gatling gun, emitting blue flames. The bullets rushed towards the missile like a flood. Boom! Each missile was like a blooming firework, leaving a moment of fireworks in the sky. Then, an F-16 fighter jet flew out from the curtain of fire and turned back towards Kefil. City Lord Kafsky frowned. What are they planning to do? Do they want to fight to the death knowing they can't escape? Come on, let's blow them down now. Hathaway sneered and sat in the anti-aircraft gun driver's seat in a very exaggerated posture and kept shooting. But soon, her hair stood on end as she saw the F-16, with several missiles still chasing it, suddenly began to fly close to the ground. Because the distance was too close, many missiles were blocked by ground units midway, causing a very devastating blow to this place. What is even more shocking is that when the fighter plane approached this side, it suddenly fired two missiles. One was aimed at the artillery position in the distance, and the other was aimed at myself. Boom. Accompanied by two towering flames, the F-16 fighter jet no longer had any worries and rushed away into the distance. Nice! Zhang Yin clenched his fists to celebrate, but there was a hint of doubt in his heart. When the fighter plane was close to the ground just now, he seemed to see a familiar face. On the other hand, Han Qian was so nervous that her whole body was shaking. All her actions just now were directed by Zhang Yin. Whether facing the tracking missile directly or flying close to the ground, it was too thrilling and she almost thought she was going to die. Fortunately, Zhang Yin is calm, brave, and careful enough. Where are we going next? Are we going to fly the fighter plane straight back? Zhang Yin was so excited when he thought of the scene of himself returning to Daxia on a fighter plane. Han Qian shook her head. I also want to drive back, but the fuel is limited. The best I can do is fly to the center of Nia. What should we do? Will we be arrested if we go to Nia? Don't worry, the higher-ups have already made arrangements. There is an abandoned military base on the border of Nia. We should be able to get there unnoticed by flying at a low altitude. Okay, you can arrange it. 2 hours later, Zhang Yin and Han Qian embarked on the journey back home on an F-16 fighter jet. Something unexpected happened on the front battlefield. The 13th Corps, which was almost driven out of the occupied area, suddenly increased its strength and launched a counterattack against the main force of Ermao, whose morale was high. Originally, Facing the main force of Ermau, the 13th Corps had almost no choice but to adopt a policy of fighting and retreating. In short, they fought very timidly, which at one point allowed the main force of Ermau to expand. Because of this, when this sudden counterattack started, Ermau's main force was unable to react in time and was driven back dozens of kilometers. This is good and exciting news for the Soviet Union, which has been in dire straits recently. 16th Army Headquarters. Anthony looked at the situation on the sand table in front of him and made some deductions. The higher-ups didn't send any troops to the 13th Regiment. Could it be that the 20th Army has arrived? At this moment, a soldier came to report. According to the news from the 13th Army, the frontline troops that disappeared at the Klaya military base appeared on the battlefield of the 13th Army. They came to the aid of the 13th Army. What did you say? Anthony's eyes widened. So many days had passed, and there was still no news about the frontline troops attacking the Klaya military base. He had sent people to look for it more than once, but all to no avail. The Klaya military base was surrounded by Ermau, and there was no way to get in. The higher-ups were almost convinced that all the frontline troops had been killed at the Klaya military base. But now someone told him that the frontline troops appeared on the battlefield of the 13th Legion. How could he not be happy? Soon, something happened that made him even happier. According to the KGB, several material dispatch stations in Ermau were attacked. The main force of Ermau received the news and is retreating at full speed. According to reports from officers at the front line, it was our people who attacked the material dispatch station, and the person in charge of this operation was Major Subov. Good. Anthony uttered 3 good words with great satisfaction. I knew that you, Zhang Yin, would never let me down. Report, Captain Andre requests to speak to you. Anthony took the communicator as soon as he heard it. Hello? Andre, you bastard. Do you know how worried I've been these days? You finally took the initiative to contact me. Is everything going well over there? Andre responded quickly. Everything is fine. Please rest assured, sir. The previous operation was confidential and had to be kept silent. As soon as the silence was lifted, I will contact you to ensure your safety. Anthony nodded and then asked the question that concerned him the most. Where is Zhang Yin? Is he okay? I heard that this operation was planned and directed by him. I knew that guy would never let me down. Zhang Yin. But Andre's hesitant voice came from the other end. Hearing this tone, Anthony's heart skipped a beat. What happened? Could he have died in battle? No one was killed in the battle. Please rest assured. Anthony breathed a sigh of relief, but found that Anthony's tone was still wrong. Is he seriously injured? You should understand how important he is to us, the Bears. No. Oh, I see. He should be charging in a battle with the soldiers, right? This guy really likes to do things by himself. You have to persuade him. After much hesitation, Andre finally told the truth. It's him. He went back to Dacia. Back to Dacia? Anthony almost drowned in his own saliva. How did he go back? Did he join Ermau? How is that possible? When we went to Kefar to steal secrets. Andre thought about it and decided to drag out the truth, telling everything that happened in Kefar. Anthony was stunned when he heard this. He only knew that the frontline troops were reinforcing the 13th Corps and that Andre was cutting off the opponent's material dispatch station. Unexpectedly, during this period, Zhang Yin took Andre and others to sneak into the safe zone of Kefar to steal first-hand information, and a wave of dangers arose? Zhang Yin is truly a genius, as he can both command operations and go deep into the enemy camp to gather intelligence. But in the end, problems arose in gathering intelligence deep into the enemy camp. Because here, Zhang Yin was taken away by Dacia's agents. Damn it, the person I had gone through so much trouble to keep was intercepted by someone else right after I turned around? Damn it, how am I going to explain this to my superiors? Chapter 42, he has to come back sooner or later. General Badu wants to recognize Zhang Yan's father as his godson. Anthony was about to ask Andre why he didn't stop him. The communication was suddenly interrupted because a communication with higher authorities suddenly came in. It goes without saying that this is a call from a superior. Anthony, how long do you want to play dead? He's just a representative of Dacia, but he scared you like that. Anthony defended himself. Sir, please stop teasing me. You know the truth. Okay, I've heard about it, Anthony. Zhang Yin really did a great job quietly this time. This troop mobilization was a stroke of genius, and even those old generals were shocked. Many generals called me and asked me to reward him well and introduce Zhang Yin to them. Zhang Yan's future is limitless now. The officer on the other end of the communicator smiled happily, and the next second he asked a question that Anthony didn't want to face. Where is he? I heard that the silence is over. He should have contacted you, right? Anthony said with a pursed mouth. He is a nice person. I'm glad nothing happened. Please transfer the call to me. I want to talk to him in person. He is a Daxiao person who helped us Mao Xiong so much. How can I not encourage him? Anthony scratched his head and said, Sir, as you know, Zhang Yin is now in Ermao's territory and is still in danger. Just tell me what you want to say, and I will convey it to you. That's true. Anthony breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what his superior said, thinking that he had finally gotten away with it. No, but soon, the officer's sudden change in tone made Anthony break out in a cold sweat. What's wrong? Your tone is wrong. You think too much, sir. Don't forget, I was born a KGB agent. My ears won't lie to you. Are you hiding something from me? Above the clouds, the sky is extremely blue. The F-16 passed through cloud after cloud at an extremely fast speed. Woohoo! The feeling of riding a fighter plane is really different. It's so damn cool. Zhang Yin was dancing in the back row, unable to contain his excitement. This is a completely different feeling from riding a passenger plane. If riding a passenger plane is like riding a car, then riding this fighter plane is like riding a high-speed roller coaster. It gets your adrenaline pumping. You look like you have never seen the world, Han Xian said with disdain, lowering her head to look at the map. We will arrive in half an hour. Beep, beep, beep. As she was speaking, the radar in front of her suddenly fluctuated, and Han Xian thought that there were pursuers chasing her. As a result, when she turned around, she was speechless. What are you doing? Zhang Yin took the photo with his phone and felt good about himself. I'll post it on WeChat Moments. It's my first time to ride a fighter jet, and I have to commemorate it. I think my classmates will envy me to death. As he spoke, he took a series of photos of the blue sky, including the cockpit and his own selfies, and posted them on his Moments. It's time to go back home. Passenger planes are too slow, so let's take a fighter jet. Friends and family, come back soon. As soon as I finished editing, the phone was snatched away by Han Xian. What are you doing? Han Xian gnashed her teeth in hatred. Brother, do you know that mobile phones can affect radar? I was so excited that I forgot. Then why did you take my phone? What else can you do? Contact our people. Do you want to be captured by the Nia army right after you land? All right. Han Xian operated Zhang Yan's phone for a long time. When the phone was thrown back to her, the battery was exhausted, and it turned off. Although Zhang Yan didn't have the chance to see it, the circle of friends he just posted still caused quite a stir. Brother Yin, you finally returned to China. I thought you had sent it since you didn't post your Moments for so many days. Wow, flying back home on a fighter plane? Aren't you envious? Zhang Yin, this is what life is all about. I've been to the battlefield, I've fired guns, and now I've even ridden in a fighter plane. Looking at the outline, this fighter looks like an F-16. Isn't that a fighter from the United States? Brother Yin, you didn't steal the picture, did you? Brother Yin, can I park the fighter jet in the parking lot downstairs of your house when I get back? I don't have any other intentions. I just want to take a picture. There is an atmosphere of yearning and envy among the circle of friends, especially when they knew that Zhang Yin was finally returning to China. Those who had been worried about him all breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Zhang Yan's circle of friends was also known to many forces. In Daxia, after seeing the circle of friends and the encrypted communications sent by Han Xian, the intelligence department reported it urgently. Soon, multiple parties began to work at the same time, starting to negotiate with the Nigerian side and arrange follow-up matters, just to bring Zhang Yin back to the country. On the other side, in the capital of the Bear Country, there is the consulate of Daxia. As soon as they learned the news, the representatives rushed to the residence of Zhang Yan's father Zhang Li. Although Zhang Yan's return time was a few days later than the scheduled time, as long as he could come back, it was good news. But when he arrived, the room was empty, which made the representative frown. He found the secret agent responsible for protecting Zhang Li and asked, "Where is Zhang Yan's father?" Early this morning, General Badu of the Bear Country asked Mr. Zhang to leave on the pretext of having a meal. What? At the 16th Legion headquarters, Anthony broke out in a cold sweat as he faced his superior's relentless pressure. Although he has made a lot of efforts to cover up the truth will eventually come out. Soon, the last straw that broke the camel's back came. What? Zhang Yin posted a message on the social media platform, saying that he has returned to China. Anthony, you bastard. Tell me what is going on. Anthony knew that he could no longer keep the matter under wraps, so after thinking it over again and again, he decided to tell everything he knew. After listening to Anthony's report, the boss slumped in his chair, stunned. What a play. Just because he went to Kefel to gather intelligence, he met Dashia's agents, and then he was taken away by Dashia's agents? Anthony, I'm on duty at 8 a.m. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The boss was so angry that he almost roared. Anthony covered his face and said, Sir, this is all my fault. It's my dereliction of duty. I apologize to you. What's the point of reviewing now? Have you sent anyone to chase them? They were evacuated from Ermau. Our people couldn't get through it all. Bang. There was a sound of pounding the table from the other end of the communicator. Anthony, you bastard, we went to so much trouble to keep him. And this is how you keep him? He was sent to the front line, and then he was sent deep behind enemy lines. Now he was sent to spy on intelligence, and then he was taken away by the people of Dashia. How many times have I told you that this boy must not be allowed back into Dashia? Once he goes back. Okay, let's start digging up the past. Anthony felt so bitter because it was Zhang Yin who did all these things himself. Now, all the blame is placed on me. But there's nothing I can do. It was he who proposed to stay. Isn't his behavior bound to me? Anthony apologized for a long time before he calmed his boss down. In short, you are to blame for this matter. I think you know what to do. I understand. Anthony nodded, but he still felt a little unhappy, so he deliberately said, Sir, since you said so, I have an immature idea. What? Since Zhang Yan's departure is irreversible, I request the use of an intercontinental ballistic missile. The officer was shocked. What do you want to do? Anthony nodded and said, You also said that people like Zhang Yan would be highly valued by Daxia once he returns to China. If there is a rift in the relationship between the two countries in the future, he would become our biggest enemy. So I thought, instead of letting him return to China, it would be better to kill him in Ermau's territory without anyone noticing. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by his superior. Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Anthony pretended to be confused. How is that possible? Didn't you say that people like Zhang Yin can only stay in Maoxiong and can't be sent back to Daxia? All right, stop giving me that shit. The officer suddenly changed the subject. Actually, the situation isn't that bad. He'll be back sooner or later. Will you come back? In the capital of the Bear Country, inside a high-end restaurant with grassland characteristics, the old man with white hair and a strong body was cutting the lamb leg with a knife while looking at Zhang Li at the other end of the table and said, Mr. Zhang, do you understand what I have said? Zhang Li nodded. Indeed, my Yin Yin doesn't seem to have that many opportunities in China, but he will definitely be able to go to university. I believe in his learning ability. It's a big problem to find a job and have children. After all, the situation in Daxia is different from that in Maoxiong. Too many people means competition and hard life. But I'm very confused, Mr. Bado. Why do you keep promising this and that? Bado smiled and said, Zhang Yin was a tourist, but he accidentally entered the battlefield. Ultimately, it is our responsibility. We just want to make some compensation. But your compensation is a bit too generous. An admission letter from the top university in the Bear Country, plus 10 million in compensation. How can my Yin Yin deserve this? Bado wiped his mouth and said, To be honest, I admire him a lot. Have you seen him? Not really. Bado shook his head. It's mainly because you sitting in front of me make me admire you very much. It reminds me of my son who died in the battle. Your demeanor seems to be somewhat similar to his. As he spoke, Bado suddenly wiped away his tears and said, Mr. Zhang Li, would you be my godson because I miss my son so much? Zhang Li was stunned. Ah? Chapter 43. Fighter plane malfunction. What is this for? As they approached the border with Armenia, the fighter planes began trying to evade radar by flying at low altitudes. It has to be said that this method is very effective. Soon, Zhang Yin and Han Qian arrived in the territory of Nia. We're getting ready to land. You might feel a little uncomfortable. Just bear with it and don't vomit in your helmet. What happens if I vomit into the helmet? It will make your face look messy. Ha 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 ha. Han Qian rarely made a joke, which eased the tense atmosphere. Under such circumstances, Zhang Yin finally felt relieved, knowing that this farce was finally going to end. Although he feels a little reluctant and regretful, he will never forget the experience of this trip, which is a rare treasure in his life. The runway in the distance was visible through the window, and the fighter plane began to slow down and dive downwards. Just when Zhang Yin thought that the fighter plane would land on the runway in one go, Han Qian suddenly pulled the joystick to lift the fighter plane up, cursing, Fuck! What's wrong? There's a problem with the landing gear. We can't land. At this point, the only option is parachuting. What? Skydiving again. Zhang Yin was speechless, but when he thought about it carefully, he had already jumped once when he first arrived at the battlefield, and now he would jump again when he was returning. Wouldn't that make it a complete journey? Okay, just jump. I'll jump first. Your seat may be delayed for a while. Don't worry. See you downstairs. See you downstairs. As Han Qian pressed a button, the glass cover above her head flew off with a boom. Afterwards, Han Qian was ejected along with the seat and opened the parachute at a very far distance. Hey, this is new. Zhang Yin took a look and quickly sat up straight, waiting for his ejection. But after a long time, the seat didn't respond. What's going on? Why don't you come down? Han Qian's puzzled voice came from the headset. I want to ask you, didn't you say it would be delayed for a while? This delay is a bit too long. Forget it, just do it manually. I'll teach you. Following Han Qian's instruction, Zhang Yin started manual operation, but after doing it again, the seat still did not respond. What's going on? Is this seat broken? Damn, the seat belt is locked tightly. I can't get out at all. Han Qian's face became solemn. She didn't expect that an accident would happen at this point. Don't worry. Just as Han Qian was about to say something, Zhang Yan's exclamation came from the headset. Hey, what's wrong with this fighter? Why did it move on its own? It says on the screen, Auto Cruise Mode is activated. Along with this sound, Han Qian clearly saw that the fighter plane on the other side had begun to turn. Damn, where's this fighter going? Hello? Han Qian, are you there? What should I do? Hello? Squeak, 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 squeak. With a loud bang, blue flame spurted out from the tail of the F-16 fighter plane, and it flew away. Communications were also interrupted at this moment. Zhang Yin! Zhang Yin! Han Qian anxiously looked in the direction where the fighter plane left and exclaimed, It's over. The fighter plane carrying Zhang Yin sped all the way, even spewing out mock rings. All. The high-speed airflow kept hitting Zhang Yin's helmet, causing tiny cracks to appear on the helmet. Zhang Yin felt very bad. He even had an inexplicable feeling. He was going to die. Open it for me. Even so, Zhang Yin did not give up, but the seat could not be ejected no matter what, which gradually made him desperate. Gradually, Zhang Yan's consciousness began to become hazy, and scenes from the past appeared before his eyes like a kaleidoscope. I don't know how much time had passed. The night had gradually turned into day, and just when Zhang Yin was about to lose consciousness completely, suddenly, a system notification sounded beside my ear. Ding, the host's life safety is detected to be threatened. The title can be obtained in a round, and the difficulty has been reduced. Ding, it has been detected that you have punched in at the random vehicle driving position for 120 minutes, and you have obtained the title. You can drive with any wheel. You have reached the maximum level of driving talent for various vehicles. Even if an alien spaceship comes, you can give it a try. It's finally here. Zhang Yin immediately became alert and grabbed the joystick. Now it's time to show off my skills. Bang! The next second, Zhang Yin was ejected from the cab along with the seat, with half of the joystick in his hand. What the hell? On the ground, the headquarters of the 36th Army of Ermao. Early in the morning, the soldiers were conducting shooting training as usual. At this time, a rumbling sound came from the distant sky. Then an F-16 was seen speeding towards them. Are you kidding me? Our base is so far back. How can it be attacked by air? Hurry up and hide. There's an air raid so early in the morning. Can't we even have breakfast? Where is the artillery battalion? Quickly activate the ground artillery and shoot it down for me. For a moment, the entire 36th Army headquarters was in chaos, and alarms continued to sound. At this time, the radar tower was the first to discover the origin of this F-16. Don't be nervous. The serial number of this F-16 belongs to our Air Force battalion. F-36777 was responsible for investigating the Russians' movements in the northeast. He was temporarily inspected in Kefel and was expected to return in the afternoon. How come he came back so early? F-36777, report your situation. Repeat, F-36777, report your situation. But no matter how the tower called, there was no response from F-36777. The rumbling sound was getting louder and louder, and the fighter planes were getting closer and closer. The person in charge of the tower felt that something was wrong. F-36777 is diving to land, but there is no response no matter how we call. Sir, for safety reasons, I request to shoot down F-36777. Soon, the superior issued an order. Permission to shoot down. Soon, several soldiers on the ground came forward with rocket launchers and aimed at the landing plane. However, just as the soldier pulled the trigger and was about to shoot the fighter plane, bang! The pilot of the fighter plane actually parachuted? What is this situation? Although he didn't understand, the soldier did not hesitate and fired the rocket directly. Oh my God! Zhang Yin, who had just deployed his parachute, was shocked and quickly took out his gun and fired a rocket. With a loud bang, the rocket exploded 100 meters away from Zhang Yin. The heat wave from the explosion almost blew Zhang Yin away. Report, someone parachuted out. We suspect there was a problem with the fighter plane. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, the fighter plane suddenly lost control during landing and crashed directly into the hangar at the other end of the gunway, setting off a chain reaction. Just like setting off firecrackers, almost half of the planes of the 36th Army Air Force Battalion were shot down. This idiot, if the fighter plane loses control, won't he go to a deserted place to parachute? A large number of Ermao soldiers quickly surrounded Zhang Yin and waited for him below him. Zhang Yin thought he had returned to the Russian base and just breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, when he saw the clothes the soldiers below were wearing, he was shocked. I'm in the morning class. Where are you, F-16? Chapter 44. Zhang Yin mistakenly enters Ermao's military camp. The God of War experience card returns for a limited time. Despair, deep despair. Zhang Yin would never have thought that this damn F-16 would actually bring him to Ermao's military camp. Boom. Zhang Yin landed, but he didn't dare to act rashly because he was surrounded by thousands of Ermao soldiers like a guerrilla. The pilot has landed. Judging from his uniform, he is a pilot from our base. It seems that there was indeed a problem with the fighter plane, and he was forced to parachute, but this is not a reason for him to destroy our hangar. He seems to be frightened and is completely motionless. Should we send him to the infirmary first? After a brief discussion, two soldiers approached cautiously with guns in hand. Here it comes. Zhang Yin secretly unbuckled his seatbelt and looked around. It seemed that he had no way to escape from this kind of encirclement. Should I reveal my identity directly? But what if Ermao doesn't buy it at all? Be quiet and follow us. At this time, two soldiers had come closer. Zhang Yin was just thinking whether he should give in first, follow them, and make plans later, when he heard a system prompt sound in his ears. Ding! It is detected that the host is in an isolated and helpless situation. The military God experience card is back for a limited time. The time limit is until the host escapes from the predicament. I'm in a hurry. The God of War experience card is back for a limited time? Then why bother following them? In an instant, Zhang Yan's eyes suddenly became full of murderous intent, and the two Ermao soldiers just stretched out their hands. Swish! Zhang Yan's hands were like the 9-in white bone claws, directly strangling the two men's necks. With a click, the throats of the two men were cut off by him. Oh no, he's going to resist! Da-da-da-da-da. The Ermao soldiers on both sides reacted quickly and raised their guns to shoot. But Zhang Yin now has the limited time return of the God of War experience card, and his speed has reached an abnormal level. While seizing the weapons of the two soldiers, he moved through the hail of bullets like a phantom. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, he was like Marco Polo, holding two guns, running and shooting all the way, and every bullet could penetrate the enemy's head. However, Zhang Yin did not want to fight. His primary goal now was to escape from Ermao's military base. Because he didn't know the terrain, Zhang Yin ran left and right, and the pursuers behind him escaped like dogs. With the blessing of the God of War experience card, Zhang Yan's speed and combat power are ridiculously strong. Smash someone's skull with one punch, crush someone's leg bones with one foot, and even drive a tank or an armored vehicle. It's not a big problem if we trigger the missile vehicle halfway. In a short while, the entire 36th Legion's base was in chaos because of him. Damn, how can he be so fast? It's fine if he's fast, but hundreds of people couldn't hit him with guns. This goes against common sense. Oh no, he rushed into the command room. Stop him quickly. Zhang Yin didn't know where he was, so he could only rush around to find a way out. So he rushed directly into the command room of the 36th Legion. The military ranks here are obviously much higher than those outside, but Zhang Yin doesn't care and beats anyone he sees. So when the pursuers arrived, the entire command room was littered with corpses, and Zhang Yin had disappeared without a trace. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yin woke up in a dense forest. What happened? I remember I jumped out of the plane, and then Zhang Yin had a headache. For some reason, all his memories since jumping off the plane had disappeared. He had no idea what was going on. Looking at the silent woods, Zhang Yin decided to go out first. After basically confirming his position and the directions of the east, west, south, and north based on the direction of the sun, Zhang Yin started walking towards the east. Soon a day and a night passed. Zhang Yin traveled a long distance. When he was hungry, he hunted small animals, and when he was thirsty, he drank mountain spring water. Just as we were about to walk out of the woods, bang, 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 gunshots were heard from the front. At this moment, Alexei, captain of the Baikal Special Operations Team, was leading a group of soldiers to launch a raid on a material dispatch station. Perhaps it was because they had taken down too many material dispatch stations before, which attracted the attention of Ermau. They actually sent a large number of reinforcements here, counterattacked Alexei's side, and forced Alexei's side into the woods. Damn it. Where are all the reinforcements coming from? How can we fight like this? Alexei cursed and couldn't help but think of someone, Subov. If that guy were here, maybe there would be a way, but unfortunately Andrei said he has gone back. Who? While thinking, Alexei caught a glimpse of a black shadow flashing in the distance, and he raised his gun and shot without saying a word. Bang! The shot missed, but it reminded Alexei, the enemy is coming from the rear. You guys follow me to stop them. Yes! Soon Alexei came over with a few people. During this time, the black shadow kept changing positions, and no matter how hard Alexei tried, he couldn't hit it. Huh? Alexei was surprised. He felt that this feeling of dodging bullets was so familiar. But he didn't react for a while and ordered his men. Strafe. Use the mortars. Yes. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, countless bullets and artillery shells attacked, making Zhang Yin curse and scream. He didn't expect that he would be able to find the Russian troops by hearing the gunshots. Unexpectedly, the first people we encountered were the enemy. After dodging a round of bombing and strafing, Zhang Yin leaned behind a tree and waited quietly for an opportunity. He had no ammunition in his hands now, so he could only fight close to the enemy. At this time, Alexei led his men to search forward. Just as they passed the tree trunk where Zhang Yin was hiding, Zhang Yin suddenly pounced out. Zhang Yin was very fast and had taken away Alexei's gun before he could even react. Zhang Yin raised his gun and was about to shoot, but when he saw the other person's face, he was suddenly stunned. Fuck, Alexei? Subov? Alexei was also surprised. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? When Zhang Yin mentioned this, he was furious. I also want to ask how I got back. This time, Zhang Yin really wanted to return to China from the bottom of his heart. But who could have imagined that at the last step something as terrible as a fighter plane malfunction would occur? The most outrageous thing is that this fighter jet was sent back to me. I just want to go back to my country. Is it that difficult? F-16, you rubbish. I'm going to school early. After learning about Zhang Yan's experience, Alexei's mouth was harder to hold back than AK, and he almost laughed out loud. If Ermau had not fired a few more shots at this time, diverting his attention, Alexei would probably have really laughed at Zhang Yan. The group retreated to the rear under a hail of bullets. Should I say this? You came back just in time. We encountered some difficulties during our attack. Can you help us with some advice? Go away. I'm bothered. Although Zhang Yin said this, he couldn't help but take a glance and found that the firepower of this material dispatch station seemed to be a bit too strong. Chapter 45, Return to the Battlefield. Children, your comrade Major is back. At the entrance of this material dispatch station, there were 4 heavy machine guns, armored vehicles, tanks, etc. This seemed different from the information he knew. The other side has reinforcements? It's so fast, it's only been a short time. Alexei nodded. It was pretty fast. We only took down 5 points in total, and their reinforcements caught up. Their firepower was ridiculous. We couldn't get through it all. This is the difference between paper talk and the real battlefield. When it comes to paper planning, everything is dead and all plans can be carried out according to an idealized process. But in the real battlefield, everything is alive and situations beyond plan often occur, such as the heavy firepower reinforcements in front of us. Because of its appearance, the originally well-planned attack plan on the dispatching station encountered some resistance. Did they receive information from Keffel? I don't think so. What do you mean? The 36th Army of Ermau is in charge of this occupied area. Their commander is Chekhov, a legendary figure in Ermau. Next, Alexei introduced to Zhang Yin the commander of this area, Chekhov, in a magical way, including his combat record. After hearing this, Zhang Yin frowned immediately. So what you mean is that he is prepared for the rainy day and guessed our next move? Alexei nodded and said, it is very likely that when we broke out of the Klaya military base, even though we were careful enough, we would inevitably leave some clues, and he is a suspicious commander. That's a bit troublesome. Zhang Yin touched his chin. vaguely feeling the horror of Chekhov. Did you confiscate any heavy firepower weapons when you attacked the material dispatch station earlier? Yes, but they were all distributed to the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion. You know, we're special forces. Ignoring Alexei's boasting, Zhang Yin gave the order without hesitation. Retreat. You can't take it down by yourself. Go back and replenish your firepower and equipment before fighting back. Alexei was a little reluctant. Don't you want to try again? Don't you have me here? Zhang Yin was speechless. I am useless. How can a mortal like me fight against their heavy firepower? Although Zhang Yin said so, if he was really left here alone, he would probably be worn out by this dispatching station. But that was when I was alone and had no worries. In this situation, if I take the lead in the charge, who knows what the soldiers will do? The casualties at that time will be very serious. Oh well. Alexei was about to order a retreat when someone exclaimed, "Look, they're retreating." With this sound, everyone looked and saw that the Mao troops, who had been guarding well just now, suddenly set off, left the dispatch station, and retreated to the rear. Even Zhang Yin couldn't figure out what was going on with this weird behavior. But the soldiers were excited by this. What a great opportunity. Hurry up and charge with me. Go, go, go. Our chance has come. For the bear, hurrah! Groups of soldiers came forward with guns in hand. Zhang Yin originally thought that this was Mao's strategy to lure the enemy deeper into the territory. Just when he was about to call out to everyone, Mao ignored the pursuers behind him and fled with his tail between his legs, as if he had given up on the dispatch station. So the dispatching station was captured in a very short time. This time the harvest was really huge. In addition to the artillery shells, we even confiscated several tanks and armored vehicles. It was really a big profit. Alexei held the shell in his hand and laughed happily. On the other hand, Zhang Yin was in deep thought. He always felt that there was something wrong with Mao's sudden withdrawal. All right, stop thinking about it. We've already conquered it. Why are you still thinking so much? Let's go back to the headquarters. Military trucks loaded with supplies and soldiers drove out of the supply dispatch station. Half an hour later, Zhang Yin arrived at the so-called command center. In fact, it is just a dense forest. Using it as a command center is indeed quite secretive. After walking in the dense forest for a while, we saw a large number of soldiers taking a rest. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yin couldn't help but sigh. Children, your major comrade is back. Major Supov. Seeing Zhang Yin, everyone rushed forward in disbelief. Great! Major Supov is not dead. Didn't they say that Major Supov died? Don't ask too much. Maybe Major Supov is on a secret mission. As expected of Major Supov, you are still as handsome as ever after such a long time. Listening to the gossip around him, Zhang Yin was speechless. Alexei soothed him. Please understand. You can't possibly tell them that you've returned to Dacia. That would hurt the morale of the troops. Soon, Zhang Yin followed Alexei to a towering tree. There is a makeshift tent under the tree, which seems to be the so-called temporary command center. Captain, why are you so slow? Ilyich was about to make a teasing remark when he saw Alexei. But when he saw Zhang Yin following him, he opened his mouth and said, Comrade Major, aren't you leaving? Zhang Yin didn't say much, but just punched Ilyich. Seeing this colleague who had done intelligence work with him in Kefar again, he didn't know whether he should be happy or depressed. Damn, why is it so difficult to return to my country? After going around in circles, you're back on the battlefield? I heard you were spreading rumors that I was dead. Ilyich stood at attention and said, Major, it was Captain Andrei's idea. Ivan on the side also echoed. Yes, Captain Andrei even held a small memorial service for you. Hee, where are the others? Inside. Your commander named Anthony just sent me intelligence, saying that something big seems to have happened over there with Mao, and he is verifying it. Okay, I'll go find him. Be careful next time, and don't let me catch you. Zhang Yin glared at Ilyich, then swaggered into the command center. As soon as the door curtain was lifted, the first thing he heard was a Chinese quintessence. Andre, I'm on duty at 8 a.m., and you're the one who told everyone I was dead? Andre, who was holding the communicator with an outrageous expression, looked even more outrageous at this moment. Zhang Yin? Who are you talking about, Zhang Yin? Anthony on the other end of the communicator also heard a surprised voice. Hello? Andre, what's going on? Why are you suddenly talking about Zhang Yin? Andre said blankly, Is my vision dazzled? Zhang Yin is actually right in front of me. Zhang Yin shook his head. I am not seeing things. Your grandfather is indeed here. Chapter 46. By some strange coincidence, Zhang Yin killed the legendary commander Ermao. When Andre saw Zhang Yin again, he was as shocked as if he had seen a ghost. You failed to evacuate? Your ghost got here? Zhang Yin's face was filled with black lines. Come here and try it yourself. I am a human or a ghost. Andre looked around, touched Zhang Yin's face, and then punched his chest. Zhang Yin was so upset that he said, Brother, I'm alive. Don't try. Andre breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was a little confused. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? Where is Monica? Don't worry about that. We robbed a faulty fighter plane, but when we first arrived at the location it couldn't eject, so we sent it directly back to him. Zhang Yin didn't want to say it, but at this moment Alexei walked in. Andre couldn't help laughing after hearing these words, and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Will you shut up? And you, is this so funny? Andre is a professional and usually manages his facial expressions very well. But when he saw Zhang Yan's funny expression, he couldn't help laughing and said, Ha 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 damn. You're really amazing. After he finished laughing, he still comforted Zhang Yan with high emotional intelligence. Oh, okay. Don't you have a saying in Daxia that you should make the best of it? I think this is God's will, so just stay here. Zhang Yin shrugged. At the moment, he seemed to have no other choice but to stay still. Hello? Andre? Speak quickly, what the hell are you talking about, Zhang Yin? At this time, Anthony's anxious voice came from the communicator. Andre picked up the communicator and said with a smile, Yes, Zhang Yin, he is back again. Back? How did you come back? Anthony almost choked to death on his own saliva. He didn't expect that Zhang Yin, who had been picked up by the Daxiao agents, could come back. What was the reason? Was there an accident along the way? Or did Zhang Yin have a kind thought and wanted to stay in the country of the bear? No matter what the reason is, as long as Zhang Yin is back, it's a good thing. Hurry up and let him answer the call. Zhang Yin, how are you? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have forced you to take command. If it wasn't like that, you wouldn't have gone to the front line, and you wouldn't have taken risks. It's all my fault. I hope you can forgive me. Right at the beginning, Anthony made a self-criticism to Zhang Yin. Regardless of whether he was sincere or not, he had apologized anyway. In response, Zhang Yin simply said, Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Well? Anthony was stunned for a moment. This was different from what he thought. Why did he always feel that Zhang Yin seemed to have some complaints about him? But it's normal to think about it. We have experienced the siege of the Kliam military base, deep into the enemy-occupied area, and gathering intelligence in Kefhar. They have been in danger of death along the way, but I didn't do anything. It would be strange if they didn't complain. Anthony wanted to appease him again, but Zhang Yin didn't want to listen. Okay, let's talk about business. I heard something happened to Ermao. What happened? Anthony hurriedly said. We just received news that an out-of-control F-16 fighter plane crashed at the base airport of the 36th Army of Ermao. Is this a big deal? Listen to me. It is said that the commander of the 36th Army, Chekhov, was patrolling the airport at the time and happened to encounter a fighter plane crash. He has been sent for rescue. Ah? Zhang Yin and Alexei looked at each other in an outrageous manner. Alexei was just praising Chekhov in a miraculous way. As a result, now someone was directly hit by a fighter plane and sent for rescue. But this can explain the previous retreat of those idiots. It's a big deal when the commander is attacked. But Zhang Yin always felt that Anthony's version was a little wrong. No, how do I know this version is wrong? I feel like I've been acting weird ever since I lost my memory after jumping off the plane. Well, the intelligence has come again. Chekhov has been confirmed dead, and according to the investigation of the fighter plane crash, this fighter plane is a bit strange. Weird. Yes, according to intelligence. Based on analysis of the fighter plane debris, no human tissue fragments were found, nor were any seat-related components found. So the Ermao party speculated that the pilot of the fighter plane may have already parachuted out, and this was a fighter plane without anyone controlling it. Weird. Too weird. Zhang Yin felt weird just by listening to it. At this time, Alexei pondered for a moment. Unmanned F-16 fighter. Major Subov, could it be you? This sentence reminded Zhang Yin and made his heart skip a beat. Oh my God. Could it be such a coincidence? I just parachuted out of a broken-down F-16 fighter, and the fighter crashed into the airport of the 36th Army? Isn't this a bit too coincidental? Although Zhang Yin said that he didn't believe it was such a coincidence, as more details were revealed. What the hell? Clothing fragments were found in the fighter plane, presumably a black jacket? Based on the traces left in the cab, it is speculated that the drivers were a man and a woman? What? There's also a cell phone that was smashed into pieces. Hey, where's my cell phone? The black box has been read out. Did this fighter plane fly to Nia? Finally, Zhang Yin had to admit a fact. It seems that I, by some strange coincidence, have accomplished a great feat? No. Zhang Yin subconsciously felt that this contribution was a little too small. It should be bigger. Chekhov, as a legendary figure of Ermao, his life and death cannot be concealed. In an extremely short period of time, all countries that had been paying close attention to the situation in Russia learned the news. I was suddenly shocked. My goodness, such a legendary person would actually sacrifice in this way? It's a bit too frustrating. At the same time, this also made them curious. Was this an accident or was it done deliberately? No one knows the truth, of course, except Daxia. Are you sure that you and Zhang Yin were flying an F-16 and that you saw with your own eyes that the F-16 had a malfunction, and then you took Zhang Yin back with you? I am sure. Originally, Daxia had always been thinking of watching the death of the legendary Commander Chekhov, who knew that while eating the melon, it would end up eating its own head. The first-hand report from Han Xian caught Daxia off guard, because all the evidence shows that the F-16 that crashed at the Ermao 36th Army Airport was most likely the one that Zhang Yin and Han Xian held hostage. Damn it, why didn't Zhang Yin answer the phone? Could it really be him? According to the plan, Zhang Yin should have returned several days ago. What happened during this period? I know that evacuation is very risky, but why do we have to hijack a faulty fighter plane? Compared with the Russian Bear, Daxia lacks a lot of key information. Therefore, in a short period of time, they could not confirm whether the crash fighter plane was the one Zhang Yin was on. They didn't even know that the fighter jet was unmanned. In order to find out the truth, the representatives of Daxia once again took action and rushed to the office of Chief Mao Xiong to accuse him. Ah, that's good. You have to take good care of Zhang Yin. There can't be any more accidents like this. Do you understand? As soon as he entered the door, the Daxia representative saw Commander Mao Xiong with a very excited look on his face. This was different from what he had imagined, and he also heard Zhang Yan's name from the representative. Could it be that Zhang Yan is fine? Representative, why are you here? The officer asked knowingly. The representative sat on the sofa without hesitation. That's a good question. I have come here more than once to ask to speak to Zhang Yan, but you have refused. I want to ask, what do you mean? Representative, calm down. I was just about to tell you that I just spoke to Anthony from the 16th Regiment and learned about Zhang Yan's current situation. The representative narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Oh, Zhang Yan is in the 16th Regiment. What are you talking about, Representative? If Zhang Yan is not in the 16th Regiment, where else can he be? He can't just go back to Daxia, right? Don't worry, he's fine. But the conditions on the battlefield are tough, and he seems to be a little malnourished recently. I've already asked someone to make more delicious food for him. The communication between the two was very obscure, and almost every sentence was a test and confrontation. But after several conversations, the representatives finally felt relieved. It seems that after Zhang Yan was taken away by the fighter plane, he returned to the territory of the 16th Regiment by accident. Although the plan to return home failed, the person is still alive, which is the best news. Chapter 47. Promoted to Battalion Commander, Zhang Yan quarreled with the regiment commander right after being promoted. A simple ceremony is being held at the Force Command Center. Sapov has made many outstanding contributions in the war. I officially appoint him as the commander of the Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion. Because Zhang Yan had made great contributions, Anthony was in a very good mood and directly appointed him as battalion commander. Zhang Yan was a little dazed. It had only been a few days since he accidentally entered the battlefield, and he was now a major and a battalion commander. This speed of promotion is like riding a rocket. Zhang Yan had a feeling that if he continued to stay like this, when he returned to China, would he be able to become a general directly? Of course, it's just a joke, just think about it. The enemy is leaderless now. This is a good opportunity. Major Sapov, I order you to lead your men to attack the main force of Ermao from the rear immediately. Together with the 13th Army, we will swallow them up as quickly as possible. Soon, Anthony gave the order, but Zhang Yan held the opposite opinion. Sir, I have an objection. This decision is too conservative. What? Conservative? That's right. Now that we have attacked the enemy supply transfer station, we have grasped the throat of Ermao's main force. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for too long before they have to retreat. Although it may seem wise to launch a surprise attack at this time, in the long run, it would be a waste of the opportunity. Waste? Anthony didn't quite understand Zhang Yan's thinking. Zhang Yin, I know you have outstanding command talent and ideas, but now the main force of Ermao has put us under great pressure. Our 16th and 18th Corps suffered greatly, especially the 13th Corps, which was about to lose their occupied territory. So quickly rescuing these brother troops is the top priority. Zhang Yin did not reject Anthony's opinion, but the feeling remaining in his subconscious mind told him it would be a pity and too conservative if this opportunity was only used to eliminate Ermao's main force. He could have gotten more. Sir, you also said that the Ermao 36th Army is now leaderless. So in my opinion, our target this time should not be the Ermao main force, but the Ermao 36th Army. Wow! Zhang Yan's words shocked everyone. Bold, this idea is so bold. The officers had an illusion that if Zhang Yan had more troops, he would dare to attack the capital of Ermao State directly. However, although this decision is radical, once it is successfully implemented, the impact will be significant. The 36th Army was the only Mao garrison in this area. Due to the terrain and humanities, it was able to contain several Mao's army corps with its own strength and had been in a stalemate with them for several months. If we take this opportunity to break the balance and seize the occupied area of the 36th Legion, it will have a profound impact on the entire Sino-Soviet war. Soon, a dispute due to different opinions began. To put it bluntly, Zhang Yin thought Anthony was too conservative because he disagreed with his decision. Anthony was frightened by the disappearance of Zhang Yin and the main force, so he was unwilling to let Zhang Yin become radical no matter what. Even if Zhang Yin is sure, he should be prepared for the worst. What if something goes wrong? Zhang Yin, listen to me. Now is not the time to mess around. Just follow them and attack the main force. As for other things, you don't have to worry about it. Zhang Yin was puzzled. Why? I have made it very clear. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After we pass this village and wait for the 36th Army to recover, the situation will not change at all. You can't let anything happen to you again. If something happens, how can I explain it to my superiors? How can we Mao Xiong explain it to you to Xia? Zhang Yin understood that Anthony didn't want to take responsibility. There is no problem. I have the system to protect me, so how could anything go wrong? But it was impossible for Zhang Yin to tell anyone about the system. Fortunately, he assured, Sir, please rest assured. I know everything. I will never make things difficult for you. I will bear all the consequences. Anthony got a headache after hearing this. If you really knew, you wouldn't do this. Listen to me and stop making trouble. Because they were standing at different angles, the two even had some unspeakable secrets. Therefore, no one could convince anyone else, no one could understand anyone else, and they were not on the same page at all. The two of them suddenly brought up old grudges because they had nothing to say. Anthony, why didn't you discuss the matter of going to Keffel with me? I am your superior after all. You should have informed me even if it was a secret. Do you know that I was almost scared to death? Zhang Yin was full of resentment. Discuss with you? I didn't discuss my loss with you, and I followed your conservative thinking. By the time we come up with a result, it will be too late. Then it was Zhang Yan's turn. I want to ask you the same thing. You commanded the entire army to retreat eastwards before the enemy even attacked, leaving the 13th Army alone. You are obviously capable of helping the 13th Army to share the firepower. Do you know that the current situation of the 13th Legion is all due to you? I have never seen someone as cowardly as you. Anthony was immediately defeated. How could I be a coward? I was considering the overall situation. I couldn't just watch the entire 16th Regiment being sacrificed. If you don't agree with me, the overall situation will be affected. You have no sense of the overall situation. If you have a sense of the overall situation, you should agree to this operation. Anthony was so angry that his nose almost turned crooked. Don't give me these twists and turns. Anyway, I can't agree to this battle. Zhang Yin got angry. You have to agree even if you don't agree. Anthony was so angry that he laughed. Zhang Yin, get it clear. I am your superior now, and you must obey my orders. Zhang Yin was also angry and laughed. You can't win the argument, so you use your official position to pressure me, right? I also have something to say. I'm just a tourist. Why should I listen to your orders? The call was hung up and Anthony was furious. This Zhang Yin, I'm doing this for his own good, but he doesn't appreciate it at all. An officer beside him whispered, Sir, this matter has far-reaching consequences. Should we report it? Anthony frowned and paced back and forth. Although he did not explicitly agree to Zhang Yan in the communicator, looking at Zhang Yan's enthusiasm, he might ignore his words and take the initiative to attack. No, it must be reported. Thinking of this, Anthony directly ordered someone to call his boss. At this moment, the superior officer was negotiating with the representatives of Daxia in the office. After all, the focus was still on bringing Zhang Yin back to the country. At this time, the phone call came, and the officer finally had the opportunity to temporarily avoid this topic. Hello, sir. I have something important to report. Zhang Yin is planning to attack the 36th Legion's base. No matter how I try to persuade him, he won't listen. You better think of a solution. Pa! The officer was so shocked that he almost dropped the receiver. What the hell? Zhang Yin is going to attack the base of the 36th Legion? This guy is so bold, it's like committing suicide. Just as the commander was about to say something, he suddenly realized that the Daxia representative was still in his office. You go ahead and do your work. I'll come another day. The representative of Daxia stood up with a smile. His mission was accomplished as long as he made sure that Zhang Yin was not in trouble. As for the rest, it was none of his business. Arriving at the door, the representative of Daxia just opened the door and ran into an anxious soldier. Report. Report, the 18th Army suddenly dispatched a large number of air forces to the battlefield. Perhaps because the military situation was urgent, he barely even bothered to close the door before telling the news. Hearing this, the Daxia representative tilted his head and said solemnly, "Is the world going to change?" Inside the office, the officer also looked solemn. Are they going to support the 13th Legion? No. Their target seems to be the headquarters of Mao's 36th Army. Thump. The officer slumped in his chair. Anthony's report was still late. There was no way to stop Zhang Yin. Chapter 48. A battalion of soldiers dares to fight a regiment? The regiment commander is so angry that he becomes neurotic. Deploying the Air Force is a big deal. As the ace of aces in the army, once they are deployed in large numbers, it means that a major war is about to begin. And from the moment the 18th Corps spared no effort to send its elite Air Force to join the battlefield. It also means that this news cannot be concealed. In an extremely short period of time, the news of the attack on the 36th Army of the Russian Federation spread within the military of the Russian Bear Country. Attack who? The 36th Army. Is there shit in the head of the 16th Army's commander? How can we launch a general attack on the 36th Army at this moment when the crisis on the front line is not over yet? Whose decision is this? If something goes wrong, you will be brought to the military court. I don't think this was Anthony's decision. He has always been prudent and would not even agree to such a battle. But why did the 18th Army follow suit? Do we need to ask you about the actions of the 18th Army? Shut up. What a bunch of cowards. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that now is the best opportunity to attack the 36th Army. I agree. The main culprit for the lack of progress in the Klaya region in recent months is you conservative commanders. You are simply scum in the army. For a time, the generals were divided into two factions. Conservatives and offensives. The conservatives advocated that plans against Mao's 36th Army should be stopped immediately, and the priority should be to eliminate Mao's main force for the 13th Army first. The offensive faction advocates beating the fuck up. If you don't take advantage of such a good opportunity, you are not a real man. Even a few generals applauded when they first heard the news, saying that the commander who made this decision must be a genius, and they also wanted to help. Dealing between the two major factions, Anthony and his immediate superiors were under the greatest pressure. There were several calls coming in every minute, which made his direct superior sweat profusely. He couldn't say whether he supported it or not, because he had always been a smooth person, good at changing with the wind. However, as far as this matter is concerned, he personally feels that with Zhang Yan's amazing command talent, he would not necessarily do anything that he is not sure of. But the reality is often very different. Zhang Yan had only a small number of people, and at most he attacked the material dispatch station and confiscated some heavy weapons. Although the 18th Legion and some other factions advocating attack chose to help, it is impossible to take it down no matter how you think about it, right? Needless to say, Anthony is a person who is relatively cautious in his style of doing things. Are you saying he is conservative? Actually, he is not conservative, but now he is forced to be conservative by Zhang Yan, and he is also misunderstood by Zhang Yan. He feels very bitter. I just can't understand why the 18th Legion has to join in the fun. They know Zhang Yan's identity, so why shouldn't they stop them? If I had known this would happen, I would have let Zhang Yan go back. Who can bear it if he keeps doing this on the battlefield every day? Alas, if something happens to Zhang Yan again this time, no one can escape responsibility, but we can't stop it. Destroy this damned world. Ha ha ha. Anthony was already a little neurotic, and his superior was speechless. Instead of going crazy, You might as well do something practical. Although this operation is led by Zhang Yin, you are the person in charge of the 16th Army after all. Don't you plan to do anything? Anthony was stunned when he heard this. I would like to do it, but Zhang Yin won't give me any chance. Forget it, let it be. At worst, I can just kill myself to help you guys out. Anthony is almost having heart failure because of Zhang Yin, and he wants to give up. Since I can't stop it, the worst that can happen is that I kill myself afterwards. What else can I do? Fighter planes and transport planes, carrying troops and supplies, rushed towards a battlefield. This grand scene was also captured by Mao, the lackeys of the United States, and other forces. What does the Mao Xiong want to do? Fight us to the death? Quickly order the frontline troops to retreat. We must not let the Russian bear trap us. Don't worry, I heard they are heading to the 36th Army Group. Commander Chekhov had just died, and the Russians dared to act like this. It is hard for me not to suspect that they were responsible for Commander Chekhov's death. Come on, who's afraid of who? Do you really think we're weak? Although this sudden action made Mao feel very nervous. But they also responded quickly by sending out a large number of air forces, intending to engage in an air battle with the Soviet Air Force. With the number of Mao's air force, it would be impossible for them to fight the Russian bear. But who can blame them for having a beautiful father country? It supplies weapons, mercenaries, and fighter jets. It made Mao look as if he was not inferior to the bear country. Because both parties took such big actions this time, the matter soon became known to everyone. The legendary commander just died, and the Russians sent out a large number of air forces to try to start a large-scale war. This is really despicable. The United States and its other lackeys are sending a large amount of strategic materials to the Chinese for free. It seems that they have been craving for war for a long time. Two voices began to appear in the world media, one blaming the Russian bear and the other blaming Russia. Mao Xiong is making such a big move this time. Is he going to fight to the death with Mao? No, what circle did the mobile phone dad pull me into again? How could an ordinary person like me know about this kind of action? The Mao bear is extremely despicable. How could he take advantage of someone's misfortune? Although launching a surprise attack after the commander's death is indeed an unfair victory, the deceased didn't say anything. Why are you so anxious? Alas, the situation is turbulent. I don't know what happened to our tourist who accidentally entered the battlefield. During the discussion, in addition to evaluating the actions of Mao Xiong and Mao Fong, people also did not forget the tourist who had mistakenly entered the battlefield for a long time, Zhang Yin. It has been almost half a month since he mistakenly entered the battlefield, and everyone thought he would be back soon. But half a month later, there was very little news about him, and now the two Mao Zedongs are about to have a large-scale conflict again. This made many people worry about his safety, but their worries were unnecessary. At this moment, Zhang Yin was standing in front of all the soldiers, giving a passionate and enthusiastic speech. The battlefield situation changes rapidly, and no one knows what will happen in the next second. In this case, opportunities often only appear for a moment. Now that the commander that the 36th Army relied on the most has died, it is a good opportunity for us to take down the 36th Army. But what is our commander doing? To use a great talent for a small purpose is to lose the big because of the small, to pick up sesame seeds and lose the watermelon. Zhang Yin spoke a lot of idioms and metaphorical words in one breath. Although the soldiers and generals did not quite understand what Zhang Yin said, they knew the deeper reason why he said that. That was not long ago. Zhang Yin actually refused to carry out the military order from his superior, just because he felt that Anthony's plan was too conservative. Chapter 49, Nothing Goes According to Plan. De Mao and Mao say they don't understand. It is the duty of a soldier to obey military orders. This is an eternal truth in any country in the world. But Zhang Yin didn't follow the routine and refused directly. Everyone can understand this, because many people feel that Anthony's thinking is somewhat rigid and he dare not let go and do things. Zhang Yin was able to refuse with this reason, and everyone respected him as a man. But then, when they heard Zhang Yin's choice, almost everyone was stunned. The 36th Army attacking Mao? No, buddy, do you want to listen to what you were saying? On the other side, there is a whole regiment of soldiers. On our side, we have the confiscated heavy weapons and the air formation borrowed from the 18th Army Corps reported by the warmonger Alexei. At most, there are 2 battalions. You asked us to fight the 36th Army, but we have to use hooks to fight them? Although everyone knows that Zhang Yin has outstanding command ability, it is somewhat far-fetched to use such a force to challenge an opposing regiment. Going there would mean you would die. I know what you were thinking. You think my idea is too idealistic and unrealistic. I feel like I will lead the battlefield battle to a dead end, resulting in the annihilation of everyone. I want to say that this kind of thinking is normal, but I want you to believe me more. As he spoke, Zhang Yin took the initiative to come among the soldiers and looked into everyone's eyes. Let me ask you, is there anyone who came to this battlefield voluntarily? Everyone is family, friends, wives, and children. Who doesn't want to live a peaceful life? Who wants to spend the whole day in fear of life and death? As a tourist from Daxia who accidentally entered the battlefield, I feel the most deeply about this. In war, what is at stake is the fate of nations and the lives of us soldiers. As long as the war continues, the casualties will never stop. Zhang Yan's tone was powerful and touched many soldiers. No one likes war, and no one wants to leave their loved ones. If you want everything to return to the starting point, you can only start from the root of the problem. Win this war. Seeing that the time was almost right, Zhang Yin continued. Right now, there happens to be an opportunity in front of us. As long as we can capture the 36th Army Corps, we can tear open a hole in Ermao's northeastern defense line and break the long-standing balance of power. Only in this way can the war end faster and everyone can return to their families. Even if I say this, are you going to remain indifferent? Following Zhang Yan's loud shout, soldiers soon stood up with guns raised. Whatever, let's fight. Let's fight. As long as this war can be ended as soon as possible, my life is nothing for the sake of the bear. Major, our lives are in your hands. Just use them. Ola! 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 Soon, the sound of Yura resounded throughout the forest, which was very inspiring. Zhang Yin looked at the good situation in front of him and said, Alexei. Exist. Alexei didn't know why. Although Zhang Yan's military rank was lower than his, he just responded to his words naturally like a subordinate. Maybe I was shocked by Zhang Yan's remarks just now and admired him even more. We must march according to the original plan. We must move quickly and link each step closely together. Yes, sir. A battle soon broke out, but the location of the battlefield was not the 36th Army's base, as everyone assumed. But, what? The 18th Corps' flight formation went to block the retreat of Ermao's main force? Wasn't it going to attack the 36th Army? But it's normal to think about it. After all, Zhang Yin is going to fight the 36th Army. If Ermao's main force retreats successfully, he will be trapped. Although Anthony wanted to give up, he was also keeping an eye on the situation on the battlefield. Where is Ermao's flight formation? They were originally hovering near the 36th Army, but now they are rushing to the front battlefield. Trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Anthony saw Zhang Yan's intention at a glance. Even if the 36th Army lost the protection of the flying formation, it would be a dream to take it down with such a small number of people. After a while, news came from the front line that the two flying formations were fighting. Soon, news came that the 13th Corps and the frontline troops had pursued Ermao's main force and launched a decisive battle with it. Anthony thought that Zhang Yin would take this opportunity to attack the 36th Army, but unfortunately, there was no movement from there. What is Zhang Yin doing? Ermao's reinforcements are all tied up. If we don't attack now, when will we attack? He thinks I'm conservative. I think he's just as timid as I am. Not only Anthony felt strange, all the generals and officers who were paying attention to this battle felt something was absurd. Who is the commander of the 16th Regiment? Why isn't he fighting at this time? What a waste of opportunity. I don't know. I just asked Anthony, and he said he was impeached. What do you mean? They were shouting and making a big fuss before, saying they were going to attack the 36th Army. It turns out that it was fake news? It doesn't feel fake. Maybe they changed their strategy right before the fight. That's too cowardly. Even though I don't advocate attacking the 36th Army, I still feel that it's too cowardly. Almost everyone in the Russian faction believed that the 16th Regiment had missed the best opportunity to attack the 36th Army. As for Ermao's group, they almost laughed their teeth off. After all the fanfare, this is all? Fuck it. If I had known, I would not have withdrawn the main force. We were fooled by the Russians. I have to say that their strategy was effective. It allowed the 13th Legion to recapture nearly 70% of the lost territory and push the battlefield to our side. Who is the commander on the other side? Apart from missing the golden opportunity to attack the 36th Army, overall, he is quite wise. Just when the Ermao group was about to open the champagne, a general from the United States poured a bucket of cold water on everyone. You'd better be cautious. Don't forget that the Russians have deployed 1.5 battalions of troops in the territory of the 36th Army. We can't let them take advantage of us. But soon, someone refuted his words. Don't worry. We just received news that they didn't go to the 36th Army headquarters at all, but appeared on the front battlefield. 16th Army headquarters. As soon as they heard the news from the front, the Anthony people fainted. What did you say? Zhang Yin led people to attack Mao's main force? Wardefa, isn't he going to attack the 36th Army? What does it mean that he is bringing people to attack Mao's main army? Anthony was really driven crazy by Zhang Yin. His previous strategy was to recruit Mao's main force, but Zhang Yin said he was conservative. The two argued for a while, and finally Zhang Yin directly refused the order. To the extent that Anthony is still a little unconvinced, he just wants to see how Zhang Yin can play according to his own ideas. What amazing achievements can be made. He was even angry and thought that if Zhang Yin could really defeat the 36th Army, he would be willing to let Zhang Yin become the regiment commander. The result is just this? Why do you keep thinking one thing after another? What can I say? What can I say? Chapter 50. Da Xiao intervenes. Where is the guerrilla warfare on the battlefield? Zhang Yin said he wanted to attack the 36th Army, but in fact he went to attack Mao's main force, which really stunned everyone. They were a little confused. What on earth was Zhang Yin trying to do? The Air Force has been sent to you, the momentum has been created for you, and almost the whole world knows about it. As a result, at the critical moment, you give everyone a big shit. Was it really this Subav who commanded the defense of the 16th Regiment last time? I don't quite believe it. Tisk, he's too young. As a commander, he almost missed all the correct answers. How can he command like that? What's the point of sending the Air Force? Just to stop the main force of the Russians? What's the difference between this and using a cannonball to kill a mosquito? It's all in vain. It seems that if you want to take down the 36th Army, you are just dreaming. I thought there would be an exciting battle, but who knew it would end up being so insignificant? For a time, the morale of the Russians was greatly reduced. On the other hand, for Mao, saving the 36th Army was a cause for celebration. But they were not very happy. Instead, they were very cautious and shocked. What did you say? They divided a battalion of people into several units, interspersed with each other, and constantly fought in a roundabout way, making it difficult to capture? That's right. When we saw them appear, we sent 1/4 of our main force to deal with them. But they ran away right after the fight, and we couldn't find them no matter how hard we looked. And when the troops were preparing to return, another group of them appeared, catching everyone off guard, and when they counterattacked, they disappeared again, just like a loach. Boom. The general was struck by lightning when he heard this. As outstanding commanders and generals, they have read a lot of military books, so how could they not know what this tactic is? Guerrilla warfare inherited from Da Xiao's ancestors? I said that when the supply chain was attacked before, they were very familiar with the tactics of disappearing as soon as the main force moved. It turned out to be guerrilla warfare. The Mao Xiong bastard is really smart. In order to win, he actually went to the Xia to steal some skills. Their two countries have a good relationship, so please understand. No. At this time, the American general raised an objection again. Guerrilla warfare requires time and experience to accumulate, but there has never been a similar guerrilla warfare on the battlefield before. It is impossible for the Russians to accumulate such experience in a short period of time. Everyone was suddenly terrified. You mean Da Xiao is also involved? The cunning Da Xiao people, don't they always say that they don't interfere in other countries? This is what they call gentlemanly conduct. Bah, hypocrisy. It is really ridiculous that the American country and its lackeys who started the war with the help of China turned a blind eye to their own crimes and started to criticize other countries. Even if they didn't get directly involved, they must have sent people to give us guidance. It's impossible for the Russians to master guerrilla warfare in the short term. If Da Xiao really intervenes, the situation will be troublesome. The United States intends to strike first and put some pressure on Da Xiao. And public opinion is their forte. Soon, articles accusing Da Xiao began to appear on the foreign internet. Hashtag the Great Xia Guerrilla Warfare appeared on the Mao Xiong Mao battlefield hashtag. Hashtag Da Xiao has no moral sense and is intervening in the war between Mao and Mao hashtag. Hashtag World Enemy Da Xiao. S3 ranking has begun hashtag. Each news release specifically named Da Xiao and criticized it. This was a bad omen for Da Xiao, who was just enjoying himself at home and doing some foreign trade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the United States and its lackeys expressed their opinions and accused Da Xiao of destroying the peace. They also stated that they would provide Mao with more weapons and supplies free of charge to defend peace. The International Peace Ambassador is here again? He has lost all his dignity. You could have sent the troops there, but you had to find an excuse. Who are you trying to please? Public enemy of the world? I think your country is still the public enemy of the world. Without you, the world can live in peace for hundreds of years. We in Daxia love peace and don't interfere in other countries. Why is there a guerrilla war on their front line? Damn it. Damn, the guy upstairs is showing off. Brothers, report him and get him arrested. On the internet, netizens were filled with indignation and accused the United States of being shameless. There are also a large number of Chinese people who go to the internet to confront foreigners. Compared with this, the official response was much calmer. The United States has done many outrageous things, and they have long been accustomed to it. However, they also know that when the United States acts, it pays attention to half-truth and half-falsehood, and likes to mix the real with the false to confuse the audience. So there was no reason for him to suddenly jump out and bite me for no reason. He must have got some information or was provoked by something. As they investigated further, they were surprised by what they found. Guerrilla warfare really occurred on the Mao battlefield. This is actually true. After several twists and turns, the matter soon reached the military and caused a sensation. According to the current intelligence, the Russians are quite professional in guerrilla warfare. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy stays, we harass. When the enemy is tired, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Many commanders in Daxia cannot use this tactic. Where did they learn it from? Where else can I learn from? Be frank and honest. Who secretly sent it? You old guys really do everything to accumulate wartime experience. You're still shoving people in there. I can tell from the looks of it that you don't understand guerrilla warfare. Who would know how to fight guerrilla warfare, right, after shoving people in there? That requires experience, right? You never know. Maybe you sent some people out as mercenaries earlier. They just happened to end up on Mao's battlefield. It is obvious that the guerrilla warfare on the battlefield of Maoxiong has been used to perfection. The commander of this unit must have very rich battlefield experience. While some generals were still speculating whether the commander of this guerrilla warfare was a Daxia person, the generals who knew the inside story were already cheering. It must be Zhang Yin. According to the embassy, Zhang Yin seems to have returned to the 16th Regiment on the out-of-control fighter plane. And now it is the 16th Regiment that is using our guerrilla tactics. There will be no one else but him. After hearing the news, the generals finally relaxed their frowns. Ever since Zhang Yin returned to Ermao area in an out-of-control fighter plane, they once thought that Zhang Yin was dead. Some generals who were more fond of talent almost couldn't help but run to the Russian embassy to demand accountability. Later, we received news from the embassy that Zhang Yin was not dead and had returned safely to the 16th Regiment. But that is just hearsay after all, and there is no actual evidence. And now, evidence has emerged of the sudden emergence of guerrilla warfare on the battlefield of the Second Bear. Apart from him, the generals could hardly think of anyone else who could command this battle. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Whether it's the last defense of the 16th Army or today's guerrilla warfare, this kid is definitely the most amazing young man I have ever seen. He is so skilled in guerrilla warfare, much better than us old guys. This kid is definitely a talented general. We must train him well when he comes back. What a pity. I missed the chance to go home. When will I get the next chance? Just as the generals were chatting, someone knocked on the door and walked in. Cooperate with the 13th Regiment to wear down Ermao's main force without causing more than 10% casualties. It just felt a little weird to us. Oh, what? A map was spread out on the table. The young commander wearing glasses pointed at the map and said, whether it is the 16th Regiment or the 13th Regiment coalition in front, they seem to be intentionally driving Ermao's main force northward. Is there anything wrong with that? This is a big problem. As Ermao's main force rushes north, a gap of several kilometers will appear in the south. So I guess Zhang Yan's main purpose of guerrilla warfare is not to annihilate Ermao's main force, but Chapter 51 Ermao was beaten unconscious. Who is surrounding whom? This was the first time Zhang Yin led a team to the front battlefield. Although the area was the rear area of Ermao's main force, his immediate feeling was just one word: chaos. Bang, 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 bang. Papa, papa, pa. Boom, 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 boom. The soldiers on the ground were densely packed like ants, charging forward near the tanks and armored vehicles. The roar of artillery fire and the flying dust cast a gray tint on the originally clear sky. And it was also very lively in the air. The transport planes carried the soldiers one by one and dropped them like dumplings. Fighter planes flew across the sky at extremely fast speeds, chasing each other, and their cannons and missiles were like fireworks. The original Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion, the Baikal Special Operations Team, and Andre and other teams borrowed from the frontline troops. There were nearly 700 people, who were divided by Zhang Yin into 4 teams, each of which was divided into 10 small teams. They were responsible for encircling and conducting guerrilla warfare against Mao's main force from the south, southwest, west, and northwest. Although each team consists of a maximum of 17 people, casualties can be greatly reduced under the cover of the surrounding mountains and woods. Bang, 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 bang. Southwest corner of the woods. The war broke out again, and Mao sent out a reinforced company to try to find the rat hiding in the southwest corner. But as soon as they moved forward, people appeared behind them. As soon as we retreated, new people appeared in front. Retreat to the right, something will appear on the left. Retreat to the left, something will appear on the right. Enemies spotted on the left. Don't worry about the left side. There's someone coming from the right side. Damn it, don't run. Why is no one caring about the people in front of us? Retreat quickly. What on earth are you doing? As a result, the enemy's reinforced company was knocked out. More than 60% of the people were killed or wounded, and another 40% were scattered in the woods, shivering. They were really seeing a ghost. Every time, the opponent launched a surprise attack, and before they could even fight back, the opponent disappeared. Then you can hear reports that a group of people have emerged from other places. Damn it, aren't we cats? Why are we being beaten like mice? Are we covering them, or are they covering us? The company commander's defense was breached, and he didn't understand what was going on until the entire reinforced company was defeated in the woods, and he died. The same scene also happened in the 4 corners behind Mao's main force. Zhang Yin and his men, using guerrilla tactics, were gradually eroding the troops behind Mao's main force. Finally, my uncle could tolerate it, but my aunt couldn't. Report to the major. Mao is in a hurry. They have sent out almost half of their troops and turned around to catch us. The signalmen were trembling when reporting the news. That's a regiment of soldiers. We only have 2 battalions on our side, and they are all scattered. How can we fight? Zhang Yin was not panicked at all. He held a cigar in his mouth and frowned. He doesn't smoke, it's mainly for style. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions will leave some traces of retreating northwards for the enemy, and then retreat southwards. If I catch them, I'll give them a good beating. Alexei, leave some traces so that the enemy can catch up with us. Yes. Also, have the bombers of your 18th Corps take over the following areas: G101, G102, G103, G104, F101, F102, F103, and F104. Good. Also, help me tell them that our entire team should stop fighting and retreat northward from now on. Alexei couldn't hold it in any longer. Brother, I am a colonel after all. You really want to order my men around? Zhang Yin waved his hand. If you hear it, go quickly. We are at war, and we don't have time to chat with you. During the retreat to the north, the signalman brought another message. Major, the frontline troops hope that we can lead people to the west, the more the better. No, if they lead us to the west, how can I fight the 36th Regiment? But they said they were under a lot of pressure. Zhang Yin sneered. Too much pressure? We have already led half of the troops away. If they still can't defeat them, they don't have the right to be commanders anymore. Aki, in the command room of the 16th Regiment, Anthony, who had just taken back the command of the frontline troops, sneezed before he could say a few words. After wiping his nose, he looked at the communicator beside him and said, "What does Subov say? Since everything is according to my previous plan, he should listen to me, right?" The communicator scratched his head awkwardly. "The major still refused your order. He plans to lead his men to retreat northward." What? Anthony was dumbfounded. Really dumb. Even at this time, Zhang Yin still didn't intend to forgive him. Ugh. Was he going to obey his orders? After taking a look at the sand table, Anthony frowned and said, "No, what's wrong with this guy's brain? The north is mountainous, the west is plain, and the south is hilly. Even if he was going to run, he should have run to a place where it's easier to run, right? What does it mean that he's going north? Since the battle started, no matter how wise the commander was, he would be stunned when he saw Zhang Yan's actions. Damn it, he really tries to avoid the correct answer if possible. It is obvious that by leading the troops to retreat westwards, the battle line can be stretched out, giving the frontline troops enough time to attack. He chose to lead his men to retreat northwards. Isn't this seeking death? Report, the enemy's 56th Regiment had just entered the G101, F-104 area when the 18th Corps bombers launched a firebombing on them. The 56th Regiment was split into two parts. Report: Major Subov's men appeared in the south and launched a surprise attack on the 56th Regiment that was separated in Area F. The south? Anthony was even more confused. Didn't they retreat to the north? Why are there still people left in the south? As a commander, his brain works quickly, and he soon came up with an idea. I understand. This is to have some troops retreat northward to attract the attention of the main force of the pursuers, and then attack them from the south. Once the main force of the pursuing troops turns back, those who are retreating north will come to attack us here. He wants to start a large-scale guerrilla war. It's a good idea. But what if the main force of the pursuers doesn't care at all? On the front battlefield, in the woods, Zhang Yin was leading a large group of nearly 200 people running towards the mountains in the north. Their speed was not very fast, and they threw grenades backwards from time to time to create noise, just to ensure that Ermao's pursuers could catch up with them. Soon, the messenger brought two pieces of news. One was the news of the successful bombing and the successful raid by the 234th Squadron. The other piece of news made everyone present break out in a cold sweat. The pursuers didn't choose to turn around? Chapter 52. Furious. Even if it means flattening the mountain, I must find Zhang Yin. I fought guerrilla warfare with Zhang Yin for a period of time. Although everyone is not very proficient yet, they have a lot of experience. For example, in their view, the essence of guerrilla warfare is pulling. Just like playing a game, jump into the enemy's field of vision and attack him, then jump out of the field of vision when the enemy counterattacks. And when the enemy focuses all his attention on the position where you just appeared, you come out from another position and attack him. The goal was to win by surprise. Because of this, when Zhang Yin issued the order for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Battalions to retreat south and the 1st Battalion to march north, they subconsciously thought that Zhang Yin wanted to fight a large-scale guerrilla war. But now the tricky part comes. The pursuers did not turn around. They would rather give up the block's southern troops and be determined to get Zhang Yin. Under such circumstances, it is obvious that guerrilla warfare is not feasible. Someone asked, "Major, what should we do?" Everyone thought that Zhang Yin would be livid at this moment, but he wasn't. Instead, he acted as if nothing happened. What should we do? We should continue to head north. But the enemy has already caught up with us. The original plan was to have them chase us. Is there a problem? The soldiers looked at each other. Just hearing this sentence, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. After all, letting the enemy pursue was originally the mission of their large team. But now the situation. The leader of the 1st Brigade stepped forward and said, "Colonel, in the current situation, guerrilla warfare will not work. We should retreat westward before the enemy surrounds us." Zhang Yin was stunned. Who said I want to fight guerrilla warfare? Ah? The soldiers were dumbfounded. If you don't want to fight guerrilla warfare, why do you split the troops into two groups? Zhang Yin realized that there seemed to be some deviation in thinking between himself and his soldiers. Because this operation is very important. For the sake of confidentiality, the specific content and details are only known to a few people and are not told to everyone. So from the moment they were ordered to return to support the main force and fight guerrilla warfare, the soldiers were more or less a little confused. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yin said, "Just obey my orders. I cannot disclose the specifics. You will understand when the time comes. The only thing I can say is that everything that is happening now is within my plan." Is it all in your plan? Although Zhang Yin's words were arrogant, few soldiers questioned him, except that Zhang Yin was very confident when he said this. There is another very important reason, that is, his name is Subov, Comrade Major of the 16th Regiment, whom Anthony had highly regarded and appointed as the commander. If it weren't for him, no one present would be alive at this moment, and might have died in the attack on the Kliam military base. Everyone only has respect and admiration for him, and at most sometimes they privately wonder why Zhang Yin did that. Since Zhang Yin promised so solemnly, there would naturally be no problem for everyone. Since the enemy has not turned around, let's not delay and move forward at full speed without leaving any traces. Yes. Just as Zhang Yin led a large team to retreat northward at full speed, Ermao's pursuers behind him were also moving very fast. Hurry, hurry, hurry. As long as you can run to death, run as fast as you can. You must catch up with them. Go, go, go. The leader of the pursuit group led the way and came in person to catch up. It was not for any other reason, but because he was annoyed by the guerrillas on the opposing side. Originally, all his attention was on the front, but news kept coming from behind. They said there was a surprise attack, and more than 10 or 20 people died. He immediately started cursing. What's there to report about the death of a dozen or 20 people? It's not even close to the casualty target. But soon, the number of such reports began to increase, and the total number reached dozens of times. At this time, the team leader cannot stay out of it, because dozens of reports mean that hundreds of people may have died in the rear. Although he responded quickly and sent out several companies to look for the person, he couldn't find him. That group of people seemed to have greased their feet and ran away like fish as soon as I shook your hand. The same thing happened one after another, which made him very angry. He swore that if he didn't catch the person who commanded the guerrilla warfare, he would shoot himself. Report: the battalion that fell behind has sent news that they have suffered heavy casualties and request support. The regiment commander said without even turning his head. Support? What the hell? Haven't we already called for fire support for them? Let them handle it on their own. I'm busy. But if this continues, the rear camp will most likely be annihilated. The head of the regiment was furious. Just for a battalion, you want me to rescue them with all the fanfare? Then should I still chase them? But commander, there are enemy troops in the rear. Why do you have to chase them to the north? Can't you chase them to the south? The leader slapped him and said, Idiot, can't you see that this is the enemy's strategy? Split our forces into two groups. If we dare to turn back, the northerners will immediately take advantage of us. By then, we will be trapped in their guerrilla warfare. The officer covered his face and said, I don't think there's anything to worry about. The number of people and firepower of the northern forces are obviously not as good as those in the rear. That's why I'm chasing you. Ah? The regiment commander slapped him again. You idiot, let me ask you, doesn't the enemy know that the force retreating to the north is weak? Then why did he dare to let this retreat from the north attract our attention? Why? The regiment leader was a bit naive. Because they are confident, you know? I strongly suspect that the enemy forces in the north have much more guerrilla experience than the enemy forces in the south. Then there is only one possibility. The commander-in-chief of this guerrilla war is most likely among the enemy troops retreating northward. I must catch him and tear him apart with my own hands. After chasing for most of the day, Burmau's troops passed through the woods and came to a huge mountain range. From a distance, the green moss mixed with a little white snow is extremely beautiful. But now is not the time to enjoy the scenery. Based on the traces left by the enemy troops retreating northward, they had no other way to go except this mountain range. The team leader was looking at the entire mountain range through a telescope, hoping to find traces of Zhang Yin and others. At this time, they should have already entered the mountain. Captain, should we search in the mountain? Isn't it a bit late? It's a bit late indeed. The regiment commander nodded, then turned on the communicator. Artillery Battalion, Air Force Battalion, I order you to aim all effective firepower at the Kokolia Mountains and conduct carpet bombing. Even if I have to flatten this mountain, I will find him. Yes. Chapter 53. Firebombing. Zhang Yin escaped in a helicopter. 56th Regiment Artillery Battalion. As soon as the regiment commander gave the order, all missile vehicles immediately stopped their tasks and turned their targets to the Kokolia Mountains. Schwawushboom. Schwawushboom. Missiles were fired like thousands of arrows, heading towards the Kokolia Mountains. At the same time, the Air Force Battalion's supersonic bombers took off immediately, carrying 40 tons of ammunition, determined to flatten the Kokolia Mountains. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the entire Kokolia Mountains were filled with the sound of artillery fire. The earth was shaking, and mushroom clouds rose one after another. Under this intensive carpet bombing, even bacteria would evaporate on the spot in the entire Kokolia Mountains. The commander of the 56th Regiment's Artillery Battalion was very confident that he could kill the guy who commanded the guerrilla warfare in this mountain range. When the bombing was over, the hill in front was cut off by several layers. The team leader did not hesitate and immediately led his men to search, but after searching for half a day, they did not see even a shadow of the creature. Captain, what we have found so far are all animal tissues, none of which match human characteristics. Upon hearing this, the regiment commander immediately became angry and grabbed the officer by the collar. What do you mean? Can they fly away for no reason? Although it is indeed unreasonable for this force retreating northward to disappear for no reason, this is the fact. Captain, could it be that our firepower is too strong and the enemy has been vaporized? Are you stupid? Even if it evaporates, there should be some residual substances in the soil under your feet. Captain, could it be that they changed their location temporarily and they didn't actually evacuate to Kokolia? Do you want to listen to what you were saying? We have been chasing you all the way here. Do you see any traces they left in other directions? Captain, I suspect they hid in a cave in Cocolia, so we didn't find any trace of them. You're the most reliable among all the people who have spoken here. So in your opinion, what should we do? The officer who was named held his head high and said confidently, use thermal imaging to find their traces or, or one more round of bombing, 2 more rounds of bombing. Even if God comes, he will go to hell. Obviously, the irritable commander strongly supported his second idea and launched another round of bombing. He didn't believe that Zhang Yin and others would disappear in Cocolia so quickly. That was too against common sense, so Zhang Yin and others must be hiding somewhere. Since you like to hide, I will let you hide well. Artillery Battalion, Air Force Battalion, I order you to turn back immediately and launch a second round of bombing. The order was quickly issued, but the officer on the other end hesitated. Sorry, Commander, we refuse to follow your order. This rejection caught the team leader off guard. He immediately flew into a rage. Idiot, you dare to refuse my order? Are you questioning my judgment? Based on the time analysis, it is impossible for the enemy to retreat so quickly. It is very likely that the enemy is hiding in a cave in the Cocolia Mountains. If we let them go and give them a chance to survive, they will become a major threat to our Mao army in the future. The regiment commander thought he had made it clear that in order to completely wipe out the enemy forces retreating northward, a second round of bombing was necessary. But why would they refuse? He still couldn't figure it out. But soon he found out the reason. Kurlaf, how long are you going to make trouble? A steady voice came from the receiver. The regiment commander, Kurlaf, was stunned. Division commander? The division commander rebuked. You transferred the artillery and Air Force battalion from your regiment in order to pursue a small group of enemy troops. Do you know that it is because of your behavior that our frontline troops lost their firepower cover and suffered heavy blows from the Russians? I think you are really crazy. It's just a small group of enemy troops, but you mobilized so many troops and even wanted to launch a second bombing. What's the difference between this and using a cannonball to kill a mosquito? The division commander's meaning was very clear. The number of enemy troops retreating to the north was too small, and it was already a huge effort for you to use only a regiment to chase them. But even after all this, you still want to use firepower bombing multiple times? Take a look at it yourself and see if it's excessive. Right now, the main force is fighting a desperate battle with the combined forces of the Soviet Union's 13th and 16th Corps. You put your main force in the back to deal with a small group of enemies. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Isn't it funny? Kurlaf felt that his commander was having trouble talking without any hesitation. He immediately defended himself. Commander, the enemy troops retreating north are different. I seriously suspect that the commander who commanded the guerrillas and caused great damage to our rear is among this enemy force. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the division commander. Well, now that we have already carried out a round of firepower bombing, any mosquito should be reduced to ashes. Turn back quickly. The situation on the front line is serious, and we need your 56th Regiment very much. Beep! There was no room for Kurlaf to retort. Kurlaf looked at the hill that was blackened by the bombing, and his face became extremely dark. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat!" But as soon as he turned around and took a few steps, an officer came to report. Captain, we found something that looks like helicopter wreckage on a flat area to the west. Helicopter wreckage? 16th Regiment Headquarters. Anthony frowned as he looked at the imagery that had just been transferred from a satellite. So, what you mean is that Zhang Yin has successfully evacuated, and he evacuated by helicopter? The officer beside him nodded and said, analysis of satellite images shows that 15 minutes before the bombing, about 10 helicopters took off from the gentle slope of the western-northern part of the Cocolia Mountains and left along the valley in the north. Anthony scratched his head. No, where did the helicopter come from? When Anthony learned that Mao was carpet bombing the Cocolia Mountains, he almost believed that Zhang Yin was going to die. But then someone told him that Zhang Yin had escaped in a helicopter? That's unknown. Maybe they prepared in advance, so they were confident to retreat to the north. Anthony thought for a moment. Do you know where the helicopter went? I don't know. They shut down all communication facilities and entered a silent state. At this time, someone came to report. Sir, the latest news is that our troops in the west, southwest, and south of the enemy's rear have all disappeared and are nowhere to be found. Withdraw all the people. Zhang Yin, what on earth do you want to do? Anthony looked at the sand table in front of him and became more and more confused about Zhang Yan's behavior. But at this moment, news came from the superiors. asking the headquarters of the 16th Army to return to its base. Chapter 54. Mao was terribly frightened, but Zhang Yin still wanted to fight the 36th Regiment. Earlier, when Mao's main force attacked, since most of the 16th Army's forces were at the Kliam military base, Anthony ordered a retreat to the east and temporarily gave up the occupied area. Now, their military superiors asked them to immediately return to the occupied areas and push forward to the west to put pressure on Mao. Of course, it was not only the 16th Army that received the order. The 18th Corps next to it and the 19th Regiment at the other end also received the same order. Although everyone was puzzled by this, they dared not disobey the orders from their superiors and immediately mobilized their troops to advance. All of a sudden, the three legions pressed forward at the same time, plus the coalition forces of the 13th and 16th Legions that had gradually penetrated into the Mao area. Mao's group was immediately stunned. Their main forces are all on the front line. They dare to push forward with such a small number of troops. Are they sure they're not looking for death? Damn it, most of the troops stationed nearby have been transferred to support the main force. If we push forward at this time, it will be difficult to defend against it. The 18th Legion has already pushed several kilometers into our defense line. What are they going to do? Why would they suddenly push forward? Even the conservative 16th Army dares to penetrate our defense line. Could it be that they want to have a decisive battle? Hurry, ask for help from the United States and the Northern Alliance. If we don't ask for help, the Russians will attack our capital. The Russian bear's actions are really abnormal, as if he wants to fight to the death with the Russians. It's really scary. However, after being shocked, Mao calmed down and analyzed the situation. He felt that Mauzi was just taking advantage of the power of others. There is a strong smell of conspiracy behind this abnormal behavior. The frontline troops of the Russian bear are not as strong as our main force. They have been waiting for the assistance of the 20th Army Corps. There is only one possibility for their sudden behavior. The 20th Army Corps is coming. Oh, even if the 20th Legion arrives, their combat power will at most be equal to ours. Where do they get the confidence to charge forward? Is there a possibility that the Russian bear wants to put pressure on us from three sides and force us to make the wrong choice, resulting in the decomposition of the main force? I support your opinion. Once we have the main army send people to support us, the 20th Army will arrive at the front battlefield and completely turn the tide of the battle between us. After this analysis, the situation suddenly became clear. It's obvious that the Russian bear is just putting on an act, which is a sign of guilty conscience. Mao even felt that the Russian bear was treating him like a fool. His intentions were so obvious written on his face, but he thought others couldn't see it. Now that the situation has been analyzed, the next step is to find a solution. The three-way pressure problem must be solved, but our main force cannot be moved. Is there any other unit that can provide support now? Yes, the 36th Army. There was news that the enemy would launch a surprise attack on the 36th Army, so the 36th Army recalled all the garrisons in the rear and prepared them at the headquarters. They were divided into three groups, which should be able to deal with the enemy's pressure. Okay, then send the 36th Army out. At this time, someone asked a soul-searching question. If we send them out now, what if the enemy's troops stationed behind the main force turn around and attack the headquarters of the 36th Army? After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Indeed, this enemy force located behind the main force has always been a headache for the Mao side. Previously, they relied on guerrilla warfare and dragging their forces, but this caused heavy casualties to the main force. Because most of the attention was drawn to the rear, the main force was once suppressed by the Soviet Union's frontal forces. But now, they suddenly disappeared, and no one knew where they went. I wonder if they will take advantage of the 36th Legion to catch it off guard when it goes out to support. At this time, the superior division commander of the 56th Regiment spoke up. Don't worry. According to the report from the 56th Regiment that is chasing them, this enemy force does not have many troops, at most one battalion. We find them difficult only because they use guerrilla warfare that we have never seen before. I don't believe that on the front battlefield, one battalion of theirs can deal with the entire 36th Legion. The division commander's words were very convincing and also received the support of many Mao officers. Because in the eyes of many second-rate officers, the so-called guerrilla warfare is nothing but a trick of taking advantage of the situation. While the main force's attention was focused on the front, they attacked from behind like rats. When the main force's attention fell on the rear, they disappeared without a trace, like a fish that could not be caught at all. The main reason why this decision is successful is that the main force cannot focus fully on them and is always distracted by other things. But what if it's a head-on confrontation? When your opponent puts all his attention on you, can you still play with the same effect? Although everyone thought so, they were very dissatisfied in their hearts. However, they still felt a little guilty when making specific arrangements, so they transferred a group of Air Force from several surrounding military bases to provide cover for the 36th Army. Soon, a large number of troops from the 36th Army set out. They divided into 3 groups and rushed to the direction where the 16th, 18th, and 19th Armies were advancing, with Mao Xiong, and others completing their own deployments respectively. Major international media outlets also sensed a hint of an impending war from the deployments of the two sides, so they rushed to release the wartime news, which stunned the spectators. I don't quite understand. Didn't the Russians attack the Clyam military base at the beginning? How did it develop into a large-scale war? Who told Mao to send out the main force to attack the Russian 13th Army while the Russians were attacking the Clyam military base? The Russians will never tolerate this. Now, the original military operation is going to become a decisive battle. Who will win? If the Maos win, the Russians will probably lose this piece of land in the northeast, and it will be difficult for them to invade in the future. But if the Maos win, they will probably reach the capital of the Maos in a few days. This damn war has displaced so many people. No matter who wins, it should end quickly. People discussed it one after another, and although there were various opinions, more people expressed that they were somewhat confused about the deployment of both parties. But it's normal that they don't understand. After all, they are not involved in the game. But the people involved in the situation now also have something to say. They don't understand it either. Wait for the 36th Legion's reinforcements to arrive, then retreat quickly and let go of the occupied area? No. What on earth do they want to do? Anthony's head was buzzing with the orders coming one after another from his superiors. You let me be pressed one moment, and then let me retreat the next. Are you treating me like a puppet? Anthony was a little confused. He always felt that his superior was possessed by Zhang Yin and was doing some inexplicable things. But if I ask myself, my superior won't tell me. If I don't ask myself, I can only sit here in confusion. No, I must find out what's going on. Thinking of this, Anthony began to contact his friends and other troops. But unfortunately, they were also confused. The operation was too confidential. Except for some high-ranking officials, the lower-level officials basically knew nothing about it. After several twists and turns, Anthony finally contacted a friend who knew something. He was a clerk in the office of the commander of the 18th Legion. He knew a lot of information, but he didn't want to say it. Finally, after Anthony coaxed and persuaded him to buy him a year's worth of wine, he was finally willing to reveal a little. I can't tell you much more. I'll just give you a simple explanation. Major Sapov of your 16th Corps is planning to attack the 36th Army now. Anthony was dumbfounded. No, Zhang Yin, are you so obsessed? Such a big battle, just to fight against the 36th Army? Chapter 55. Official attack. The main attacker is not Zhang Yin, but the 20th Regiment. Anthony was about to be defeated by Zhang Yin. Why is that guy so obsessed with the 36th Army? Is there any difference between playing now and playing before? Don't mention it, it's true. The 36th Army sent out 3 reinforcements at a time when the internal defense was empty. If we attack at this time, our chances of winning will be greater than before. Although Anthony understood this truth, he was still not very optimistic. Although the 36th Army is empty, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. In the current situation, to fight it, you can only choose to break quickly. If we fight too slowly and the reinforcements we sent out are sent back, that will be troublesome. Zhang Yin only has a Nightingale Reconnaissance Battalion plus the Baikal Special Operations Team and Andre Team. Even if they are well-equipped, it is not easy to launch a quick attack. The border of the 36th Army's garrison is a no-man's land. As several helicopters flew away, Zhang Yin stretched his body. It was really thrilling. During the evacuation, a helicopter broke down. If the helicopter had not been abandoned in time, more than a dozen people would have died in the bombing. Major, what should we do next? At this time, the team leader stepped forward and asked, have all the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squadrons withdrawn? According to your order, they will evacuate at the same time as we do. Zhang Yin nodded and said, well, let's all head west. Our target is the 36th Army. Remember, we need to make a lot of noise along the way. Everyone was stunned when they heard Zhang Yan's words. Why? Are we going to fight the 36th Army again? Before this, Zhang Yin suddenly took them to fight guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines, and they thought that Zhang Yin had temporarily given up the idea of attacking the 36th Army. Who knew that at this time, this idea would be brought up again by him? With just these few people, Can they really defeat the 36th Army? Although there were doubts in their hearts, no one dared to disobey Zhang Yan's orders. After resting for a while, everyone rushed into the woods nearby and started moving towards the headquarters of the 36th Army. Along the way, Zhang Yan and his companions made a lot of noise, and they would rush up and kill any garrison team they saw. They killed people along the way, so Ermao soon knew their whereabouts. 1 in the northeast, 3 in the southeast, still using guerrilla tactics. It seems to be the enemy unit behind the main force. They are really too bold. They march towards the 36th Army, so openly. Do they really think we are afraid of them? They only have a few hundred men, yet they dare to attack the 36th Army. I don't know where they got the courage from. This rat army is too annoying. I request the Air Force to send out support to bomb them with firepower. Someone raised an objection. They dared to act so openly. Is it possible that they did it on purpose to cover up their tracks? Someone laughed after hearing this. Are you suffering from paranoia? This is our territory. If there is any disturbance, can we detect it? In the end, the minority obeyed the majority, and the Air Force sent to assist the 36th Army was sent out again to carry out firebombing on Zhang Yan's troops. However, just half an hour later, a deafening thud above the 36th Regiment attracted everyone's attention. Boom, 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 boom. Afterwards, countless artillery shells fell inside the 36th Regiment, like raindrops falling on the water, creating ripples. What's going on? The temporary commander pushed through the chaotic crowd, walked out and took a look, and was immediately shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. The planes were like flocks of flying birds, and on the ground, there were tanks, missile vehicles, armored vehicles, and soldiers densely arranged like ants. They were rushing towards the 36th Army. Kill! Ola! My holy sword! Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. All this happened too suddenly. The 36th Regiment was barely able to organize an effective large-scale defense and was rushed in by the Russian soldiers. There was constant sound of gunfire for a while. One by one, the Russian soldiers fell in a pool of blood. The Russian soldiers were in high spirits and seemed to be ready to wipe out the entire 36th Regiment. Hurry and ask for help. The enemy has a large number of troops, and there is probably a reinforcement regiment. Damn it, where on earth did they come from? Why have we never heard of it? Quickly withdraw the people you sent out. It's too late. I'm afraid we will be wiped out before they come back. Bang. At Ermao's headquarters, a 5-star general slammed his hand heavily on the table. Can anyone explain where this army of the Mao Xiong came from? Why didn't anyone notice such a large army entering the country? At this time, someone trembled and said this. I'm afraid it's the 20th Army of the Russian Bears who came to support. They didn't go to the front battlefield, but came to the 36th Army. Report, the surrounding troops that attempted to support the 36th Legion were all stopped by that rat army. Report, the enemy is advancing aggressively and has occupied a quarter of the 20th Corps. Report, the frontline troops were desperately tried to stop them during their retreat by the 13th Army of the Russian Bears. Report, report, report. As news of defeat came one after another, the 5-star generals fell to the ground in their chairs with a thump. It's over. The defeat of the 36th Corps is a foregone conclusion, and the loss of the northeastern part of Ermao is a foregone conclusion. 16th Army Headquarters. Anthony also learned what was happening ahead. So, the main attacker this time is not Zhang Yan, but the 20th Legion? Zhang Yan's guerrilla warfare was not to help the frontline troops, but to provide cover for the 20th Corps to enter the Ermao area? Oh my God! Even though it seems like the process was all wrong, the result was right. From the beginning, Zhang Yan had only one goal, and that was the 36th Legion. Anthony was completely convinced. He really wanted to open Zhang Yan's head and see what was inside. How did he come up with such an awesome plan? A few hours later, Zhang Yan and his men finally arrived at the headquarters of the 36th Corps. The surrounding land was charred and bloody, with the bodies of soldiers lying almost all over the ground. This shows the cruelty and horror of this war. Why do I always feel that this place is somewhat familiar? Looking at the military camp in front of him, Zhang Yan inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. But because there was no reason for this feeling, Zhang Yan simply put it out of his mind. Although we arrived late, we cannot lose to the brothers of the 20th Regiment. Do you understand? No. Well, soldiers, follow me in charge. Hola. Chapter 56, I just arrived, and you surrendered? Are you kidding me? Zhang Yan led hundreds of people and rushed into the battlefield. But after searching for several rounds, no enemy was found, which made Zhang Yan embarrassed. Just at this moment, An officer from the 20th Regiment came over. "Hello, comrade. I suppose you are Major Supov. My regiment commander has great respect for you." Zhang Yin exchanged some pleasantries with him. "So what's the situation now? Is the war over?" The officer shook his head. "At present, the last enemy force has been surrounded by our army in the basement of their command room. I believe we will be able to break through it soon." Zhang Yin sighed immediately, thinking that he was still late. How presumptuous. I was the one who gave all the instructions and made all the plans, but in the end I wasn't involved at all. Who can I complain to? Zhang Yin was feeling very angry and wanted to vent his anger on this surrounded force. At this moment, underground in the 36th Army, hundreds of Ermau's soldiers and officers were trembling. What should we do? Everyone has been killed. There are only a few hundred of us left. How can we fight? Didn't they say there was only one battalion of soldiers? Are you sure there are thousands of people on the other side of the battlefield? Damn it, someone must have passed on false information. Is it too late for us to leave now? Leave? What are you thinking? We're all surrounded. We can only fight to the death. Just when everyone was still struggling over whether or not to go out and fight the Russian bear, the soldier who was in charge of watching outside suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck, it's that T-800, he's back again, and he's from the bear country." Although Zhang Yin had forgotten about the last incident that caused trouble in the 36th Legion. But these soldiers still remember clearly that guy was ridiculously strong, just like the Terminator T-800. The most horrifying thing was that the guy broke into the headquarters and killed the legendary Commander Chekhov and several key figures of the 36th Army. As a result, they dare not tell the truth when reporting. If their superiors knew that thousands of them had been forced to break into the enemy camp by one person, perhaps all of them would have been buried with Chekhov. Brothers from the 20th Regiment, take your time. Leave these few people to us. At this time, Zhang Yin also rushed to the outside of the command center, rolled up his sleeves, picked up his gun, and was ready to start. I didn't have the chance to fight on the front line, but it's okay to have some fun now, right? But Zhang Yin had only taken 2 steps. With a bang, the door over there opened. As a white cloth was extended, someone shouted, "Don't attack! We surrender!" Everyone, including Zhang Yin, was a little confused. Didn't you resist very strongly just now? Why do we have to vote at this time? Zhang Yin felt that the group of people on the opposite side were targeting him, but he had no evidence. Asshole, who told you to surrender? Suddenly, the man who shouted surrender was pulled in, and sounds of internal strife came from Ermau's side. You weren't in the barracks that day, and I don't blame you, but with that person there was no way we could have one. Isn't it just one person? What's there to be proud of? You are afraid, but I am not. Afterwards, Zhang Yin saw a man sticking his head out, but it was pulled back in less than half a second. That man was very scary. Thousands of us couldn't hit him with our bullets, but he killed one kid at a time. And our commander Chekhov and several other important officers died at his hands. At first, no one knew what they were talking about, until the content became more and more familiar. All the Russian soldiers who knew the inside story turned their eyes to Zhang Yin almost at the same time. "Major, you..." Zhang Yin scratched his head. I don't know how long it took, but Ermau might have discussed it clearly. Soon, a group of Ermau officers and soldiers came out while taking off their weapons. Don't shoot. We surrender sincerely." The Ermau soldiers were very conscious and came to the open space and squatted with their heads in their hands. Zhang Yin was very unhappy. "Do you know what you are doing? You are betraying your country. You are a disgrace to the military." The idiots all kept silent, but if it were someone else they would have been able to refute. If they were not afraid of death or not being able to see their loved ones, who would be willing to surrender? But this person happened to be Zhang Yin, a terrifying figure who once caused havoc in the 36th Army by himself and killed many people who came in and out. You can scold us all you want. We won't talk back no matter what you say. Afterwards, hundreds of soldiers came out of the command center one after another. Let's check it out. If there is nothing wrong, 20th Regiment. Who is in charge here? Me. The officer from before stood up. Tell your commander to immediately encircle all enemy forces on the front battlefield and clear out the northeast region. Yes. After an attack comparable to a blitzkrieg, the 20th Corps set out again and launched an annihilation operation against the Ermau troops on the front battlefield from the rear. Although Ermau knew the news early on, because of the involvement of the 13th Corps and the 16th, 18th, and 19th Regiments, Ermau's troops could not escape. The war lasted for 3 full days before it ended. 3 days later, when Zhang Yin returned to the 16th Regiment's base with hundreds of prisoners, everyone was shocked. Am I seeing things? There are hundreds of prisoners. The number is almost the same as the Nightingale Scout Battalion. But why don't they resist? Oh, resistance? Major Subov is here, who dares to do anything rash. What happened at the front? Why does it seem that Major Subov is more popular among the soldiers? Let me tell you this. The victory of this battle was entirely due to the command of Major Subov. I just came down from the frontline troops. I'm really grateful to Major Subov. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid we would have died in Klaya. On both sides of the road, whether they were soldiers or officers with higher rank than Zhang Yan, they would stand at attention and salute Zhang Yan when they saw him. For no other reason than that they have great admiration for Zhang Yan. No matter it was the defense of the 16th Regiment that saved the country from collapse, or the calm and composed breakthrough when the Klaya military base was surrounded. Or he could mobilize a surprise force and use guerrilla warfare to allow the 20th Corps to penetrate deep into the hinterland. All of these are enough to show Zhang Yan's talent and courage. At the door of the command room, Zhang Yan saw Anthony pacing from a distance. "My ancestor, you are finally back." Seeing Zhang Yan coming back, Anthony jogged all the way, hugged Zhang Yan's arm, and greeted him. "You're not injured, are you? Oh, what happened? You've lost so much weight." Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows, thinking, "You still have the heart to criticize me. The dark circles under your eyes are as dark as a panda's." Chapter 57. A meeting specifically for Zhang Yan. We must send him back. Anthony has been given a hard time by Zhang Yan these days. Those legs almost never stepped out of the command room, and he ate, drank, defecated, and urinated in there. He didn't dare close his eyes for a moment and kept paying attention to the situation on the front battlefield, for fear that something unexpected would happen to Zhang Yan again. Fortunately, he is finally back now. "I'm glad you're back. Go down and have some rest. I've arranged a welcoming banquet for you tonight." "Okay." Zhang Yan didn't refuse, as he hadn't had much rest these past few days due to the long journey through mountains and rivers. He went straight back to his tent. Anthony kept Andre and said, "Tell me everything that happened along the way." Although Andre had reported it before, it was over a communicator and the report was rather vague. What Anthony wanted to hear now were more details. Andre nodded and then continued to speak tirelessly. From the siege of the Klaya military base, to Kefhar's intelligence gathering, to Zhang Yan being sent back to the battlefield by a malfunctioning plane. The 18th and 20th Corps jointly launched an annihilation campaign against the 36th Army of Ermau. After hearing this, Anthony was shocked. Zhang Yan is so amazing. Whether it is leading troops in battle or individual combat capabilities, he is almost extremely strong. It is not an exaggeration to call him the god of war. It seems that my idea of keeping him in the 16th Regiment was correct. From today on, you must keep an eye on Zhang Yan and don't let him take any more risks. We, the Mao Bears, cannot afford to lose him. Yes, but just as Andre was about to leave, Anthony suddenly stopped him. But I don't understand one thing. Zhang Yan is only a major. Why would the 18th and 20th Corps listen to him? Andre paused and said, "Because these two troops are related to one person." "Who?" "General Bada." Anthony was stunned for a moment. Bada? He was a man who had made great military achievements for the Bear Country and was also one of the few Asian men who served as a general. After Zhang Yan finalized the plan to attack the 36th Army, General Bada contacted him personally. What? General Bada contacted him personally? Anthony felt that this matter was a little unusual. How come even a person like Bada was involved? I don't know what they said specifically, but after that, Zhang Yan got in touch with the 18th and 20th Legions. I think it was because of General Badu. Since he is a general, he naturally has his own connections in the army. This makes it easy to explain why Zhang Yan is related to these two legions. At this time, a communicator came to report. "Report, the superior requests a call. You go down first. Remember, keep an eye on Zhang Yan." Anthony picked up the phone and said, "Hello, sir, don't worry, Zhang Yan is back." The superior officer's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Well, I understand." Anthony noticed something was wrong immediately. The higher-ups have sent someone to pick up Zhang Yan. Please get ready. He is expected to arrive in the next 2 days. Ah? Anthony was stunned. What did that mean? Didn't his superiors also advocate keeping Zhang Yan? What's the situation of suddenly sending someone to pick me up? But before he could ask, the call was hung up. On this side, the superior officer, Division Commander Petrov, put down the communicator in his hand, put on his hat, and simply adjusted his clothes. He was going to a meeting and not so friendly routine meeting. I don't know what methods Daxia used, but they actually persuaded some generals to advocate sending Zhang Yan back. This gave him a headache. When he arrived at the conference room, He saw some important people sitting inside, which made him, a small teacher, feel very pressured. Petrov, explain to me why you didn't send Zhang Yin back so late. As soon as he sat down, someone started to make things difficult for him. Petrov explained. The chaotic situation in the war zone, coupled with the failure of negotiations. This is not an excuse. We have all been to the battlefield. Who doesn't know the tricks on the battlefield? You clearly know that there are many ways to send him away, so why didn't you do anything? The officer's remarks were so pointed that Petrov was momentarily choked with speech. At this time, another person stood up and said, I heard that you wanted to keep him because he has some talent and he helped your 16th Legion escape a disaster. But you have to think about it. After all, he's a Daxia person, not one of us Mao Xiong people. At present, our Mao Xiong and Daxia have a close relationship. If something happens to him and causes a rift between the two countries, it will be more trouble than gain. The officer's speech represented many people in the conference room. They all knew that Zhang Yin was kept in the army because of his talent. But now is not the time to keep him any longer, as the pressure from Daxia is too great. If we force them to stay or leave, and it affects the relationship between the two countries, it will be a serious crime. Although Petrov was reluctant to let Zhang Yin leave, he seemed to have no way to deal with it, as everyone used state affairs to pressure him. Are you done? At this moment, an old man with white hair knocked on the table, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Who else could it be if it wasn't General Bada who was speaking? Bada took a sip of coffee and said calmly, I hope you can understand that we didn't keep him because of his little talent. If you knew his achievements, you would probably want him to stay more than we do. After hearing this, everyone was a little confused. Could it be that Zhang Yin has other achievements that no one knows about? Currently, the 20th and 18th regiments are presiding over the finishing work in the northeast of Ermau. I didn't want to make the details of this operation public too early, but now that it has come to this, I will speak frankly. The real commander behind the attack on the 36th Army Corps is Zhang Yin. I instructed the 20th and 18th regiments to follow his orders. General Bada's tone was very calm, but hidden within that calmness was a storm. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? The commander-in-chief of the battle to capture the northeastern part of Ermau was actually Zhang Yin? Because the battlefield was far away, information was blocked, and Petrov deliberately covered it up. Many people only know that Zhang Yin commanded the defense battle of the 16th Regiment, but they don't know anything else. But now General Bada told them that the battlefield decisions that had shocked countless Russian commanders were actually made by Zhang Yin? So that Sabov is Zhang Yin? If what the general said is true, then such a person should be kept. It's incredible. What on earth is in his mind that he can be so well informed about the overall situation? Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The contact has already been sent out. Perhaps thinking that this news was not important enough, Bada quickly attached another piece of news that was enough to drop everyone's jaw. Oh, there's one more thing. He killed Chekhov. Not only did he kill someone, he also caused a big disturbance in the 36th Regiment. Chapter 58, This Boy Must Stay in the Mao Xiong. Zhang Yin's record is amazing. The news that Zhang Yin caused a big disturbance in the 36th Regiment and killed Chekhov was recently obtained through torture from the two Mao prisoners. When talking about that incident, the Ermau captives were almost terrified and called Zhang Yin the T-800 Terminator. Perhaps fearing that people would not believe him, General Bado kindly attached a video he found on a prisoner's cell phone to them. At the beginning of the video, the sound of gunfire can be heard. Then Zhang Yin was seen moving very fast, jumping up and down, dodging numerous bullets along the way, which stunned the officers present. Which soldier can do such a miracle? There should be no one else except Zhang Yin, right? After watching the video, everyone's mouths were wide open. General Bada concluded, after seeing this, do you still want to send him away? Everyone was silent. No matter how confident their previous questioning was, they felt more conflicted at this moment. If Zhang Yin had only commanded a battle to victory, they would definitely send Zhang Yin away. After all, what the Russians lack the least is commanders, and it is only a matter of time before they train one like Zhang Yin. But if Zhang Yin is so powerful, they will have to think carefully about it. This kind of person is a god who can decide the outcome of a large-scale war by himself. Isn't it a pity to send him back like this? I don't think we can send him back. He may be the key to our victory over Ermau and his lackeys from the United States. Even if we send him back, it shouldn't be now. Sending him back now won't do us any good. Well, I admit that I spoke too loudly before, but the people have been sent out, and the words have been spoken to Daxia. How do we end this? Before I knew it, the content and direction of the meeting had changed. The issue changed from blaming Petrov for not sending Zhang Yin back to how to reasonably keep Zhang Yin in the Russian Federation. Pay him a salary. Since he is from Daxia and has made such great military achievements, his salary must be high. I heard that Zhang Yin just finished the college entrance examination. I think we can give him an admission letter from our top university. If he goes to school here, Daxia will not be able to control this place. Give him a high commission, enough to last him a lifetime. I think he will definitely not refuse. Aren't there some young daughters in your families? Introduce them to him as his wives. I heard that Daxia has a tradition of marrying into the wife's family. We can let him marry into the wife's family when the time comes. For a moment, everyone spoke out all kinds of crazy ideas. However, General Bada said that he had done everything he could and suggested that everyone try a different approach. Thus, a meeting that lasted for several hours began again. At the 16th Regiment's headquarters, after returning to the tent and lying down for a while, Zhang Yin began to feel bored. Maybe he had been living on the edge of a knife for too long, so he was a little uncomfortable with the sudden dullness. Thinking about it, he took out his cell phone. The original mobile phone crashed with a fighter plane and turned into ashes. This was given to him by the deputy commander of the 20th Legion when he left. It is said to be a military mobile phone, which is so durable that even a nuclear bomb cannot penetrate it, and the quality is excellent. But the downside is, because the SIM card was deleted, Zhang Yin now has no phone at all. Climbing a prestige hill requires verification. What the hell do I need this phone for? Zhang Yin was so angry that he almost threw his phone, but thinking that it would not break, he endured it. Zhang Yin, are you sitting here? At this time, Anthony lifted the door curtain and walked in. What's the matter? Your representatives from Daxia request to speak to you. You've been gone for too long, and they're worried about you. You need to have a good chat with them. Zhang Yin felt guilty because he had been trying to be quiet and had not answered his father's calls. Now that things have finally calmed down, it's time to have a good chat. While following Anthony to the communications room, Anthony kept looking back every few steps, which made Zhang Yin confused. What's wrong? What can I do for you? Anthony sighed and said, I was thinking, your father probably still doesn't know that you went deep into the battlefield. Shouldn't you be more careful when you talk about it later? Otherwise, what if you scare him? Zhang Yin thought about it and agreed. Although he had the title and could not die, he could create as many as he wanted. But my dad doesn't know about this. If I tell him about the thrilling experiences I've had along the way, he might have a heart attack. Thanks for the reminder. I will pay attention to it. That's good. Anthony thanked him. He was afraid that Zhang Yin would let the cat out of the bag and cause Daxia to get into trouble with the Russian bear. Soon they arrived at the communications room, and under the guidance of the staff, Zhang Yin came to a computer. On the screen, Zhang Yin was the first to see his father Zhang Li, who seemed a little discouraged at the moment, with messy hair and beard. Dad! Yin! When the father and son met again, both of them had tears in their eyes almost at the same time. Are you okay? Why do you look a little thinner? I'm fine. This isn't because I'm thin. This is because I exercise regularly and have lost the fat. Between father and son, they mostly chat about family matters, and as long as they are safe, that's enough. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing glasses appeared in the camera. Zhang Yin, I am Chen Guoqiang, the consular representative of Daxia. Hello, Representative Chen. Thank you for taking care of my father. I'm sorry that I have caused trouble for the country. What are you talking about? Protecting and serving the citizens of Daxia is what we, the people's servants, should do. Is the situation over there okay? Zhang Yin nodded. Fortunately, Captain Anthony took good care of me. He gave me good meals every day and let me hang around in his command room when I had nothing to do. I learned a lot from him. When I return, I want to join the army. I believe that what I have learned can definitely serve the country. Chen Guoqiang knew that Zhang Yin was afraid that his father would worry, so he kept silent about what happened on the battlefield, and he understood this. I'm glad you have this intention. I have good news. The Russians have sent someone to pick you up. They are expected to arrive in the next few days. You must be prepared. Really? That's great. Zhang Yin exclaimed, feeling delighted. Now the situation in the northeast of Ermau has basically stabilized. He has done everything he can and has no regrets. He is naturally happy to go back. However, perhaps because I have been through life and death with these comrades for so long, it is inevitable that I still feel a little reluctant to leave. I'm used to living on the edge of a knife. I wonder if I can get used to it if I go back. It was with this mood that Zhang Yin attended the celebration party in the evening. Almost all the officers and soldiers of the 16th Regiment who could come came, except those who were on guard duty. Everyone drank vodka and ate pickles, dried fish, and barbecued meat. During this period, perhaps out of commemoration, Zhang Yin took photos with many people. Late at night, when Zhang Yin returned to his tent, he felt empty inside and couldn't sleep. Soon he figured out the reason for this behavior. Because today he didn't post on WeChat Moments. Chapter 59. We are going back, but not completely. The support team was destroyed. Zhang Yin is a person with a strong desire to share. Whenever there is something, he would very much like to share it with others, and he would get very anxious if he couldn't share it. Just like now, Zhang Yin almost poked the screen of his mobile phone to pieces, and he couldn't log into his WeChat. My original SIM card is gone. How can I verify it? However, as a man, in certain situations, such as when they want to see some features, their IQ will soar. No matter where the film is hidden, it cannot escape their eyes, and they will always find it. At this moment, in order to post on WeChat Moments, Zhang Yin also burned the CPU to the extreme. I didn't know how to operate it, and I couldn't even get on Daxia's satellite. Hello, I'm Zhang Yin. Hello, I'm Zhang Yin. Hello, I'm Zhang Yin. Intoxicated by the alcohol, Zhang Yin acted a bit like a middle school student. It was daytime in Daxia at this moment, in the communications hall of the Daxia military satellite base. Shi Haiyan had just returned from dinner to hand over his shift when he noticed something strange happening on the satellite. A signal from the Mao Xiong terminal request to connect to the Daxia satellite? Shi Haiyan subconsciously thought that this was the work of the Russian hackers. After a series of crackling operations, she successfully hacked into the Russian terminal. Let me see who you are. As Kang Shuier tapped the keys, a familiar voice suddenly came from the headset. Hello, I'm Zhang Yin. Hello, I'm Zhang Yin. Hello, I'm Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin? Shi Haiyan exclaimed. On this end, Zhang Yin was also stunned for a moment. It's you, Miss Correspondent. I haven't heard your voice for a long time. It's still so nice. Shi Haiyan was a little confused as to why the person who requested to connect to the satellite was Zhang Yin. Ever since she helped the top military officials convey the news of Zhang Yan's trip to Kefhar, she has not heard from Zhang Yin since because of her identity. I didn't expect that Zhang Yin would take the initiative to connect to the satellite. Why is the source of your signal in Ermao territory? You didn't leave? When talking about this, Zhang Yin, who was drunk, complained bitterly, No, I was so miserable. I was on a fighter plane and almost arrived at the destination, but the plane broke down and had to be pulled back. I had no choice but to join the fight. After I won the battle, I returned to my original unit. Zhang Yan's tone was very exaggerated, which made Shi Haiyan laugh directly. So what's the matter with your satellite this time? If it's urgent, I will convey it to the military for you. Zhang Yin said, My phone is broken. This is the new phone they gave me. I can't log into WeChat Xiuqiu. Can you help me log in? I want to post on Moments. Ah? Shi Haiyan opened his mouth wide. You even said that the military satellites are used for this? Please help me. I am overwhelmed with desire to share. If you don't post on Moments, I will explode myself. This reason was too weird, so to be on the safe side, Shi Haiyan asked his superior for help. When the boss heard this, he was also shocked. Even the satellite was just to get someone to help him climb the WeChat hill? However, he recently heard that senior military officials had a very high opinion of Zhang Yin, so he decided to try his best to help if he could. With the help of Shi Haiyan's powerful hacking skills, Zhang Yan's account was quickly logged in. These days, there have been so many messages that Zhang Yan's eyes are almost dizzy. Thank you, little sister. They have sent someone to pick me up. I may return home in a few days. I will treat you to a meal then. Good. The call was quickly disconnected, but Shi Haiyan still continued hacking into the phone, which made his superior a little confused. What's wrong? There's something wrong with Zhang Yan's phone. It seems that the Russians have implanted some AI Trojans into the phone. AI Trojan? What is the purpose of implanting this? What else can we do? Of course, we can prevent Zhang Yin from continuing to post on WeChat Moments. Although Mao Xiong had considered it well, he still forgot that Zhang Yin knew a female communicator with excellent hacking skills. After a while, Shi Haiyan eliminated the Trojan horse. Zhang Yin was able to share his thoughts on WeChat Moments. Major Subov's life has come to an end. Zhang Yan's life is about to return. Let me show you my comrades. The text, along with photos of the celebration banquet, were posted on WeChat Moments. It has been such a long time since Zhang Yin last posted a photo of the bar. Many people almost thought that he had died on the battlefield, but now they felt relieved after seeing Zhang Yan's circle of friends. Brother Yin, why did you take so long to post on WeChat Moments? It's really scary, Major Supov? No, buddy. Are you really a major? Brother Yin, didn't you say you were going to come back last time? Why haven't you come back yet? Looking at your circle of friends, you should be back soon. I don't know who spread the rumor that you were coming back last time, but a girl went to the airport and waited for you for several days. Should the confession is still in the planning stage, how can I let Brother Yin know about it? Zhang Yin glanced at the comments and went to reply to the message in the private chat box. Mom, Yin, please reply when you see the message. Don't scare Mom. Yin, your dad said you'll be back in a few days. Is that true? Yin, it's time. Why haven't you come back yet? You didn't even answer the phone. Your damn dad has also stopped answering the phone. What's going on with you guys? First of all, there was the crazy screen swiping from my mother. My mother was not in good health and was easily affected by the climate change, so she did not go to the bear country with my father and stayed at home. Presumably, she is the one who is most worried about Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin quickly typed, Mom, I'm fine. This is a battlefield, and I can't turn on my phone often. Don't worry, I'm really coming back this time. Lao Gong. Brother Yin, did you kill anyone while you were trapped on the battlefield this time? How did you feel? I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask. Zhang Yin replied, KDA is already over 1,000, but I think the way you ask is dangerous. I suggest you don't ask. Lian Tong. Zhang Yin, we are about to check our scores and fill in our application forms. Which school are you going to apply to? Zhang Yin replied, No, I want to join the army. Lian Tong replied almost immediately. Ah, you replied. Zhang Yin glanced at it and didn't reply, and went to reply to other people's messages. After receiving all the messages, Zhang Yin finally felt a little sleepy. Accompanied by the snoring sounds coming from the tents on both sides, he also fell into a deep sleep. As a result, the next morning, Zhang Yin was dumbfounded. Anthony, Andre, and a group of officers gathered in Zhang Yin's tent. Their expressions are wonderful. That's exactly what happened. We didn't expect that the United States would be so shameless as to send someone to arrest a person who was supposed to pick you up. We got the news that Ermao has blocked all the holes in the back. It will be difficult to send people in from now on. Chapter 60. Promoted to Lieutenant Colonel and made a regiment commander? According to Anthony, the United States and Ermao don't want to see Zhang Yin go back. Because as long as Zhang Yin is still on the battlefield, they can take advantage of it to alienate the relationship between the Russian bear and Daxia. So, as soon as they heard that the Russians were going to bring Zhang Yin back, they immediately sent out a group of elite special forces to destroy the troops that came to pick him up. In order to prevent anyone from taking over later, Ermao simply filled all the holes. Zhang Yin burst into curses upon hearing this. These dogs are too shameless. What does the international situation have to do with a tourist like me? Why don't they let me go home? Perhaps feeling unsatisfied, Zhang Yin posted a message on his moments to continue cursing. The damned United States and its lackeys actually won't let a tourist from Great China like me go home. Fine. You won't let me go home, right? One day, I will wipe you all out. Zhang Yin was really angry. He was just a tourist. Was it so difficult for him to go home? Soon, the circle of friends received a large number of replies again. Damn, the United States is so disgusting. I accidentally entered the battlefield. Why can't I go back? It's not just a smear campaign to say that the United States is disgusting online. This is just too disgusting. Brother Yin has also become successful. He has been used as a pawn by the United States. Who is this upstairs? Do you think you are funny? What if I can't come back? Brother Yin, you won't stay on the battlefield, will you? No one knew who forwarded Zhang Yan's circle of friends to the internet, but soon, the whole country knew that Zhang Yan would not be coming back. Can the United States have some shame? Why are you detaining our tourists? It's been so long, but the tourist hasn't come back yet. All you idiots walking around on the internet, take a look. This is the beautiful country you all brag about. The world is so colorful, and the United States is so shameless that it would even take advantage of a tourist. I was originally planning to study in the United States, but today I tore up the acceptance letter. Netizens were filled with indignation, and as expected, a large number of them went to the external network to confront others. It caused quite a stir on the internet. As the parties involved, the United States and Ermao were dumbfounded. Not, who the hell sent people to attack the troops that were picking up Zhang Yin? We don't even know if it's good or not. You are wrongly accusing good people. Although they quickly stated that they had nothing to do with the matter, no one believed them now because they had done so many bad things in their daily lives. As a result, the United States and Ermao were left speechless and had to bear the heavy blame. At this time, Zhang Yin had been called to the command room. Anthony said with concern. Zhang Yin, I know this matter is very heavy for you. What are your plans for the future? Zhang Yin clapped his hands. What else can I do? Can you lend me some soldiers so I can fight my way back? Anthony thought again and again. I'm afraid this won't work. Although we have conquered Ermao's northeastern region, how to defend it is the most important thing. Moving troops now will undoubtedly give Ermao a chance to regain lost territory. Zhang Yin was speechless. Then why are you asking me? Besides staying here, do I have any other choice now? Zhang Yin had thought about fighting back alone. With the bravery blessed by his title, he should be able to do it. But that would take a long time, probably several months. Instead of spending several months returning, it would be better to just take over his capital city. Anthony nodded. Okay, then you will continue to act as Subov. All right, Subov, listen to my orders. In view of your outstanding performance in this battle, our military superiors have discussed and decided to officially award you the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Zhang Yin opened his mouth wide. How long have you been a major? Now you've been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel? Damn, if I stay for a few more days, becoming a general will not be a dream anymore. Andre and others were extremely envious. They had been in the army for more than 10 years and finally worked their way up to become captain, major, or something like that. Zhang Yin was lucky. His military rank was promoted instantly, as if he had drunk some potion. However, they can understand this. After all, this is a signal from their superiors that they want to keep Zhang Yin. Also, Zhang Yan's achievements in recent times are really too outrageous. They even felt that it would not be excessive to directly award Zhang Yin the rank of general. Also, the superiors have decided to award you a military merit bonus of 120 million rubles. From today on, you will receive a salary like ordinary soldiers. However, considering that you are not a Chinese, we will provide some subsidies and rewards on your salary. Mr. Duo? You mean Mr. Duo? Zhang Yin could hardly close his mouth. 120 million rubles? That sounds really impressive. But when converted, it seems to be only about 10 million renminbi, but just for fighting a war, he was given more than 10 million. And they will also pay themselves salaries in the future. The Russian military is really generous. What Zhang Yin didn't know was that the generosity of the Russian military also varies from person to person. For example, for the local Russians, the most they get is a salary increase and bonuses. It was only a few 100,000 at most. As for why Zhang Yin was given more than 10 million, we can only say that special talents deserve special treatment. You guys are still being paid for fighting? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhang Yan's question left Anthony stunned. What does it mean? If you had told me earlier, could you have done something? When he heard that he was going to pay back the money, Zhang Yin immediately became very excited. As long as the money is in place, I will crush the alien fleet if it comes. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Anthony smiled, and after some effort, he finally managed to keep Zhang Yin. At this moment, the signalman suddenly received an order from his superiors. The superiors have made an additional reward decision for Lieutenant Colonel Subov. From now on, Lieutenant Colonel Subov is appointed as the commander of the 16th Regiment. Andre is promoted to major and serves as deputy commander to assist Lieutenant Colonel Subov in presiding over the work. Now it was Anthony's turn to be dumbfounded. He pointed at himself in disbelief and then looked at Zhang Yin. Damn, you can give rewards, but you don't have to sacrifice yourself, right? Oh, by the way, the 13th Legion suffered heavy casualties, and its commander died heroically. It is an urgent need of reorganization. We are now transferring Anthony, the former commander of the 16th Regiment, to serve as the acting commander of the 13th Regiment to oversee the reorganization. Finally, Anthony breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought he was really going to be sacrificed. It's just that sometimes the decisions are a bit conservative. There's no need for you to sacrifice me. At this moment, Zhang Yin felt a little bit dreamy. He hadn't been the battalion commander for a few days, and Go Ba became the regiment commander. My promotion speed is simply incredible, even more outrageous than in the novels. Zhang Yin, congratulations. At this time, Anthony congratulated Zhang Yin. Congratulations, everyone? No, you think this is a level 1, right? Anthony put his hands behind his back and said, restructuring requires experience. Transferring me over here shows how much my superiors value me. You're right. You're right. Chapter 61. Different treatment from superiors. The 16th Regiment instantly becomes a reinforced regiment. Hello, Captain. Hello, Captain. Good. Hello, Captain. Good, good, very energetic. Zhang Yin was carrying 2 lines and 2 stars on his shoulders, and he looked so proud when he walked. He held his head high, chest puffed out, and his hands behind his back, moving in the barracks with great vigor and gait like a dragon. Zhang Yin didn't dare to even think about it. An 18-year-old lieutenant colonel and the commander of a regiment is an extremely rare existence in the world. Now, Zhang Yan's thought of going home has been dispelled a little, if for no other reason than that they gave too much ba. The main reason is that Zhang Yin cares about world peace and is well aware that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He is willing to fight for peace all his life. We sacrifice our lives for the people, and we never stay here just to think about how much we can earn if we take our troops to take down the country of Ermao. Thinking about this, Zhang Yan's desire to share came back, and he posted it on his moments without hesitation. Although I can't go back, I think this is an opportunity for me. Yes, you read it right. I have been promoted. Now I am not only a lieutenant colonel, but also the commander of a regiment. I know the importance of being in a high position. I am responsible for my troops. Tomorrow, I will lead them to attack the capital of Ermao. Please cheer for me, my family members. A very pretentious speech, plus a very deep and stylish selfie. 2 posts a day. It seems Brother Yin is safe for now. So you really can't come back? Brother Yin is so pitiful. No, where did you borrow the clothes from? This rank is too low. I suggest you borrow a general's. It's so funny Brother Yin is still in the mood to joke. He has a really good attitude. Zhang Yin, you must be careful when you are alone on the battlefield. Understand? Brother Yin, if you ask me, it would be great if we could defeat Ermao country. Then you can come back. After reading a few comments, Zhang Yin didn't want to watch it anymore. I sincerely share my wonderful life with these people. Why don't they believe it? You actually said you were joking? So boring. Although his relatives and friends don't really believe it, there are still people in this world who are willing to believe Zhang Yin. For example, the top leaders of Daxia and the Daxia consulate learned about the relevant content as soon as Zhang Yin posted it on WeChat Moments. The Russians just reported back that their troops were attacked, and the next second Zhang Yin was promoted. This is a bit strange no matter how you look at it. It's obviously very strange. Not only did he get promoted, he also became the leader of the group, letting a foreign tourist be the leader. Zhang Yan's mentality is really too good. I was afraid that his mentality would collapse. No matter how you look at it, there is something fishy about this matter. It seems that the Russian bear is determined to keep Zhang Yan on the front line. We will continue to put pressure on the Russian bear and not give up any opportunity to bring Zhang Yan back. Soon, the representatives of Daxia launched a new round of confrontation with the Russian side. One asked to pick someone up, and the other patted his chest and said that he would definitely pick someone up, but he had to wait until the battle situation stabilized. Although it has been constantly agreeing to the demands of the Great Xia side, in fact, the Russian bear has done nothing. At this time, Zhang Yin was already working in the group leader's office. Captain, the superiors have decided that the area occupied by the former 36th Army of Ermao will be jointly governed by our 16th Army and the 13th Army. Please formulate a garrison policy. Captain, our 16th Regiment lost a lot of men in this battle. Please plan some additional troops for us. Captain, our regular meeting is about to begin. I hope you can preside over it. Captain, our polar bear squad encountered some problems while clearing out Ermao's fleeing troops. We request your command. Although he knew that being a group leader was not easy, Zhang Yin did not expect it to be so difficult. He looked at Andre beside him with an outrageous expression. Is this what I have to do? Andre nodded. These are the daily tasks of the group leader. Zhang Yin was speechless. Otherwise, let's call Anthony back. I think he's pretty good, very professional, and very. Please don't joke around, Captain. Captain Anthony has already taken up his post at the 13th Regiment this morning. Now, Zhang Yin couldn't hide or run away. After working for a whole morning, Zhang Yin felt like his CPU was about to burn out. In the afternoon, Zhang Yin finally found some free time and quickly sneaked out to catch his breath. At this time, he discovered that military trucks carrying truckloads of soldiers, as well as some tanks, armored vehicles, and missile vehicles, were driving into the 16th Regiment in a mighty manner. Of course, there are also fighter jets, strategic transport planes, etc. flying overhead. Zhang Yin was stunned for a moment. He had just submitted the supplementary proposal a few hours ago, but it was sent over so quickly. Zhang Yin also knew the person who was in charge of sending the new recruits. It turned out to be Anthony. How does it feel to return to an old place twice in one day? That's all. Anthony glanced at Zhang Yin in a bad mood. Originally, he thought that this batch of soldiers was sent by his superiors to supplement the 13th Regiment. However, before he could even warm them in his hands, his superiors asked him to deliver them to Zhang Yin. The question is, his superiors felt that the main task of his 13th Regiment was garrison, and it did not require so many troops, so it would be better to hand it over to Zhang Yin and let him go to fight. Infantry Battalion, Tank Battalion, Air Force Battalion, Artillery Battalion, Reconnaissance Battalion. Zhang Yin is now very rich. I roughly estimated that the existing ones, plus the troops I sent you, now the 16th Regiment has about 3,200 people, which is equivalent to the strength of a reinforced regiment. What a play. Zhang Yin remembered that the previous 16th Regiment had a maximum of 2,000 people. He didn't expect that now that he became the regiment leader, there would be more than 1,000 more people. These Russian military guys are pretty good, but at this moment, Zhang Yin saw a very familiar figure in the crowd. Isn't this Ilyich? Why are you here? Reporting to the commander, Captain Ilyich, leading 100 reserve personnel of the Baikal Special Operations Team. Reporting to you. Zhang Yin was shocked. A Special Forces soldier from the 18th Regiment came to report to him? What kind of route is this? At the request of our superiors, the Baikal Special Operations Team of the 18th Regiment will assist Lieutenant Colonel Subov of the 16th Regiment to form a Special Forces unit belonging to the 16th Regiment. When these words came out, not only Zhang Yin was stunned, but Anthony was also dumbfounded. How come the 16th Regiment has everything as soon as I was transferred? Damn it, isn't it obvious that this superior is biased? When I was in office, you only gave me 4 battalions. As soon as Zhang Yin took office, you not only expanded it to 5 battalions, but you also formed a Special Forces unit for him? This is the thing I begged you to build for me, but you guys refused to build it for me. Well, I have something else to do, so I won't stay any longer. Zhang Yin, the 16th Regiment will be handed over to you. After making an excuse, Anthony left and went to find a place to cry. After all the troops on this side had gathered together, Zhang Yin took the opportunity to gather them together. After all, I just arrived, so I must give a speech and mobilize everyone.